perilous than what actually happens. The state employs 1,000 officials who, as heralds of Christianity, have a pecuniary interest first in having people call themselves Christians, and second in having things remain as they are, so that these people do not get to know what in truth Christianity is. And the effectiveness of this state of affairs is not described as opposing Christianity and for this purpose employing 1,000 officials, furnishing them and their families with a living. No, they proclaim Christianity, they extend Christianity, they work for Christianity. Is not this practically the most perilous thing conceivable for the purpose of making Christianity impossible? 91. This Christianity of the state church, or even of the people, as represented in Denmark by Grundtvig, is the opposite of the truth proclaimed by the New Testament. The extension of modern Christendom has done away with Christianity. Hegel's reconciliation between church and state turned into the religious revolt of Kierkegaard and the social revolt of Marx. In 18. Brumaire de Louis Bonaparte 93. Marx describes the era of the bourgeois revolution by stating that its passions were without truth and its truths without passion. Its world, completely prosaic, continues to produce only by borrowing. Its development is a constant repetition of the same cycle of tension and relaxation. Its contrasts grow more and more violent, only to be reduced and resolved. Its history is without event, its heroes without heroic deeds. Its supreme law is indecision. In his criticism of the present under the heading of leveling, 94, Kierkegaard uses almost these same words to describe this world barren of passion or decision. To the leveling of significant differences he opposed their accentuation. As concrete instances of this leveling, he analyzes that which reduces speech and silence to irresponsible chatter, that which reduces private and public to private-public publicity, that which reduces form and content to a formlessness without content, that which reduces concealment and revelation to representation, that which reduces love and debauchery to passionless flirtation, that which reduces objective knowledge and subjective conviction to an unconvincing argument. To the bankruptcy of this world grown old, Marx opposed the proletariat, Kierkegaard, solitary existence before God. The economic disturbances seem to him to have merely symptomatic significance. They indicate that the European constitution has undergone a total change. In the future we shall have inward disturbances, cessatio in mondum sacrum 95. Even more decisive than the economic, social, and political bankruptcy toward which Europe is moving is its spiritual decline, its confusion of tongues brought about by the high-speed press. The best solution would be to silence the chimes of time for an hour. Since this would presumably not succeed, he would address his contemporaries in the words of the financial experts: economy, energetic and vigorous economy measures. 96. That is, reduction of human existence to the elementary questions, to the bare question of existence as such. This was for Kierkegaard the other side of what Marx called the secular question as to the value of life. Thus both criticisms are based on the same hostility toward the existing order. To Marx's secular criticism of the bourgeois capitalistic world there corresponds Kierkegaard's equally radical criticism of the bourgeois Christian world, which is as far removed from primitive Christianity as the bourgeois state is from the polis. Marx confronts the external, existential situation of the masses with a decision, and Kierkegaard the internal 91 existential relationship of the individual to himself. Marx philosophizes without God and Kierkegaard before God, but these obvious contrasts have a common presupposition in their dissociation from God and the world. Both no longer look upon existence as Hegel did, as pure existere, as the appearance of an internal essence in the appropriate form of existence. 98. For Kierkegaard, it is a retreat to individual existence which makes decisions according to conscience. For Marx, it is an advance to a political decision of circumstances considered en masse. Because of an identical hostility toward Hegel's rational world, they separate once more what he had put together. Marx decides for a humanitarian, human world, and Kierkegaard for an otherworldly Christianity which, humanly speaking, is superhuman. When intellectual history between Hegel and Nietzsche is understood in its systematic and historical logic, It becomes evident that Marx's economic analysis and Kierkegaard's experimental psychology belong together both conceptually and historically. They comprise one antithesis to Hegel. They comprehend what is as a world determined by merchandise and money, and as an existence shot through with irony and the drudgery of boredom. The realm of spirits of Hegel's philosophy becomes a phantom in a world of labor and despair. For Marx, a German ideology perverts Hegel's self-existent idea, and for Kierkegaard, a sickness unto death perverts the self-satisfaction of the absolute spirit. For both, Hegel's consummation of history becomes the terminus of a prehistory leading up to an extensive revolution and an intensive reformation. His concrete mediations are converted to abstract decisions for the ancient Christian God and a new earthly world. In place of Hegel's active spirit, Marx substituted a theory of social practice, and Kierkegaard a reflection of inner activity. Thus both consciously and deliberately deny theoria as the title of highest human activity. Far apart as they are closely related to each other in their common attack upon the existing order 99 and in escaping from Hegel. Whatever separates them also confirms their unity in the same fixation upon that total estrangement between the earthly and the divine which, at the turn of the 19th century, Hegel had taken as the point of departure for his reinstatement of the absolute as the highest form of union between opposites. For estrangement as the source of Hegel's reconciliation. Hegel's reconciliation with what is itself developed out of the same thing which it gave rise to, a fundamental estrangement from the existing order. Hegel lived through this crisis together with Hölderlin. His tacit dissociation from the friend of his youth marks the beginning of his reconciliation with the world as it is. Hegel turned away from his youth, whose essence is individuality and a merely idealistic generality. In the last sentence of the first version of his system, dated precisely September 14, 1800, Hegel decided in favor of a bold agreement with the age, in order not to remain estranged from himself and from the world. But if such an agreement were ignoble and base, Hegel confesses at this decisive turning point in his life, the only thing left would be the absolute one of isolation and fixation, either upon the bare subjectivity of internal existence, or the strict objectivity of the external world. The ultimate and absolute would then be the self-estrangement of life, one and entire, into absolute finitude against absolute infinity. For the estrangement per se, it makes no difference whether man considers himself absolutely independent or absolutely dependent upon a distant God, whether he views himself as an isolated individual or as an existence en masse, whether he is turned totally outward or totally inward, for each of these extremes already implies the other, and the more independent and separate the internal becomes, so likewise the more independent and separate the external becomes. Shortly after finishing the first draft of his system, Hegel writes to Schilling 100 that the ideal of his youth has become a system, and he would like to obtain a university lectureship in order to exert some influence once more upon human life. By accepting an ordinary position he placed himself within the system of the existing world. But even during his early period in Franeldurt he still vacillated between the painful pleasure of estrangement and the power of reconciliation. Not only did he not yet want to enter into an alliance with the world, he even wanted to prevent it. LOL, and even at the age of 40 he claimed his bride as the agent of reconciliation between his true inward self and the way I behave too frequently towards reality. Lo2. But in principle, as early as the turn of the 19th century, Hegel had already decided for the reality of the world as the objective element. Lo3. From that point on he became implacably opposed, to the point of wrath and derision, to all those souls fragmented by romanticism, overcome by the vertigo of the spirit, estranged from themselves and the world, glorious in their misery. From the fate of H. Hölderlin and then of the Romantics he became convinced that it was more than personal misfortune not to find oneself and feel at home in any world, it was untruth and the cruelest fate of being without a fate. But nevertheless this estrangement remains as a presupposition of philosophy. 104 The other presupposition is unity as the predetermined goal. During his stay at Bern and at Frankfurt, Hegel experienced this twofold presupposition of the absolute as the primary source of the need for philosophy. At the time he left Frankfurt, he explicated it in the context of the general condition of the world, and in the first Jena essays, he interpreted it abstractly as the identity between identity and non-identity. Low 5. Hegel's crisis is not documented in reflection upon himself, but in his analysis of the world crisis in an epoch of transition. 106. The tendency, already decisive, to reach an agreement with the age is expressed first in a criticism of the existing order, because this criticism is the prerequisite for any agreement with what is. In this description of the contemporary world crisis, which for a time remained unpublished, Hegel anticipated many features of that criticism which Marx later developed fully. On the other hand, the antitheses which Marx believed he discovered in Hegel's mediations are just those which Hegel reconciled. The mediating analyses of the philosophy of right proceeded from a criticism of the existing order which itself discovered the antitheses to be mediated. This made possible Marx's critical attack upon Hegel's justification of the existing order. Without the possibility of knowing anything of Hegel's criticism 107, the young Marx in 1841 referred back from the Hegel of 182 to the young Hegel of 1798, just as Feuerbach's Religion of Love and Bauer's criticism of Christianity actually go back to Hegel's early theological writings. The criticism of the young Hegelians repeated the crisis which Hegel had gone through himself before overcoming it in his system. It is therefore no mere coincidence that Marx often describes the crisis of bourgeois society in the same way Hegel had already described it, before discovering how to overcome the lost extremes of morality in a state modeled after Plato and Rousseau, empirically the Prussian state. As Hegel characterized the world crisis, all the phenomena of the age indicate that satisfaction is no longer to be found in the old life. But in order to abolish what is negative in the existing world, in order to find one's place within it, in order to live, a transition must be found from idea to life, from reason to reality. Particularly in the German Empire, the ruling totality has vanished as the source of all justice, it has isolated itself and made of itself something particular, rather than universal. Even the individual citizen is no longer a whole person when, as in the existing tension between church and state, he is shattered into two fragments, into one person for the state, another for the church. Lowith. Universality of life occurs only as an idea. What public opinion has already decided upon, through loss of confidence, does not take much effort to be brought to the attention of everyone. It was Marx's concern to bring this to the attention of the proletariat as a class. The vanished totality of the whole must be restored. And in the philosophy of right, Hegel sought to demonstrate that the idea of this universal totality is also present as a reality. First, he discovered the contradictions. He sees such a contradiction in a man's restricting himself to a small, subservient world of personal possessions, in which mere objects become absolute, the world of the Philistine L10 and of merchandise, and, corresponding to it, a transcendence in thought of this narrow world reaching toward heaven in Marx's terminology, its solemn completion through the spirit of material conditions. In addition, he sees the correlated antithesis of poverty and luxury 111, a constant theme of Marx. A better man rightly disdains this life, which is restricted on all sides, as is offered and permitted to him, but it does not suffice only to imagine true nature and make the content of the imagination one's constant companion, as did hold Erlen in Hyperion. Man must also experience what is imagined as something living, through the real resolution of existing contradictions. But this can come about only after things have come to a head, when life as it presently exists has lost its power and all its dignity. According to Hegel, as according to Marx, the existing order is attacked and defeated not through external and internal violence, directed against itself or the world, but through its clown truth. This truth, hidden within the present order and digging its grave, is the sought for universal basis of right. For the sake of its own existence, even that restricted life must base itself on this, although it has disintegrated into abstract particularities, until a better life denies it the living right to make this claim. And time has already brought a hint of such a life. The age is moving irresistibly toward the actions of great individuals, toward the movements of entire peoples, toward the way poets have represented nature and destiny. Through metaphysics, the restrictions are given their boundaries and their necessity in the context of the whole 1L2. In his essay upon conditions in Uller-Temmerg, Hegel, with the revolutionary passion of righteousness, concludes the necessity for change. The alienation which is conscious of itself is a consequence of the fact that it is possible to imagine and describe, to hope for and to bring about, other, better times, in contrast to what is. Thus in times of alienation, what is not an eternal present, but a transitory form of existence, something which merely happens to be without true reality. Then to comprehend it means what it also meant to Marx, not a mere understanding, but criticism and transphonation. Universal and deep is the feeling that the structure of the state, as it now exists, is untenable. Universal is the anxiety that it will collapse and injure everyone in its fall. With this conviction in one's heart, is this fear to become so powerful that it will be left entirely to luck what will be overthrown, what preserved, what will stand, or what will fall. Should one not himself desire to desert what is untenable? Calmly discover what must be untenable? In this evaluation, righteousness is the only criterion, the courage to practice righteousness is the only power that can eliminate completely what is insecure, with honor and glory, and bring forth an assured state of affairs. How blind are those who would like to believe in the continued endurance of institutions, constitutions, laws which no longer agree with the customs, the needs, the opinions of mankind, from which the spirit has fled, who would like to believe that forms with which understanding and feeling no longer are concerned are mighty enough to continue to comprise the bond of a people. All attempts to reawaken confidence in situations, parts of a constitution, in which people no longer believe, all attempts to gloss over the grave diggers with fine words not only cover their clever inventors with disgrace, but prepare the way for a much more terrible explosion, in which the demand for improvement is joined to revenge, and the deceived, oppressed masses take vengeance for this dishonesty. But if an alteration is to take place, something must be altered. It is necessary to state such an obvious truth because the anxiety which must, differs from the courage which will. The men who are driven by the former feel and adme.tt, necessity _are change, but when it comes time to make a beginning, they exhibit the weakness of wanting to retain all that they happen to be in possession of, like a spendthrift who is under the necessity of limiting his expenses, but finds indispensable all of his wants which he is advised to cut out, is unwilling to give up anything, until finally his necessities, as well as his luxuries, are taken from him. A people, the German people, must not display such a weakness. Objectively convinced that a transformation is necessary, they must not be afraid to conduct an investigation in detail. Whoever suffers injustice must demand the removal of the injustice, whoever possesses undeserved goods must surrender them willingly. 113. This breakdown of unity between the internal and the external, between private and public life, has the result that the whole is without spirit, or, as Marx says, from Feuerbach's point of view, inhuman. Thus for Hegel, as for Marx, the positive goal of the criticism of the existing order is the restoration of a spirit-filled, or human, unity in the whole of real life. In spite of this summons to effect a transphonation, Hegel's criticism is no Marxist manifesto. As a political writer, he seeks to comprehend what is. Such a comprehension is the express goal of his next critical discussion apropos the Genin Constitution. It is permeated with melancholy resignation. Despite biting criticism, it seeks only to come to a better understanding of the present state of affairs, and even promote a moderate toleration. Hegel disguises the ambiguity of this transition from criticism to understanding by eliminating the difference between the ideal and reality in the notion of the idea. He removes the contrast between what should be and what is, as destiny, necessary being why. For he explicates the proposition concerning understanding as follows: the thoughts contained in this work can have no other purpose or effect in their public expression than the understanding of what is, and thus the promotion of a more tranquil view of the same. together with a moderate toleration in actual contact and in words. For it is not what is that makes us vehement and causes us suffering, it is what is not as it should be. But if we recognize that it is as it must be, that is, it is not arbitrary or accidental, we also recognize that it should be so. 115. But how does Hegel recognize what must be, and hence also what is as it should be? By claiming to understand what the purpose of the world spirit is. 116. But the boldness with which Hegel bases his insight into what must be on the self-conscious spirit of history must be corrected by his own evaluation of the Germans, in the context of the previous quotation and with reference to the supposed necessities of politics. He says of the Germans that on account of their notion, in other words precisely because they are so philosophical, they appear so dishonest as to admit the true nature of nothing. Caught in an eternal contradiction between what they demand and what does not take place as they demand, they appear not only censorious, but, when they speak merely of their notions, insincere and dishonest. They include the idea of necessity in their notions of right and duty, but nothing comes of this necessity. They are themselves so accustomed to the fact that, on the one hand, their words always contradict their deeds, and on the other they attempt to make of the facts something quite different from what they really are, and to reinterpret them in the light of certain notions. But it would be completely misleading to try to learn about what usually happens in Germany from the notions of what should happen, namely, according to the laws of the state. For the dissolution of the state is most easily recognized when everything goes contrary to law. It would be equally misleading if the form derived from these laws were to be taken in truth for the basis and purpose of the same. For just on account of their notions the Germans appear so dishonest as to admit nothing as it really is, nor to present a thing to be either more or less than it really amounts to. They remain true to their notions, but as a rule the facts do not agree, and thus whichever side would reap an advantage seeks to bring both together through words, by force of notions. But Hegel's reconciliation itself contains the same dishonesty as is present in the censoriousness of which he accuses his fellow countrymen. It is not accidental that his criticism closes with a problematic accommodation. Both the challenge to the existing order and the accommodation to it are disguised by the ambiguity in comprehending what is. This can include that which merely happens to exist as well as what is truly real. Using as a bridge this fundamental ambiguity in the notion of reality 117 as what is. Hegel progressed from estrangement to union, from youth to old age, and from the French Revolution, via Napoleon's rule, to the supremacy of Prussia. Hegel went through the same course of progress in his relationship to the Christian religion as he did in his relationship to the state. The philosophical justification of the doctrines of Christianity is preceded by a criticism of theology and of Christianity which is matched only by Hegel's pupils. A letter written to Schelling in 1795 proclaims an unconcealed joy over the dilemma of Protestant theology, which thinks that it can restrain the passion of dogmatics. What you tell me of the theologico-Kantian, Sidis placid, course of philosophy at Tübingen is not surprising. Orthodoxy stands immovable so long as its profession, bound up with secular advantages, is woven into the totality of the state. This interest is too strong to be given up so quickly. If this bunch reads something which contradicts their convictions, if we would honor their verbiage by calling it this, and the truth, which they perhaps sense, they will say, yes, that's probably true, and then go back to sleep, and the next morning drink coffee and pour it into another's cup as though nothing had happened. Moreover, they will readily accept anything offered them which will help keep them in their routine. But I think it would be interesting to be as annoying as possible to the theologians who fetch the material of criticism for the strengthening of their Gothic temple, to disturb them in their ant-like industry, to make everything difficult for them, to block every retreat until they can find no more and are forced to display their nakedness to the light of day. L1s. Not many years later, Hegel differentiated the spirit of Judaism and of Christianity from that of the Greeks, Romans, and Germans in a way which excludes the possibility of any dialectical mediation. Christianity has destroyed the sacred groves, declared native religious fantasy to be scandalous superstition, and given us in return the fantasy of a people whose climate, whose law, whose culture, whose interest are alien to us, whose history has not the slightest connection with us. A David, a Solomon lie within the imaginative power of our people, but the heroes of our fatherland lie buried in the historical studies of scholars. They are as interested in an Alexander, a Caesar, etc., as in the story of a Charlemagne or Friedrich Barbarossa. With the possible exception of Luther among the Protestants, who could be our heroes, since we have never been a nation? 119. But even the Reformation, that unique event in the his. 169. Story of Genoni with both national and religious significance, no longer lives in the memory of the people, but only in the annual recital of the Augsburg Confession, which bores everyone listening. 120. Thus we have no religious fantasy native to our soil with relevance to our history, and we are completely without political fantasy. Only here and there among the common people traces of a native fantasy remain alive, under the name of superstition, retaining a phantom memory of a hill once haunted by knights, or a house by monks and nuns. Poor, sad remains of an attempt at independence and an attempt at individuality. The entire enlightened class of the nation considers it their duty to stamp all this out completely. 121. Contrast the festivals of Athens, equally religious and political, in which the educated and uneducated could all participate because a year within the walls of Athens was sufficient to become acquainted with the cults, games, and festivals of the polis, with their history and organization. The biblical narratives, on the other hand, simply because of their dogmatic and historical content, of necessity remained alien to the free play of imagination, which operates best in the local context. It was no more possible to make Achaia the fatherland of the Theoistinians than it is to bring Judea near to contemporary Genoni. The gods, altars, sacrifices, and festivals of the Greeks and Romans had no positive meaning, no meaning externally definable and capable of being taught, but they sanctified all of everyday life, while we must force ourselves to read a moralistic meaning into the stories of the Bible, a meaning which usually contradicts our empirical hypotheses. How should the Christian have any occasion to pity the blind heathen? One of the pleasantest sensations of Christians is to compare their own happiness and knowledge with the misery and blindness of the heathens. It is one of the commonplaces whither the spiritual shepherds delight to lead their sheep in the meadow of self-satisfaction and proud humility, to place this happiness directly before their eyes, in which process the blind heathen usually come off a poor second. But we could quickly discover that we might better save our pity by a failure to discover among the Greeks those lacks which characterize our present practical reason, to whose charge much can be laid. 122. But how can we explain the fact that this fantasy religion, rooted in the general life of the polis, could be supplanted by the positive doctrine of Christianity? How could belief cease in gods to whom cities and empires ascribed their origin, to whom the peoples daily offered sacrifice, whose blessing they implored upon all their business, under whose banner alone their enemies were victorious, to whom they gave thanks for their victories, to whom their happiness dedicated their songs and their seriousness, their prayers, whose altars, riches, temples, and statues were the pride of the peoples, the glory of their art, whose worship and festivals were merely the occasion for general rejoicing? How could belief in these gods, woven into the web of human life, with 1,000 threads, be torn loose from its context? How strong must be the counterforce which can overcome that force? The answer which Hegel, as a young man, gave to this question coincides with that given later by Bauer and Nietzsche. The penetration of Christianity can be explained only on the basis of the decadence of the Roman world. Only when the freedom of public life and its virtues collapsed and the Romans led merely private lives, could a religion gain a foothold which had no use for political self-sufficiency and freedom, because it came itself from a people of the utmost depravity. The doctrine of the depravity of human nature was conceived of necessity within the womb of this depraved fragment of mankind, who were even compelled to despise themselves from the moral point of view, although in other respects they considered themselves the favorites of God. On the one hand, it agreed with their experience; on the other, it satisfied their pride by removing their guilt and finding a ground for pride even in the feeling of misery. It made an honor of disgrace, it sanctified and made eternal their incapacity by making a sin of the very possibility of any strength. 126. To Romans fallen from power, who had saved themselves from death through flight, bribery, and mayhem, who had lost all self-respect, a religious attitude must have been welcome which, under the name of passive obedience, converted impotence and dishonor into honor and the highest of virtues. Through which operation these men could look with happy wonder upon the contempt of others and their own feeling of disgrace and see it transformed into pride and glory. And thus we see Saint Ambrose or Saint Anthony, together with a crowd of people whose city is being approached by a herd of barbarians, not hastening to defend it upon the walls, but kneeling in the churches and the streets imploring the divinity to turn aside their terrible misfortune. And why should they have been willing to die fighting? 127. Thus we read, it is a theory which coincides with Bauer's and Nietzsche's thesis of the origin of Christianity from the resentment of a slave morality. Through this reversal of nature, the divinity gained a positivity or objectivity which stands irreconcilably opposed to any living relationship with it. In this manner, through its objective God, this spirit was revealed. Men began to know such an astonishing amount about God, as though many secrets of his nature, in so many formulas, had not been whispered, like other secrets, by one man into the ear of his neighbor, but shouted out to all the world, and children learned them by heart. The spirit of the age was revealed in the objectivity of its God, as he was placed, not in infinity, according to his measure, but into an alien world, in which we have no share, where we cannot settle by our own doing, but can at best beg or charm our way in, as man himself became a not I and his divinity another not I. It was revealed most clearly in the multitude of miracles it produced, which took the place of man's own reason in the realm of decisions and convictions. Worst of all, men fought, murdered, defamed, burned, stole, lied, and deceived, all in the name of this God. In such a period, the divinity must completely have ceased to be something subjective, being transformed completely into an object. The perversion of the maxims of morality follows easily and logically from this theory. 128. The capacity for such objective belief presupposes the loss of freedom and self-determination. Hegel views the legal spirit of Judaism as an extreme case of such a loss. 129. A spirit which Jesus sought to conquer with his religion of love. But even this battle against positivity did not achieve a complete sense of wholeness, however much the living relationship of love had reduced the separation between the spirit and the real. A further development was still necessary in order to achieve a mating between the divine and the human, to guarantee satisfaction to the yearning for this mating, and to make of religion a complete life. 4. All the historical forms of the Christian religion have retained the basic principle of contrast and opposition. Both the union of the mystic with God and the connection of the Catholic and Protestant churches with the course of the secular world have been unable to bring real life and worship into agreement. Between these extremes, found in the contrasting of God and the world, the divine and life, the Christian Church has described the circle backwards and forwards, but it is against its essential nature to find peace in an impersonal living beauty. It is its destiny that church and state, worship and life, piety and virtue, religious and secular activity can never be joined together. 13. It is just this unification which Hegel later considered he had effected in his philosophy of the spirit, whose truth is the whole LSL. After Hegel had turned away from H. Sixelderlin's yearning after the Greek situation of a beautiful harmony between religious and political life, he undertook to build the kingdom of God ls2 philosophically within the existing order of reality and to elevate dogmatic Christianity to the level of philosophical existence, in order to guarantee to the human spirit that sense of belonging in the historical world which he considered the peculiar characteristic of Hellenism. Even in his early writings he considered that the task reserved for our days was a vindication of the treasures which had been squandered on heaven as the property of mankind, at least in theory. But at that time he was still in doubt what age could possibly possess the strength to assert this right and claim possession of these treasures. This doubt, more than justified, fell silent from the moment that Hegel decided upon an understanding with the age, so that what should be surrendered its claim under the rigor of reality. By thus coming to terms with the existing world, even at points where he disagreed with it, Hegel found a way out of the revolutionary criticism of his youth. From this time forward, speculative mediation became the standard of his criticism. And just as he could never have shared Marx's revolutionary determination for a radical transformation, so he would also have rejected Kierkegaard's demand for an existing thinker. For him, this was no problem. He once called thought in an existential context merely having life and opinions, in the old-fashioned manner. He distinguished three types: a few men have life and no opinions, others only opinions and no life, finally, there are some who have both, life and opinions. The last are rarer than the first. As usual, the most common are those in the middle. L34. Having life and opinions in equal measure, Hegel was assured of his superiority both to the extremes and to mediocrity. In contrast, Marx and Kierkegaard went to the utmost extremes in their total alienation from the existing order. But such an alienation between subject and object cannot seek to remain as it is, according to Hegel. By its very nature it is an alienation between what was originally one and seeks to become one again. Man must be able to act as a native in what is other and strange, in order not to be a stranger to himself in the otherness of the world outside. Hegel saw the Greek way of life as the great prototype of such existential indigenousness, even when his bold acknowledgement of what is forbade all yearning for the past. What makes the educated European feel at home among the Greeks is the fact that they made the world their homeland. They did not seek to go above and beyond. They manipulated, transformed, and converted the substantial alien beginnings of their religious and social culture to such an extent that it became essentially their own. And this is just what philosophy is: to be at home with oneself, that man be at home with his spirit, be no stranger to himself. For Marx and Kierkegaard, the world in which Hegel felt at home had become alien. They were above and beyond it, or it was absurd and transcendental, as Goethe had called the spirit of the coming century. Nietzsche especially was no longer at home anywhere, all was transition and destruction. Even in the Greek way of life he could no longer recognize existential indigenousness and plastic meaning, but only tragic pathos and the spirit of the music inspired in him through Wagner's modernism. The philosophy 01 history becomes the desire lore. Eternity. For Nietzsche as philosopher of OUF age and of eternity, one never goes further than not knowing where one is going. Goethe, Maxims, 901. The way which leads from Hegel to Nietzsche is marked by the names of young Germany and of the young Hegelians, who gave Hegel's system historical efficacy by undermining it. On the other hand, Nietzsche's historical efficacy can be judged by the fact that only very recently has an attempt been made to take Nietzsche's apparently disconnected aphorisms and put them together systematically according to a fixed plan. One, in neither case is their effectiveness limited to philosophy as such, it permeates the totality of spiritual and political life. Hegel then, like Nietzsche today, was a password which was not necessarily to be taken literally. Nietzsche's historical place has usually been determined according to his relationship to Schopenhauer and Wagner, without regard for the disparity of their historical locus. Schopenhauer's moralistic evaluation and unhistorical view of the world still have their roots in the Ancien regime, while Wagner's literary fervor derives from the revolutionary Hegelianism of the 40s. Their effect upon Nietzsche is to be differentiated accordingly. That portion of Schopenhauer's thought which gained a positive place in Nietzsche's philosophy derives from natural philosophy, the vision of an eternal recurrence of what is essentially the same in the apparent flux of the historical world. In contrast, Wagner's reformatory plans had their effect upon Nietzsche's temporal will to the future. Nietzsche is related to the revolutionary criticism of the left-wing Hegelians not only through Wagner's relationship to Feuerbach, but also by his own literary attack upon D.F. Strauss, which reaches a logical conclusion with the Antichrist. In his criticism of Christianity, he concurs with B. Bauer, whose criticism of religion developed out of Hegel's philosophy of religion. And so, historically considered, the coincidence that Stirner's book appeared in the year of Nietzsche's birth seems as necessary as the connection between Nietzsche's attempt at a new beginning and the nothing which is reached in Stirner. Nietzsche learned of Kierkegaard through G. Brandes, but it was too late for them to become personally acquainted. Nietzsche seems never to have concerned himself with Marx. A comparison of the two is nevertheless justified, because Nietzsche is the only man, after Marx and Kierkegaard, who made the decline of the bourgeois Christian world the theme of such a fundamental analysis. The antithesis between his theory of recurrence and Kierkegaard's reiteration of Christianity is immediately convincing. The historical connection between Nietzsche's criticism of civilization and Marx's criticism of capitalism is less obvious too, because it is hidden at first by Nietzsche's own bourgeois status 3 and his lack of concern for social and economic questions. Heine must be included among the young Hegelians in the extended sense. Nietzsche thought him so significant a figure that he did not hesitate to name Heine in the same breath as Hegel and himself. For whatever abyss separates Nietzsche's anti-Christian philosophy from Hegel's philosophical theology and his hammer from Hegel's speculation is bridged by Hegel's pupils through a consequent series of revolts against the Christian tradition and bourgeois culture. At the beginning and end of this bridge stand Hegel and Nietzsche. The question is whether beyond Nietzsche there is any practicable path at all. 1. Nietzsche's evaluation of Goethe and Hegel. In agreement with his demand for a decision between antiquity and Christianity, Nietzsche saw in Hegel an insidious theologian and in Goethe an upright hero. But at the same time, he was conscious of the affinity of their spirits and dispositions. Hegel's mode of thought is not far distant from Goethe's. Cf. Goethe on Spinoza. The will to divinize the universe and life, in order to find peace and happiness in observing and investigating them. Hegel seeks reason everywhere. Before reason one may submit and be content. In Goethe, a kind of fatalism, almost joyful and confident, a fatalism which does not rebel, which does not weary, which seeks to form from itself a totality in the belief that deliverance comes only in the totality, where all seems justified and good. 5. To him, Hegel and Goethe, together with Napoleon, constitute a meaningful event for all Europe and an attempt to overcome the 18th century. 6. The first image which Nietzsche had of Goethe was not without critical reservations. These, however, retreated more and more into the background. In the Third Unzeitgemäße Betrachtung, after a description of the 19th century, he puts the question, in such a time of downfall and explosions, who will preserve the image of man? 3 images have determined humanity in the modern era: the man of Rousseau, the man of Goethe, and the man of Schopenhauer. Nietzsche interprets himself in the heroic life of the last. From Rousseau there emerged a popular strength which led to revolutions. Goethe represents a power which is not so menacing, he observes and organizes, but does not lead to revolutionary overthrow. He hates everything violent, all discontinuity, that is, every action. And thus Faust, the liberator of the world, becomes a mere world traveler. All domains of life and nature, all past history, arts, mythologies, all realms of knowledge see the insatiable observer fly past. The deepest craving awakes and is appeased. Even Helen cannot bring him to a halt, and now the moment must come for which his scornful companion has been lying in wait. At some random spot upon earth the flight ends, the whirl ceases, Mephistopheles is at hand. When the German ceases to be Faust, there is no greater danger than that he become a Philistine and fall prey to the devil. Only the powers of heaven can save him. The man of Goethe is the theoretical man at his highest. He keeps alive upon the earth only by assembling for his nourishment everything great and notable, and living upon it, even though it is only a life from one appetite to the next. He is not the active man. Rather, whenever at some point he becomes a part of the existing order of active men, there is one thing certain, that no good will result, in particular, no order will be overthrown. The man of Goethe is a preserving and conciliatory force, just as the man of Rousseau can easily become a Catilinarian one. Similarly, he says in his remarks about Wagner that Goethe was indeed a great learner and scholar, but his widespread network of rivers seems not to bring its forces together to the sea, but to lose at least an equal amount in its twistings and turnings. There is something nobly extravagant in Goethe's nature, while Wagner's, that is, Nietzsche's, course and current might perhaps terrify and frighten off. 8 But later, when Nietzsche himself attained a kind of perfection in Zarathustra, he silenced his previous reservations and acknowledged Goethe's way of life all the more positively. For it was not Goethe's fault that genuine culture lay down upon the Schiller-Goethe foundation as upon a sofa. 9 At the height of his powers, Nietzsche comprehended why Goethe, who wanted to be neither a writer nor a genin by profession, could never achieve the popularity of Schiller, but in spite of his fame remained isolated and was forced to disguise and defend himself from his admirers. 10 He belongs to a higher genre of literature than national literatures belong to. For this reason, his relationship even to his own nation is not that of life, nor of innovation, nor of obsolescence. He lived and continues to live only for the few. For the majority, he is only a fanfare of vanity which is sounded from time to time across the German border. Goethe, not only a great and good man, but a culture, Goethe constitutes for the history of the genins an episode without issue. For example, who could point out anything of Goethe in the German politics of the last 70 years? Albeit there certainly has been a bit of Schiller and perhaps even a little bit of Lessing at work there. 11 Goethe, we read in another passage, wrote over the heads of the Germans, because in every respect he stood far superior to them. How could any people be equal to Goethe's spirituality in well-being and well-wishing? 12. His followers were only a small band of the best educated, experienced by virtue of age, life, and travel. Having outgrown the German nature, he himself would not have it otherwise. Far from idealism, he looked upon this drifting of German civilization in his own way, standing to one side, gently resisting, reserved, fortifying himself more and more upon his own, better course, while the rest of the world thought that the Germans had quietly discovered a corner of heaven, as these very Germans were already beginning to exchange their idealistic civilization for industrial, political, and military undertakings. What exalted Goethe so far above all the lesser spirits was the fact that he not only desired freedom, but was in full possession of it. From the vantage of this attained freedom he could afford to promote what he himself despised and to be an advocate of the whole of life, its illusory truth and its true illusion. In the midst of an age indisposed to realism, Goethe was a convinced realist. He said yes to everything that was congenial to him. He had no greater experience than that ens realissimum called Napoleon. Goethe conceived a man, strong, well-educated, physically skillful, self-possessed, respectful of himself. This man may dare to penetrate himself the entire scope and wealth of nature. He is strong enough for this freedom. He is a man of tolerance, not out of weakness, but out of strength, because he knows how to turn to his own advantage what would be the ruin of the average person's nature. A man to whom nothing is forbidden, except perhaps weakness, whether it be called vice or virtue. Such a free spirit stands in the midst of everything with a joyful and confident fatalism, fin in the belief that only the particular is reprehensible, that, in the context of the whole, everything is redeemed and affirmed. He no longer says no. 14. But, at the same time, this is the formula for Nietzsche's Dionysian attitude toward existence, and, in fact, the last aphorism of the Wille zur Macht seems to come from the same spirit as Goethe's fragment Tiber die Natur. Nevertheless, Nietzsche's will to power is as different from Goethe's nature as the extreme from the moderate, seething power from ordered cosmos, desire from ability, and the destructive violence of attack from well-meaning irony. 15 This difference is especially clear in their attitudes toward Christianity. Once, it is true, Nietzsche remarks that the cross should be seen as Goethe saw it. 16. But he himself saw it differently. He wanted to teach men laughter instead of suffering, and called his laughter holy. Zarathustra mocks Christ's crown of thorns by crowning himself with a crown of roses. 17 These roses have no human or rational relationship to the cross. Zarathustra's rose-wreath crown is purely a polemic contrast to that of the crucified. This perversion is the final end of the symbol of the cross with roses, which derives from Luther. Goethe was not an anti-Christian, and was therefore the more genuine pagan. His God had no need to oppose any other, because by his very positive nature he was disinclined to any such denial. But that his consummation of freedom had no influence upon German civilization is as fatal as it is understandable. The Germans think they only have spirit when they are paradoxical, that is, unrighteous. 18 They may indeed believe in ideas, but they do not observe the phenomena. 19 Therefore, their Weltanschauung is an ideological fantasy. In the 19th century, this lack of pure observation of the world brought to power the pupils of Hegel uninfluenced by Goethe and made them the actual pedagogues of the Germans of the century 20. One such idea taken from Hegel's philosophy was that of evolving or becoming. We Germans are Hegelians, even if there had never been a Hegel, because, in contrast to all the Latins, we instinctively ascribe to evolution a deeper meaning and higher value than we ascribe to what is. 21 The German is by nature an Hegelian in not being content with the immediate aspect of phenomena. He gets behind the appearance, and thinks there is scarcely any justification for the concept of being. In this respect, Nietzsche says, Leibniz and Kant were also Hegelians. More than in the rules of logic, German philosophy puts its faith in credo quia absurdum, with which German logic makes its appearance in the history of Christian doctrine. But even today, 1,000 years later, we Germans of today have an inkling of the truth, of the possibility of truth, behind the famous dialectical principles with which Hegel assisted the German spirit to gain its victory over Europe. Contradiction moves the world. All things are contradictory to themselves, for we are pessimists, even in logic. 22. Nietzsche constructed his own paradox of the eternal return from the self-dissolution of nihilism, thereby consciously leading the logic of contradiction one step further, and once more developing a credo out of the absurdum. 23 Nevertheless, Nietzsche's pessimistic logic is set apart by its radical criticism of Christian morality and theology, which he saw dominating Hegel's philosophy of history. 24 With this insidious theology, Hegel set his own initiative at naught, which consisted in the fact that he was already on the road to including even the negative error and evil in the total nature of being. In conformity with the grandiose attempt which he made to persuade us finally of the divine nature of existence with the aid of our sixth sense, our historical sense, he became the great obstacle preventing a liberation from Christianity and its morality. 25 This philosophical historicism had the most dangerous effect upon German civilization, for it would be terrible and devastating if such a belief in the meaning of history were to lead to an idolization of the actual. If every result contains within itself a rational necessity, if every event is the victory of the idea, then quickly kneel and go down the whole step ladder of results upon your knees. 26. For the future, Hegel made history, as belief in the meaning of history, a substitute for religion. 27. This historicism, which developed out of Hegel's metaphysics of the history of the spirit, became more futuristic than the unhistorical worldview of Goethe, who derived the forms of development and life of mankind from observation of nature. To Nietzsche's relationship to the Hegelianism of the 40s, Nietzsche's starting point, historical philology, from the very beginning gave him a different attitude toward history than Schopenhauer, for whose philosophical view of the world the study of the natural sciences is basic. Nietzsche's final assessment of Hegel, in spite of all his criticism of historical meaning, is not least determined by this opposition to Schopenhauer's unhistorical background. Through his senseless rage against Hegel, Schopenhauer led the entire last generation of Germans to break loose from the context of German culture, which culture has been a loftiness and divinatory acuity of the sense of history. But in this respect Schopenhauer was impoverished, unreceptive, and un-German to the point of genius. At the time Schopenhauer began his work, the sense of history was represented most influentially in German philosophy by Karl Fischer. In regard to the latter's history of recent philosophy, Schopenhauer says, incurably tainted by Hegelism, he constructs the history of philosophy according to his a prioristic models. I, as pessimist, am the necessary antithesis to Leibniz, the optimist. This is derived from the circumstance that Leibniz lived in an age that was full of hope, but I, in an age desperate and wretched, Ergo, had I lived in 1700, I would have been a spotless, optimistic Leibniz, and he would be I, were he alive today. 29. This is the madness wrought by Hegelism, that is, the sense of history grounded in dialectics. And he adds the remark that his pessimism arose between 1814 and 1818, and in the latter year, the year of the appearance of the first volume of Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, was already in its finished state. But the years between 1814 and 1818 had been the most hope-filled period in Germany. As a consequence, Fischer's explanation is nonsense. But this rejection of the sense of history is not contradicted by the fact that Schopenhauer's historical effect began when the genuine intelligentsia had been prepared for it by the failure of the revolution. Feuerbach's letters, A. Herzen's reminiscences, and R. Wagner's autobiography furnish a clear picture of the degree of resignation suddenly provoked by Schopenhauer's success. As early as 1843, Schopenhauer was able to use this connection between his late success and the spirit of the age. He writes to his publisher that the latter should publish a new edition of his work, with the addition of a second volume, so that it might finally attract the public notice it deserved. This is to be hoped, particularly at this time, now that the pretenses of the swaggering heroes of the podium, which have gone on so long, are being unmasked more, and recognized in their futility, while at the same time the need for philosophy is felt more strongly than ever by a sunken religious faith, so that interest in philosophy has become vital and universal, but on the other hand there is nothing to satisfy this need. 30. But this is a propitious moment for a revival of his work. Its coincidence with the completion of his work is providential. With satisfaction, he confirms that even Hegelians like Rosenkranz and the contributors to the Hallesche Jahrbucher cannot avoid acknowledging him. 31. On the other hand, the idea of any connection between his philosophy and Wagner's music was so far from him that he greeted the polemic against Wagner with joy. Dr. Linder has sent me 2 very interesting issues of Echo. In them the Est. Cossack criticizes Wagner very much along the lines of what I have said, and with great justice. Bravo. 32. When, in spite of his negative response to 2 singular documents of admiration from the Zurich Wagner Circle, he received from the master himself, upon wonderful heavy paper, the Ring of the Nibelungs with a dedication, he remarked very laconically, a series of 4 operas he wants to compose someday, probably the real work of art of the future, seems completely fantastic, only read the prologue, we shall see. 33. 17 years later, Nietzsche, together with Wagner, declared himself to be a disciple of Schopenhauer, and dedicated Die Geburt der Tragödie to him as exalted pioneer, a work which in fact derives from the spirit of Wagner's music. It appropriates to itself the Greek reminiscences and ultramodern revolutionary tendencies of Wagner's work Die Kunst und die Revolution, 1849, basically. Even when he declared himself to be anti-Wagner, Nietzsche remained in the power of his opponent, whose superiority consisted not least in the fact that he knew how to direct and an effect. Even Wagner's first musical experience had not been actually musical. The impression he received, as a boy, of Weber's production of Der Freischütz was, not an emperor, not a king, but to stand up and direct like that. To rule an orchestra, to intoxicate the crowd and move them, that was and remained the ambition of his theatrical career. Nietzsche, after he had turned his back on the performer and had seen through the magician with the acuteness of disappointed veneration, called him a commanding artist in an age of the democratic masses. In the introduction to Die Kunst und die Revolution, Wagner cites a passage from Carlyle's description of the French Revolution as the 3rd act of the history of the world. If the second ponion began 1800 years ago, I believe that this will be the 3rd portion. This is the heavenly hellish event, the strangest that has taken place for 1,000 years. For it marks the escape of mankind into anarchy, into the practice of being ungoverned, into an invincible revolt against false rulers and false teachers, what I charitably interpret as a search for true rulers and teachers. This occasion of erupting self-cremation should be noted and examined by all men as the strangest thing that has ever taken place. Centuries of the same still lie ahead of us, several unhappy, sordidly agitated centuries. Before the old has been completely consumed and the new appears in recognizable form. 35. Wagner's summons to a revolution in art found itself in complete agreement with this outcry of the aged Carlyle, and also with the consciousness of crisis of the young Hegelians, which points forward to Nietzsche's epical consciousness of the crisis in the history of nihilism. He then delineates how greatly Feuerbach's writings have enthralled him, particularly the notions of his philosophy of art. At that time he believed that he could see his own anistic man prefigured in Feuerbach's conception of human nature. From this sprang a inane passionate confusion, which revealed itself as an overhastiness and unclarity in the use of philosophic schemata. Only subsequently did this misunderstanding become clear to him. Just as Nietzsche could later say that he had ruined his Dionysian intuitions through formulas taken from Schopenhauer and fashionable modernism by setting his hopes upon Wagner, from whom nothing was to be hoped, so Wagner also regrets that he introduced confusion, with Feuerbach's formulas, into his first essay. In both cases, the subsequent correction confirms the original dependence, that of Wagner upon the revolutionary fervor of the 40s, that of Nietzsche upon that of Wagner. In the foreword to Die Geburt der Tragödie, written in 1886, Nietzsche himself points out that, in spite of its apparent Hellenism, this work is still a work of anti-Hellenism, intoxicating and obscuring as Wagner's music, the confession of an 1830 romantic under the guise of the pessimism of 1850 is self-criticism which contains more truth than the conclusion of the foreword with the laughing, dancing Zarathustra. But while Nietzsche did not test his will to spiritual revolution in any political reality, Wagner took a personal part in this intoxicating drama, first of all in Leipzig in 1830, according to his own report, he joined in, like a madman in the destructions. Similarly, in 1849 he hurled himself, with Rockel and Bakunin, into the current of events in Dresden, which he greeted in writing with Feuerbach Marxian phrases: I desire to dissolve the rule of the one over the other, of the dead over the living, of matter over the spirit, I desire to shatter the power of the mighty, of the law, and of property. Let man's own will be his master, his own desire his only law, his own Suengt his total property, for the free man alone is sacred, and nothing is higher than he. And behold the hosts upon the hills, they lie silent upon their knees. Rapture beams from their ennobled countenance, a brilliant gleam streams from their eye, and with the heaven-shattering cry am a man the millions, the living revolution, man become God, pour down into the valleys and plains and proclaim to the whole world the new evangel of prosperity. 36. In this period, Wagner was politically and spiritually as much a freethinker as Heine. Like Feuerbach's axioms for the philosophy of the future, he wanted to design a work of the future. 37. The future of our educational institutions is the theme of Nietzsche's lectures, in which he penetrated the after-effects of the desperate adolescence of young Genini. 38. Wagner had by far the better sense of reality. He understood the problems of as being the problems of public life, and explained the decline of Greek tragedy with the dissolution of the Greek polis. Similarly, he viewed the spirit of the industrial enterprises of our great cities as being also the nature of modern artistic activity. He depicts the original and broken relationship between art and public life in terms that are taken literally from the Hegelian school. It would be possible to isolate the individual notions which derive from Hegel and Marx. Art arose originally from the self-conscious universality of life. The God of 5% is today the master and organizer of all artistic endeavors. The heroes of the stock exchange dominate the market of modern art, while, in contrast, Greek tragedy was the free expression of a free universality. The tragedies of Aeschylus and Sophocles were the product of Athens. The modern theatre is a blossom in the morass of the modern bourgeoisie. Genuine art of the present must of necessity be revolutionary, because it can only exist at all in opposition to the existing order. Out of its condition of civilized barbarism, true art can rise to its dignity only upon the shoulders of our great social movement. They both have a common goal, and both can attain it only when they recognize it in common. With regard to the epigraph from Carlyle, Wagner, at the conclusion, demands that the revolution in art must be just as radical as the overthrow of paganism by Christianity. Thus Jesus would have shown us that we men are all equal and brothers, but Apollo would have given this great alliance of brothers the seal of strength and beauty. He would have led man from doubts of his own worth to the consciousness of his supreme divine power. So let us erect the altar of the future, in life as in living art, to the two most exalted teachers of mankind, Jesus, who suffered for mankind, and Apollo, who raised them to their joyous dignity. In contrast to Wagner, who immediately translated the Greek god into a pseudo-Germanic god, Nietzsche, as early as Die Geburt der Tragödie, set Dionysus in the place of Christ, and finally exposed Wagner's Christian Germanic hero as a typical instance of German misrepresentation. But originally he had planned to dedicate himself to the service of Wagner as a kind of chief propagandist of Bayreuth. His subsequent attack upon Wagner is comprehensible on the basis of this original admiration for him. Following the impulse of Bayreuth, Nietzsche wrote the first of his Unzeitgemasse Betrachtungen about D. F. Strauss, a criticism of the narrow-minded intellectual, Bildungsphilister, which is already implied in Wagner's work of Art of the Future. This attack is directed against the new belief of Strauss, but, at the same time, it is a considerable step along the road to that liberation which Strauss had himself produced in the general consciousness of the age through his early writings against the old belief. Not even Nietzsche denies his respect for the young Strauss, who was basically a man of strong and profound scholarly and critical character. 39. In Ecce Homo he boasted of having given expression to his own liberation through criticism of the first German freethinker. A critic also understood this to be the point of his work, seeing its task as the production of a kind of crisis and ultimate decision in the problem of atheism. But for this reason, Nietzsche also could feel more antipathy toward the libres penseurs seeking to improve the world, who had not the least notion of this decisive aspect of liberation, than toward their opponents. The difference between the religious atheism of Strauss and the anti-Christianity of Nietzsche is basically the same as Nietzsche pointed out in Wagner's notion of sensuousness. Wagner indeed formulated it after Feuerbach's example, but then readjusted his ideas, ultimately preaching an ecstatic chastity. 40. Nietzsche's atheism also underwent readjustment and finally proclaimed a new faith. What nevertheless distinguishes the two transformations is the fact that Nietzsche never lacked character, as he accused Wagner, in reference to the latter's attitude toward the empire and toward Christianity. Why Wagner could not be unambiguous because his music sought to mean something that it was not in itself. What does Elsa mean? But there is no doubt, Elsa is the unlimited spirit of the people. Throughout his life, Wagner was a commentation on an idea and without logical clarity. Among genins, such clarity is a fault, namely, a lack of profundity. In Nietzsche's view, Hegel's influence is to blame for this. Let us remember that during the period when Hegel and Schelling were seducing people's minds, Wagner was young. That he divined, that he grasped with his hands, what only a German takes seriously. An idea implies something that is obscure, uncertain, ominous. Wagner understood this taste. He invented for himself a style which means infinity. He conceived music as an idea, and became the heir of Hegel. The same kind of person who reveled in Hegel, today revels in Wagner. In his school, they even write like Hegel. The youth of Genini understood him better than any. The two words infinite and meaning were already enough, they somehow gave an incomparable feeling of well-being. Wagner's genius at building castles in the air, his roving, rambling, and roaming through the clouds, his everywhere and nowhere, all are the same as Hegel used in his day to entice and to seduce. 42. Nietzsche had a direct connection with the Hegelian school through his relationship to B. Bauer. In him, we read in the retrospection of Ecce Homo, he had his most attentive reader after his attack upon Strauss. In letters to Taine, Brandes, and Gast, he lauds Bauer as his only reader, indeed as his entire public, besides Wagner, Burckhardt, and G. Keller. 43. Nietzsche knew Bauer's zur Orientierung über die Bismarckische Ära, 1880.44 It is not known whether he was also acquainted with the theological writings of the 40s. The probability cannot be rejected, especially since Overbeck followed, and in part reviewed, Bauer's work in criticism of religion. 45 However this may be, the correspondences between Nietzsche's Antichrist and Bauer's Entdeckung Christentum are so obvious that they at least indicate a subterranean movement in the course of the 19th century, and are no less infonative than the correspondences between Bauer's criticism of Christianity and that in the early theological writings of Hegel. J.46 Stimmer is nowhere mentioned in Nietzsche's writings, but Overbeck's witness proves that Nietzsche knew of him, and not only through Lang's History of Materialism. 47 Stirner has often been compared with Nietzsche, to the point of asserting that Stirner was the intellectual arsenal from which Nietzsche derived his weapons. 48 Others consider Stirner a forger of clichés whose petit bourgeois mediocrity is completely beyond comparison with Nietzsche's aristocratic status. Such evaluations do not touch upon the historical problem. Both can be separated by an entire world and yet belong together through the inner consistency of their radical criticism of Christian humanitarianism. And so it is easy to imagine that Nietzsche was so economical, as Overbeck called it, with his knowledge of Stirner because he was both attracted to and repelled by him, and did not want to be confused with him. Above all, they have in common a consciously epoch-making relationship toward Christianity, from which follows their idea of a surmounting of man. It is no accident that the notion of the Superman makes its first appearance in its particular philosophic sense in the circle of Stirner. 49 The Superman was originally the God-man and Christ-man. 50 After Feuerbach's anthropological use, it changes its meaning. In relationship to the universally human, the Superman becomes on the one hand inhuman, and on the other more than merely human. M. Hess 51 employed the words Superman, Übermensch, and brute, Unmensch, in this sense, applying the former to Bauer and the latter to Stirner. Bauer's thesis, that in the Christian religion man worships brutality as his essential nature, 52 corresponds to Stirner's thesis that so long as Christ is the Superman, man cannot be an I. Therefore, the surmounting of Christianity is identical with man's surmounting of himself. This connection between the God-man Christ, man of Christian anthropology, and the individual's personal I, which is a brute in contrast to the former, corresponds to Nietzsche's no less consistent connection between the death of God and man's surmounting of himself for the goal of the Superman, who vanquishes both God and nothingness. By recognizing the full significance for the humanity of man in the great event of God's death, Nietzsche also saw that for the individual man, possessed of a will, the death of God is a freedom for death. 53. Nietzsche's passing remark that the actual pedagogues of the Germans of the 19th century were the pupils of Hegel, has far more significance than Nietzsche himself could know. 54. The road which leads via the young Hegelians from Hegel to Nietzsche can be characterized most plainly with reference to the idea of the death of God. Hegel based his consummation of Christian philosophy upon the origin of the Christian faith in the death of Christ upon the cross as the truth of ungodliness. 55. Nietzsche used the end of Christianity as the basis for his attempt to overcome the mendacity of millennia through a repetition of the origin of Greek philosophy. For Hegel, the incarnation of God means a once-for-all reconciliation between human and divine nature. For Nietzsche and Bauer, it means that man in his true nature was broken. Hegel elevates the Christian doctrine that God is spirit to the plane of philosophical existence. Nietzsche declares that whoever said that God is spirit took the longest step toward unbelief. 56. A step that can be overcome only through the rebirth of a corporeal God. 3. Nietzsche's attempt to surmount nihilism. That is the new stillness that I learned, its din about me spreads a cloak about my thoughts. If Nietzsche is declared to be the philosopher of our time, the question must be asked what meaning time had for him. 3 things can be stated with reference to his relationship toward time. I, as a European fate, Nietzsche is the first philosopher of our era. 2, as the philosopher of our era, he is equally timely and untimely. 3, as a last admirer of wisdom, he is also a philosopher of eternity. In the last chapter of his last work, Nietzsche explained to the World why he is a fate and a man of destiny. I know my lot. One day a memory shall attach to my name, the memory of a crisis the like of which there never was on earth, of a profound collision of consciences, of a decision demanded against everything that had previously been believed, required, sanctified. I am not a human being, I am dynamite. I oppose as has never been opposed, and am nevertheless the opposite of a negative spirit. With all that, I am of necessity also a man of destiny. For when truth enters the lists against the lie of millennia, we shall have convulsions, a spasm of earthquakes, the like of which has never been dreamed. Then the concept of politics will be completely dissolved in a war between spirits, all authority structures of the old society will be blown into the air one and all, they rest upon a lie, there will be wars the like of which has never existed on earth. From my time forward earth will see great politics. This ecce homo, branded as the fate of Europe, can appear as the megalomania of a diseased mind, but also as prophetic knowledge, as madness, and as profound insight. In his mad insight, Nietzsche, the pensioned professor of philology, became the crucified god Dionysus, who must sacrifice himself to determine the spiritual fate of Europe. But at the same time he had the feeling that he was ultimately only a buffoon of eternities. Conscious of being the first philosopher of his era and something decisive and fateful between two millennia, Nietzsche could also say, his work has time. In 1884 he writes from Venice. My work has time, and I want to avoid at all costs being confused with the task which stands before the present as its assignment. 50 years from now a few perhaps, will have eyes to see what has been done through me. But at the moment it is not only difficult, but completely impossible to speak of me in public without falling far short of the truth. Thus the proper time for Nietzsche's philosophic purpose is not his own, dominated by Wagner and Bismarck. What Nietzsche, the approved discoverer of modernity and prophet of an age-old doctrine, saw was seen by looking far into the future. By looking backwards, Nietzsche foresaw the future appearance of that European nihilism which declares that after the downfall of the Christian belief in God, and thus also of morality, nothing is true, but everything is penitent. What I am telling we read in the foreword of Der Wille zur Macht is the story of the next 2 centuries. I am describing what is coming, what can no longer happen any differently, the rise of nihilism. This story can already be told, necessity itself is here at work. This future speaks already. Through 100 signs, this fate is announced everywhere, to this music of the future all ears are already tuned. Our entire European culture has long been moving with a torture of tension that grows from decade to decade, as though approaching a catastrophe, agitated, violent, precipitate, like a river rushing toward its end, no longer taking thought, afraid to take thought. In contrast, he who speaks here has done nothing previously other than taking thought, as a philosopher and hermit by instinct, who found his profit in apartness, in being an outsider, in patience, in hesitation, as a daredevil and explorer, who has already lost his way in every labyrinth of the future. Who looks back when he tells what is to come, as the first complete nihilist of Europe, who has lived through his own nihilism to its end, who has it behind him, beneath him, beside him. With masterful psychological skill, Nietzsche portrayed this European nihilism in its historical origin and its forms of appearance, in science and art, in philosophy and politics. The result of his 15 years of taking thought was Der Wille zur Macht, conterminous with his theory of eternal recurrence. Nihilism, as such, can have 2 meanings. It can be a symptom of final and complete downfall and aversion to existence, but it can also be a first symptom of recovery and a new will for existence, a nihilism of weakness or of strength. This ambiguity of nihilism as the origin of modernity is also that of Nietzsche himself. The happiness of my existence, perhaps its individuality, lies in its destiny. To put it in the form of a riddle, as my father, I am already dead, as my mother, I still live and grow old. This double descent, from the topmost and bottommost rung on the ladder of life, both decadent and beginning, This if anything explains that neutrality, that freedom from prejudice in regard to the whole problem of life, that perhaps characterizes me. I have a finer sense for signs of inception and downfall than any other man has ever had. In this I am the instructor par excellence, I know both, I am both. Therefore in Zarathustra he left the question open which he really was, a promiser or a fulfiller, a conqueror or an inheritor, a harvest or a plowshare, a sick man or a man recovering, a fabricator or a truth teller, a liberator or a restrainer, because he knew that he was neither the one nor the other, but both together. This ambiguity of Nietzsche's philosophical existence also characterizes his relationship to time. He is of today and yesterday, but also of tomorrow and the next day and time to come. This knowledge of yesterday and of tomorrow enabled him to interpret his present philosophically. As a fragment of the history of Christian posterity, his philosophy is also a fragment of Greek antiquity. Nietzsche is thereby the philosopher, not only of the most recent period, but also of a most ancient period, and hence of an age. 2. Because Nietzsche was untimely in his relationship to his period and to contemporary philosophy, and has remained untimely, he was and is also timely, a philosophic criterion of the period. This is at any rate the way in which he interpreted the timeliness of his untimeliness. The foreword to the second of the Unzeitgemasse Betrachtung closes with the statement that it is only as the pupil of former ages, particularly the Greek, in which Western philosophy has its fountainhead, that he, a child of his own time, could acquire such untimely knowledge. As a classical philologist, he did not know what the purpose of an acquaintance with Greek antiquity could be except this, to work against his time, and thereby upon his time, and so perhaps to the advantage of a future time. In his last Unzeitgemasse Betrachtung of 1888, on Wagner, Nietzsche explained his relationship to his time in more detail. As a surmounting of his time, what does a philosopher demand first and last of himself? To surmount his time in his own person, to become timeless. What gives him his fiercest conflict to withstand? That which makes him a child of his time. Fine. I am as much a child of this time as Wagner, that is, a decadent, only I realized this, only I resisted it. The philosopher in me resisted it. The philosopher overcame in him the mere contemporary of his time, making Nietzsche thereby the philosopher of his time, who passed his test by refusing to be diverted from his primary task by the great political movement of Germany, nor the artistic movement of Wagner, nor the philosophic movement of Schopenhauer. 57 By surveying the rise and fall in the growth of European man, from Aeschylus to Wagner and from Empedocles to himself, in the entirety of historical time, he was able to look deep within his own time also. Unconnected with this untimely conformity to his time which belongs to Nietzsche as the philosopher of his age is the rarticular actuality which he enjoyed in the changing perspective zero his literary successors. If we survey the various modes of actuality gone through by Nietzsche in the course of 40 years in the eyes of P. Gast, of G. D'Annunzio and A. Gide, of R. Panwitz and O. Spengler, of Th. Mann and R. Musil, of G. Ben and R. Thiel 58 we can see a very clear picture of the spiritual problems besetting the period following him. The same mutation is reflected in the philosophic literature on Nietzsche from Real to Simmel and from Bertram to Jaspers. But none of this is any longer timely, if we mean by this that the inclinations of one's own time are the proper standard by which to measure understanding of philosophic goals. In such a case, in conformity with irresistible progress of each vanishing moment, the Nietzsche of the last and most recent period would alone be timely, as interpreted particularly by Klages and Baumler. In his ingenious aversion to will and spirit, Klages divides Nietzsche and declares him to be an orgiastic philosopher of the body and the soul, retaining the Nietzsche of Dionysian philosophy at the expense of the will to power and to nothingness. In his desire for battle, Baumler interprets the Nietzsche of the will to power and to nothingness as an heroic realist and political philosopher, at the expense of the Dionysian philosophy of eternal recurrence. These are but two contrasting varieties of one and the same prejudice in the spirit of a time hostile to the spirit. They are both equally far removed from Nietzsche's entire philosophy of the will to nothingness and to eternity. Even further from Nietzsche's battle against his own and every period is the interpretation which claims he is neither a philosopher of the will to power nor one of eternal recurrence, but that he is a random anthology of statements which happen to be attractive at the moment. Because Nietzsche develops his thought in 1,000 aphorisms and not as a system, one can find in him in particular whatever one wishes, matters startlingly timely and matters amazingly untimely. A few brief examples can illustrate. At the conclusion of Ecce Homo, Nietzsche says that only in him does the war of the spirit become one with great politics, but he also says, at the very beginning of Ecce Homo, that he is the last of the anti-political Germans, and more German than any imperial German of the day. These statements seem to contradict each other, but in reality they comprise one and the same thought. Precisely because Nietzsche represents the idea of great European politics, he can also call himself the last of the anti-political Germans in respect to the contemporary affairs of imperial politics, and say that to understand him at all one must have put behind him all miserable talk of politics and national self-interest. Nietzsche says that war and courage have accomplished more great results in the world than love of one's neighbor, but he also says that the greatest events are not our loudest, but our stillest hours. He attacks the free press spirit of liberalism, but in equal measure all party spirit. The mere idea of belonging to some party, even if it were one's own, arouses his disgust. He criticizes the democratic spirit of bourgeois society, but also, under the title Vom Neuen Geetzen, the new idol, he says that the state is the most callous of monsters, and out of its mouth proceeds the lie, I, the state, am the people. He believes in the necessity of a return to barbarism and the masculinization of Europe, coining for it the phrase blonde beast, but he also characterizes Wagner's heroes as brutes with an ecstatic sensuality, and his Germanics, as obedience and long legs. He speaks in favor of selective racial breeding, but no less against undeserved self-admiration in the madness of anti-Semitic racism. 59 He makes fun of the land of culture and pure knowledge, and sacrifices the cultured individual, but also, as a cultured individual himself, he confirms the general plebeianizing of taste and the growth of barbarism. He demands that those who command should take precedence over those who obey, but at the same time he refuses to be shepherd and dog of a herd, and states that the German servant soul has been idealized in the military virtue of absolute obedience. He talks of the necessity of a ruling caste, but he knows that the trainability of men has grown to monstrous proportions because they have nothing to say to each other. Finally, he develops the will to truth as will to power, but he also says that one must never ask whether the TNLTH will turn out to be advantageous or fatal, and that Der Wille zur Macht is a book exclusively for those who still enjoy thinking, but the Germans of today are no longer thinkers, something else impresses and pleases them. 60 If a man wishes to base a philosophy for our time upon Nietzsche, let him hear Zarathustra, I am a rail by the river, grasp me who can, but I am not your crutch. In order to grasp a philosopher, one must above all grasp his thought, and for this, Nietzsche desired readers who still had time to think. 61.3 Nietzsche's actual thought is a thought system, at the beginning of which stands the death of God, in its midst the ensuing nihilism, and at its end the self-surmounting of nihilism in eternal recurrence. This corresponds to the threefold transformation of the spirit in the first speech of Zarathustra. The thou shalt of the Christian faith is transformed into the liberated spirit of I will. In the dawn of his freedom to be nothing, there takes place the last and most difficult transformation, I will becomes the eternally recurring childlike game of destruction and creation. I will becomes I am, that is, in the totality of being. With this final transformation of the freedom to be nothing into the freely willed necessity of an eternal recurrence of the same, there is fulfilled, for Nietzsche, his temporal fate as an eternal fate. His ego becomes his fate. And Ecce Homo, this accident of existence, is meant to show that one becomes only what one already is, because the highest constellation of being is necessity, in which accident and self-being coincide. Shield of necessity. great constellation of being. That no wish attains, that no defile, eternal yes of being, eternally I am thy yes, for I love thee, zero eternity. Under the shield of necessity, that is, of antique fate, the accident of existence is once more in the totality of being. The importance of eternity to Nietzsche's philosophy, and thus also of the decisive moment in which it shows itself once for all, can be seen in the fact that the third and fourth portions of Zarathustra conclude with a hymn to eternity, and Ecce Homo was intended to conclude with the poem Glory and Eternity. But the problem of eternity, how it comes to mean eternal recurrence, is found in the way by which Nietzsche surmounted time with Humann. It is a way of escape from the history of Christianity. Nietzsche calls it the self-conquest of nihilism, which proceeds from the death of God. Zarathustra is the victor over God and nothingness. On the basis of this essential connection between the prophecy of eternal recurrence and the prophecy of nihilism 62, Nietzsche's theory assumes a double aspect. It is a self-conquest of nihilism in which the victor and the vanquished are one. They are one as the twofold will of Zarathustra, the Dionysian twofold gaze into the world, and the Dionysian twofold world are one will, one gaze, and one world. This unity of nihilism and recurrence derives from the fact that Nietzsche's will to eternity is the converse of his will to nothingness. But how can one continue to will the classical necessity of this and not otherwise with the freedom of will which derives from Christian existence unless through a willing of obligation, which unites both? This superhuman will is twofold in respect to time, because it continues to will what it is obligated to do, because it paradoxically unites the will to the future with the will to the past. The whole problem of Nietzsche's ultimate will is systematically and historically comprehended in this twofold will, which wills against itself. The solution of this problem is the subject of the chapter of Zarathustra entitled Of Redemption, namely, From the Past. Zarathustra sees the surrender of the entire past, in two ways. Some reduce it to a preparatory symptom of their decadent present, and for others, past time comes to a close with grandfather 6G. Neither way can redeem us from the past. To redeem everything in the past and to recreate all it was into a thus I willed it. That would be a redemption. Will, that is the name of the liberator and bearer of joy, so I taught you, my friends. But now learn this in addition, the will itself is still a prisoner. The will liberates, but what is the name of that which fetters the liberator? It was that is the name of the will's gnashing of teeth and solitary affliction. That time does not run backwards, that is its wrath, thus it was that is the name of the stone which it cannot roll away. But because the will which wills the future is incapable of taking revenge on what already is, what has already been willed and done, this life of will and man is will, since no God tells him any longer what he shall do becomes its own guilt and punishment. Existence becomes again and again its own act and guilt, precisely because it is not itself responsible for the accident of its existence, which has always come to be present prior to an act of will, but, as a will which has existence, wills to be responsible and yet is not able to be. And therefore the will becomes unwilling antipathy, rolling stone upon stone against the burden of the existence which has befallen it, until finally madness preaches, all perishes, and therefore all deserves to perish. Resentment over the past time of the deed already done devalues it to the status of something merely transitory, unless the will should finally redeem itself, as in Schopenhauer's metaphysics, and willing becomes unwillingness. In contrast, Zarathustra's creative will says to the stone which is the burden of an existence designing itself in vain, but I willed it so, and will continue to will it through all eternity. But when did he speak thus? And when will it come to pass that the creative will to the future will replace the past? And who taught him to will to return in place of unwillingness, to bring happiness in place of bringing pain? Zarathustra answers this question as the teacher of eternal being. For, in willing the eternal recurrence of time and being, the will itself ceases to be a uniform movement into an endless infinity, and becomes a circle, willing both progress and return. It is this twofold will, which continues always to will what is forced upon it, that is meant by Nietzsche's amor fati. In it the totality of time and being merge in a furor, which has already been, of a being which is still becoming. 66 Thus Zarathustra's soul is the most necessary, plunging joyfully into accident, but it can do this only because all things have their currents and counter-currents, their ebb and flow, in it, as in the highest mode of all that has existence. 61 But that is the very notion of the Dionysian, and its formula is not merely the will to destiny, but to destiny as fate. Subjecting destiny to destiny. 6s. Nietzsche accordingly differentiated his teaching of redemption from the belief of the ancients in a destiny with power over both gods and men, and from the belief of the moderns in the freedom of will. Formerly man believed in soothsayers and astrologers. And therefore it was thought, all is destiny. Thou shouldest because thou must. Then again all soothsayers and astrologers were disbelieved, and therefore it was thought, all is freedom, thou canst because thou willest. 69 In contrast to these alternatives, Nietzsche wished to unite the willing of the individual with the cosmic imperative. But how, in view of the modem freedom to will and to be able, should it be possible to recapture that ancient intimacy with what must be and cannot be otherwise, in order that the fate once written in the stars be transformed into an individual fate through a willing of necessity, so that the individual may finally say, I myself am fate, and have detained existence since eternity, I myself am among the causes of eternal recurrence. For this, must not the new prophecy be itself this unity, first of that written in the stars of heaven, and second of that which comes from nothingness, which is the ultimate truth in the desert of freedom of the individual's ability. Therefore, is not the whole which it proclaims a heavenly nothingness? And does not this linking correspond also to the twofold way by which the twofold will comes to its twofold truth, namely, through a decision and an inspiration, the latter as true as the former? A decision made by the will, which at the utmost extreme of freedom prefers to will nothingness rather than not to will, and an inspiration, in which being inspires what has been thus decided with itself, these together comprise the problematic approach to Nietzsche's twofold truth, which, as a teaching of the self-overcoming of nihilism, is his credo quia absurdum. 70. This alone is truly untimely, because it is a theory of time and being which completely transcends time. No one after Nietzsche reached this extreme point of conversion. The few who still asked after eternity turned to the eternal truths of the Catholic Church, spoke of the eternal in man, became intoxicated with forgotten images of cosmic life, conjured with codes of being. 71 While the majority obeyed the summons of the time, which offered them the racial hardware of a political zoology as a substitute for eternity. Beyond man and time, Nietzsche sought to transcend the whole fact of man together with time, and escape the dereliction of the modern world. Then there happened what he had himself told of the sufferer who bore his ashes to the mount and sought to reach his goal with one leap. It was the body which despaired of the body which groped about the last walls with the fingers of a maddened mind. 72. Another, who did not seek to reach his goal with one leap, but rather glorified the sequence, did not construe eternity as a possibility of life. 73 But saw it present in every moment of his corporeal existence. For this reason, Goethe's phrasing of the question of will and must differed from Nietzsche's. By really living within the totality of all that has being and not transcending himself, he could achieve the insight that the entire circle of apprehension is included in the unification of will and must. Lessing, who had an aversion to restrictions, has one of his characters say, must is forced upon no one. A clever, cheerful man once said, whoever wills gives himself a must. A third, admittedly a learned man, added, whoever understands also will. 74 Namely, what he must. The insight of the thinker corresponded to the experience of his life. When Goethe received the news of the death of his only son, and had to bear double the burden of his old age, he wrote to Zeitter, I have no other concern than to retain my physical equilibrium, everything else follows of itself. The body must, the spirit wills, and whoever sees the necessary course prescribed to the action of his will need not deliberate much. 75. Goethe developed this thought further with reference to Christianity and antiquity. On the occasion of Reformation Day, he writes to Zeiter that the basis and foundation of Lutheranism is the absolute antithesis between law and gospel, and the mediation between these two extremes. If necessity and freedom, with their distance and proximity, are substituted for these words, we see clearly that within this circle everything is contained that can be of interest to man. In the Old and New Testaments, Luther saw the symbol of the great, recurring structure of the world, on that side law, aspiring to love, on this side love, which strives against the law and fulfills it, but not by its own strength and power, but through faith, through exclusive faith in the all-powerful Messiah, proclaimed everywhere 76. From this little bit, one can realize that Lutheranism does not oppose reason when the latter decides to view the Bible as the mirror of the world. Therefore, Goethe's projected rephonation power should begin with the "Thou shalt" of the thunder upon Sinai, and conclude with the resurrection of Christ and the "Thou wilt." Freed from considering the exclusive faith in the dogmatic truth of the Bible, in his essay Shakespeare und Kean and Goethe discussed the same problem of must and will with reference to antiquity. 77 He lists the following antitheses between the old and the new: antique and modem, pagan and Christian, necessity and freedom, should and must. From the lack of coordination between the last two members derive the greatest and most numerous torments which can afflict man. When the consequent dilemma is slight and soluble, it provides the occasion for ridiculous situations; when it is great and insoluble, it begets tragic situations. In the literature of the ancients, the disproportion between what man should do and what he accomplishes is dominant; in that of the moderns, it is the disproportion between what he wills to do and what he accomplishes. What a man should do is imposed upon a man from without; what he wills to do he imposes upon himself. In the one case, all appears to be destiny, in the other freedom. The inescapable imperative, which is only wedded and hastened by counteraction of the will, is incarnate in the ancient law of city and of custom, as well as in the laws of the cosmos. Its goal is the well-being of the whole. Willing, on the contrary, is free and favors the individual. It is the God of the New Age, and here lies the reason why our art and character remain eternally separated from that of classical antiquity. Shakespeare's uniqueness derives from the fact that he combines the old and the new to an extravagant degree, establishing an equilibrium in the individual character between what is demanded and what is willed. Each character in his dramas must, but as a human being, each wills. He succeeds in this unification because he does not cause an immoderate will to spring from within, but has it brought about by an external occasion. It becomes thereby a kind of imperative, and approaches the ancient. In his heroes, Shakespeare combines the old and the new world to our joyous astonishment. And this is the point that we must learn in his school, instead of unduly exalting our romanticism, that is, our modernity. We should attempt to resolve within ourselves that apparently irresolvable antithesis, the more so because a single great artist has already accomplished this miracle. How well Goethe's remarks on Shakespeare can be applied to Goethe himself can be seen from the fact that even a romantic saw Goethe's greatness as his ability to unite what is essentially modern with what is essentially ancient. 78. Schlegel's only error lay in seeing in Goethe the first representative of an entirely new artistic epoch, setting out to approach this goal. In the history of the 19th century, he was rather the last man to feel the difference between ancient and modern, as well as between pagan and Christian, to be a problem demanding a decision. In doing this, Nietzsche was obliged to seek to recover the closed view of the Greek world at the apex of modernity, which is at its wit's end, forcibly to unite his I with fate. In contrast, Goethe's nature realizes antiquity within the area of the modern. Goethe visualized the contrast between the ancient and modern not only in great tragedy, but also in everyday life. Card games, too, may be looked upon as a kind of literature. They, too, consist of these two elements. The form of the game, in combination with chance, takes the place of the imperative, precisely as the ancients knew it under the form of destiny. The will, in combination with the ability of the player, opposes it. In this sense, I would call whist ancient. The form of this game sets limits upon chance, even upon the will. With given partners and opponents, with the cards I happen to have in my hand, I must control a long series of chance events, without being able to escape them. In El Hombre and similar games, the reverse takes place. In the latter case, a great many doors stand open to my will and hazard. I can refuse the cards that I receive, let them be put to various uses, discard them partially or in toto, call upon luck for aid, even reverse the procedure and derive the greatest advantage from the worst cards, and so this son of game bears a thorough resemblance to the modern way of thinking and writing. Such an easy-going reflection is inconceivable in Nietzsche. The spell which fought on his side was, as he knew, the magic of the extreme, the temptation which goes to extremities, 79, but not the more gentle enchantment of equilibrium, which is unpretentious. To the radical, Goethe is a compromise, because the radical contrary to etymology is without roots. The German spirit, whose history we have traced from Hegel to Nietzsche, was measured by a generation taught by Nietzsche according to what Nietzsche wished and what he opposed. Innumerable are the pamphlets, books, and speeches in which the Third Reich was called the fulfillment of Nietzsche. But no one who takes Nietzsche's work seriously, or expounds it, can fail to recognize that Nietzsche is alien both to the national and to the social, just as, on the other hand, the spirit of Bayreuth is related to the instincts of more than Bismarck's Reich. To see the abyss which separates Nietzsche from his latter-day prophets, it suffices to read his writings against Wagner and his remarks on the Jewish question, and the converse question of what is German, without editing or excerpting. But this does not contradict the obvious fact that Nietzsche became a catalyst of the movement, and determined its ideology in a decisive way. The attempt to unburden Nietzsche of this intellectual guilt, or even to claim his support against what he brought about, is just as unfounded as the reverse effort to make him the advocate of a matter over which he sits in judgment. Both crumble before the historical insight that forerunners have ever prepared roads for others which they themselves did not travel. More important than the question whether Nietzsche's historical effect speaks for him or against him is the discrimination of spirits according to their relationship to the period in general. However much Nietzsche sought to make time eternal, he was nevertheless, from his attack upon Strauss to his attack upon Wagner, more of his own time than he desired to be, precisely because his stance toward it was polemical, untimely. As antagonist to Bismarck and Wagner, he moved within the circumference of their will to power, and even his timeliness in the Third Reich rested upon the fact that it was the heir of the Second. Nietzsche was unable to grasp an eternity which is immanent in time. When he glimpsed it for one moment, he was 6,000 feet beyond man and time 8° without his faculties. Goethe's Werther was indeed timely, but Iphigenia and Tasso were not. The more dense and inclusive Goethe's environment became, the more all his relationships to his rhyme were transformed into the concrete generalities of his spiritual gaze. Goethe can never become timely or untimely, because he is forever a pure spring of truth in the relationship of man to himself and to the world. The spirit of the age and the question of eternity. 1. The spirit of the ages becomes the spirit of the age. The phrase spirit of the age, which during the 40s became the watchword of progress, originally had nothing to do with the particular age and its pretended historicity. In Goethe's Faust, the spirit of the ages refers only to the past ages, with the skeptical comment that it is the gentleman's, they are historians, own spirit in which the ages are reflected. From the same period as Goethe's outline for Faust comes Herder's essay on Shakespeare, at the conclusion of which Goethe is named as the friend whose duty it is to translate the genius of Shakespeare, whose world has already passed, into our language and the spirit of the present. Just as each great man philosophizes within the great temper of his time, so every nation must invent its drama afresh according to its own history, according to the spirit of the age, customs, opinions, language, and not imitate the past. Thus, in opposition to a dead tradition, Herder appeals to the individual spirit of the age, the language, or the nation. For the soil of time cannot always produce the same thing in every age. But if, in a time changed for the better or for the worse, a great man should create a drama just as great and original as those of Sophocles or Shakespeare, then, in spite of the changes of the time, he would accomplish the same thing, a representation or historia taken from the great book of world events. Thus the spirit of the age refers to its own particular age, insofar as it means the individual right of the present in contrast to a tradition which is no longer effective. It is not in itself a temporal spirit, it is rather analogously to the spirit of the people or of the language always one and the same spirit of the whole sphere of mankind, which assumes a particular mode of appearance in different ages and among different peoples. The French Revolution, with its destruction of tradition, had an historicizing effect upon the consciousness of its contemporaries. Thenceforth the time of the present, in contrast to the entire past, views itself expressly as belonging to the course of history, looking toward the future. Herder is also a superlative source for observing the way in which the spirit of the age becomes problematic. In the first and second collection of his brief Zur Beförderung der Humanität, 1793, the spirit of the age is presented with an awareness based upon reflection. Typically, this reflection begins with a criticism of the age, that is, a critical distinction between this particular, new age and all the former ones which have preceded it. How does it happen? That, in comparison with the poetry of former times, our poetry has so little to do with public affairs? Is the muse now fallen asleep? Or does she have something else to do, with the result that, not awakened by the spirit of the age, she does not hear the tumult about her, Therefore, Herder seeks to take note of what the divine messenger, time, brings to us, and, following the example of Horace, who lived in an even more critical time, to break the blossoming of the time. Of course, poetry must not seek to involve itself too greatly in the conflicts of the age, for the immediate historical situation will soon be past, but as a voice of the age it follows the spirit of the age, too, and often there moves within it even a prophetic spirit of the ages. Such book and periodical titles as The Spiritual Situation of the Age, Voices of Our Age, The Turn of the Age, and Between the Ages, have their historical genesis in the peculiar consciousness of time produced by the French Revolution. Only since then has the particular age been a final court of appeal. But what exactly is the spirit of the age, so often appealed to and discussed? Is it a tutelary spirit, a daemon? Or perhaps a breath of fashion, the sound of an Aeolian harp? It is thought first one thing, then another. Whence does it come? Whither does it seek to go? Where is its authority? Where its might and its power? Must it rule? Must it serve? Can it be controlled? Can we read about it somewhere? How can we learn to recognize it on the basis of experience? Is it the genius of humanity itself? Or its friend, herald, servant? 3. It permeates all spirits, everyone, whether active or passive, is subordinated to it, it has all power, it sees all, like wisdom in the biblical book of Wisdom, 7:2-2. But only the Reformation, the sciences and arts, liberated it, the art of printing gave it wings. Its mother is abstract philosophy, and its father laborious experiment. It is the totality of historical consequences, it is very ancient, and at the same time ever new. It has gathered from former ages, it gathers from the present age, and it presses forward to future ages. Its power is great, but invisible, the prudent man observes and makes use of it, the imprudent man gives it credence, usually too late, only by virtue of its accomplished effects, for, as the spirit of history, it both dominates and serves man, but those who actually control it are not the many, but the few who dare and suffer much. The fleeting fashion of the age is its counterfeit sister, with whom it occasionally enters into instructive association. A man can become familiar with it best through his own experience and through tales which are written in the spirit of their own particular age. Not least, as the spirit of our age, it is a herald of humanity. Indeed, letters pertaining to the advancement of humanity were the occasion of Herder's reflection upon time and the age. As the spirit of our age, it is the spirit of the age of the universal spirit of a Europe enlightened or in the process of becoming enlightened, the European world spirit, both present and pregnant with future. As spirit, it is an aspiring movement, force, and effect which produces life. As spirit of the ages, it is interwoven with the sequence of historical circumstances, and, as the spirit of our age, it refers to the universal spirit of Christian Europe. This humanity which determines the spirit of the age was still at work during the 40s, but with an essential change. The spirit of the age of which the young Germans and young Hegelians speak no longer has the spiritual outline of Herder's humanity. Instead, apart from any particular content, it is a temporal movement of progress per se. Under the influence of Hegel's equation of philosophy with the thought of history, the spirit of the ages is transformed into the spirit of the age in the narrow sense of the word. The major components of this change of meaning must be examined. In Hegel's early theological writings, that is, even before 1800, the revolution through which Christianity conquered the pagan world is included in the realm of spirits, 5 on the grounds that it was begotten by the spirit of the age. This great transformation in the spirit of the age became the historical model for the epoch-making consciousness of the 19th century. Nevertheless, for Hegel himself, this talk of the spirit of the age does not mean a reduction to temporal terms of the spirit as such. In spite of all a prioristic schematization, this was brought about only through Fichte's lectures on the characteristics of the present age, 1804-05. It achieved popularity through Arndt's Geisterzeit, 1805, in which loathing for the present takes refuge in the spirit of the past and prophecy of what is to come. This work, together with Fichte's lectures, marks the beginning of that chain of historical criticism which extends to Marx and Kierkegaard, and further to Wagner and Nietzsche. Nevertheless, even for Fichte the spirit of the age is still basically an eternal spirit, and thus by no means temporally determined. But because Fichte saw his own age completely dominated by sinfulness, and undertook his criticism from this point of view, he was forced to set up a distinction within one and the same chronological period. Within the same period, various ages can intersect. Not all contemporaries of a particular age are a product of the actual character of the age. 6. Fichte makes the claim that his own observations on the present age are not a mere product of the age, but are raised above the ages and are beyond all time. But are they not then a meaningless dream set in a meaningless time, without significance for true and real time? But what is real time in contrast to the meaningless time of mere amusement? A thing falls within true and real time when it becomes a principle, a necessary basis and source of new manifestations of time which have never before existed. Only then is it a truly living life, begetting of itself other life. 7. Thus the criterion for Fichte's criticism of the present age is the significance of the life of the present for the future. At the conclusion of his lectures, he believes that in the renewal of religious life he can recognize the true movement of the present toward the future. From Fichte, the phrase spirit of the age enters the Romantics' criticism of their period. Finally, among the writers of the 30s and 40s, it becomes a universal slogan. In the midst of the radical changes taking place between ages, all events are referred more and more consciously to the spirit of the epoch, and the feeling of an epoch-making turning point between two ages grows. Thus the final age as such becomes the destiny of the spirit. 8. This is what lends all talk of the spirit of the age that contemporary note which adheres to it even today. It is characteristic, writes the author of Epigonen 9, that we speak always of the age, of our age. But where does it begin, and what is so special about it? In Immermann's work, Munchausen, the lyre, in whom the Lord God enclosed all the winds of the age, incorporates the universal spirit of his age, the reverse side of which is the expectation of a new age. But even in Immermann there still lives Hegel's consciousness that beneath the dazzling surface of the age there pulses an eternal world spirit which is only waiting to break through the shell in order to achieve present existence. The spirit of the age, incarnate in Munchausen, is not the spirit of eternity, which in silent abysses carries on its secret work, but rather a silly clown whom the cunning old man Hegel's craftiness of reason has sent up among the disorderly mob. This ambiguous sense of time, which separates the present into temporal and eternal components, as surface and depth, was lost in the young Hegelians, together with the conservative aspect of Immermann's revolutionary criticism of the age. Their attitude toward time is made fast unambiguously to the two poles of a radical criticism of the existing order and a preparation for the future, which is not only hoped for and awaited, but actively willed. The spirit of the present age is given a progressive interpretation which looks to the future, as the spirit of the true direction of the age and thus of the spirit. Theoretical criticism and practical change transform the constant planning, which Immermann sees as a characteristic of the age, into theoretically grounded action. In the forward movement of the age, history, as progress, is elevated to the status of ultimate arbiter even of the spirit of Hegelian metaphysics is consistently made temporal. Together with this conscious emphasis on time, there arise the substitutes for eternity which characterize the century of the spirit's final realization. Immermann composed chiliastic sonnets reminiscent of the Christian expectation of the millennium. Their language sounds like an anticipation of George's poetry, and they also have an inner connection with George's proclamation of a new kingdom. Weary with bearing the yoke of the age and sick of contempt, he addresses the future king, about whose throne there weaves a wreath of arabesques, as the greatest individuals have desired. I gaze into our night and see the star which gives the future ages their direction. When beauties see its beauteous reflection they turn their thoughts to where their rulers are. Its day will come. But still that day is far. Before it all the present day's collection of fables shows its foolish imperfection. Tomorrow's seed is planted by that star. This future ruler in the fullness of time will not be a hero surrounded by war, neither will he be a prophet who will enslave man through the power of his word. He does not preach, nor does he teach mankind a prayer, not to the eyes he gives, and not to the ears. He is an incarnate God and a magnificent human being. The appreciation accorded to Immermann posthumously by Engelsl shows how much even the radicals considered him a spokesman of his age. Engel's description of the memorabilian and epigonen comes to the conclusion that Immermann recognized the historical demands of the age, and that he himself should be reckoned among the moderns, but that his Prussian sympathies, to an extent, closed his mind to the course of history. He concludes his essay with a reference to the youthful nature of the new age, whose touchstone is the new philosophy. In contrast to the youth of 25 years ago, as depicted by Immermann, the youth of today has gone through the school of Hegel. Many a seed within the system has sprouted and grown magnificently, and so the battle for the realization of freedom must be continued. In Marx, the chiliasm of the epigonen and the passion for freedom of the young Hegelians is transformed into the political eschatology of the Communist Manifesto. At the end of the dialectic of capitalism stands the totality of collective man, exercising control over production. But even this state of affairs is still a realm of poverty and need, only beyond it do we find the true realm of freedom. 12 The kingdom of God upon earth, as Hegel early called the goal of his work. 13. Kierkegaard's Christian reaction derived from the same epoch-making consciousness. Time, whose affliction is transitoriness, stands in need of something absolutely secure, for the more a man thinks he can do without the eternal, the more he ultimately needs it. 14. In contrast to the artificial apings of eternity within transitory life, in his religious discourses Kierkegaard preaches the expectation of an eternal salvation and the unchangeableness of God. 15. If man, who is subject to constant change, approaches this thought with complete seriousness, he will be plunged into anxiety and despair, but also given peace and blessedness. For man's effort to be himself despite an eternal changelessness is in vain. The time which is decisive for man is not eternity itself, but the moment, in which time and eternity touch. 16 This is the actual time of decision, because in it time, which hastens uniformly past, divides into the dimensions of future, past, and present. But if time is to be so differentiated, the moment must not be an atom of time, but rather an instant of eternity. Time as such has no real present, it exists only in the moment, as the salient point of decision. The Greeks could have no idea of this meaning of the moment, as more than something evanescent. 17 Only Christianity, with its consciousness of sinfulness, could also produce the consciousness of transitoriness and eternity. From the Christian point of view, the moment is the reflection of eternity in time, its first attempt to bring time to a halt. Here begins the history of the spiritual existence of the self. It was a moment in the strictest sense for Kierkegaard when he attacked the Church and confronted his time with the question whether it was ready to admit the seriousness of eternity. But historically viewed, his attack upon the existing order of Christendom had deeper roots in the spirit of the age and greater consequences for the future than his attempt to make time come to a halt before God. And thus it is no chance coincidence, but is rather a natural consequence, that Heidegger drew purely secular conclusions from Kierkegaard's Protestant Christianity, blunting the point of his paradox. Out of Kierkegaard's sickness unto death, he retains only the death and eliminates the despair. Thus despair arising from being in the world I9 becomes the self-assertion of existence, Dasein, and death becomes the highest authority of being which rests upon itself. Together with this delimitation of temporal existence, time itself is brought to a stop by means of death. As the only certain and a priori secure point, death becomes the actual nunc-stans of finite existence, so that time, when examined from the point of view of death, itself acquires the appearance of eternity and permanence. The expectation of future nothingness as the only certain future of the being of the individual transforms Christian eschatology into its opposite, the death of this theory of being, no longer Christian and yet still somehow Christian, is the last judgment of existence within the world, which it knows not why must be, simply by being there, de sen, being there, existence. As the always presupposed goal, death takes over the role of eternity in an existence which is resolutely fixed upon everything and nothing. What Goethe calls the all too fleeting, and Hegel a sandbar of transitoriness is in Heidegger's finite metaphysics of finitude the rock on which eternity runs aground. This philosophy of transitoriness not only has a theological background, it is in its very substance a theology without God, having sprung from Christianity in a double sense. For this reason it was acutely aware of the ancient relationship of being to time as perpetual present or presens 23. But eternity as perpetual present is not only the basic Greek concept of time, beheld in heaven, but also that of Hegel and Goethe. To time and history for Hegel and Goethe the present as eternity. Fortunately your talent is directed towards the tone, that is, towards the moment. Now, since a consistent sequence of moments is itself always a kind of eternity, it has been granted to you always to be constant in the midst of everything transitory. You satisfy thereby both me and Hegel's spirit, insofar as I understand it. Goethe's last letter to Zither, March 11, 1832. Hegel's first analysis of time. 24. Is a paraphrase of Aristotle's discussion of time. In harmony with the Greek view of time, Hegel also describes it as the now, aiv. The now has an enormous right, because only the present truly is, in contrast to what is already past and what does not yet exist. The individual, finite now is nevertheless only a point in time which stands opposed to the infinite whole of time, which is an eternal circle. In the dialectical movement of time, in which the future becomes the 208 past, while the present, always passing, presses onward to the future, the different aspects of time are reduced to a perpetual present, which comprehends within itself both past and future. The true present is the eternity which is immanent in time. Only the present is, before and after are not. The concrete present is the outcome of the past, and is pregnant with the future. The true present is thus eternity. 25. The important thing is, therefore, in the outward form of what is temporal and transitory to recognize the substance which is immanent and the eternal that is present. 26. Hic rhodus, hic saltus. Care for the future, on the contrary, vanishes in the ether of the absolutely free consciousness. And because the truth of Cronus, who begets all and destroys what he begets, is the eternal present, and Hegel does not measure time by what is finite and transitory, the notion is the power of time, and time is not the power of the notion. The totality of the stream of time is not itself in the temporal process, a moment of the process can be forced into it, but never the totality of time, which is beyond process. In the infinite duration of eternity, the limitation of what is transitory to a portion of time is suspended, that is, elevated, preserved, and abetted. What is true of time also characterizes the spirit of the history of the world. It is simply present. It is not already past, nor is it yet to come, it is completely now. The spirit has within itself all the stages of the past. The way the spirit lives in history is to be a cyclic recurrence of various stages. When we are dealing with the idea of the spirit and see all of world history merely as its manifestation, then we are dealing only with what is present, no matter how great the past through which we wander. Philosophy deals with what is present, what is real. 29. According to Hegel, the spirit's relationship to time consists simply in the fact that it must expound itself in time as well as space, not in any innate temporal quality of the spirit, arising from time and falling into its power. 30. This concept of time was already surrendered by Hegel's pupils. At odds with their own time and the existing order of reality, they constructed their present according to the pattern of the future. In Hegel's speculation, they no longer saw philosophic theory, but only an apostasy from historical practice. The question of eternity is left to a theology which has seen its day, and philosophy is made over to the consciousness of the age. The relationship between the spirit and time is decided unambiguously in favor of time. Motives similar to those of the young Hegelians led Heidegger, also, in his criticism of the Hegelian analysis of time. 31 to eliminate eternity as being of no consequence and to ascribe all importance to historical existence as such, limited absolutely by death. The reflection of death in finite existence is the moment. When judged on this basis, Hegel's now seems to be nothing more than an accidentally present point in the continuum of time, far removed from any existential understanding of time as it grows ripe. Heidegger attempts to explain Hegel's vulgar understanding of time as arising historically from the eruption of classical ontology, which measures time in terms of space and world time. On the other hand, it can be seen that the concept of time claimed by Heidegger as being primitive has its primitive home in the Christian evaluation of the saeculum or world time, even though Heidegger himself only hints at this origin of his concept of time in passing. 32 Leaving this historical substance of existential ontology in the background. Thus he can say that it is in vain to seek to explain the ecstatic phenomenon of the moment and the priority of the future on the basis of the flattened now and accidentally present, vorhanden, present. But the question remains whether an analysis of time oriented according to Kierkegaard's moment, which reduces the present to a time merely accidentally present, contains a truer understanding of time than Hegel, who, still following Aristotle, comprehended the totality of time, and, as a philosopher, was free of anxiety over his own ability to be whole. Only if Hegel had sought to be momentarily for his own time could one say that he had leveled the now and accommodated world time. 34. The true crux in Hegel's analysis of time is not that he thought of eternity, but that in spite of his study of Aristotle's physics he no longer saw it as it was primitively seen by the Greeks, in the circling constellations of the heavens and the real ether, but rather ascribed it to a spirit, in the notion of which the Greek and Christian traditions are inextricably entangled. As philosopher of the Christian Germanic world, Hegel understood the spirit as will and freedom. For this reason, the relationship of the spirit to time, which he views in the Greek fashion as an everlasting present and recurrent cycle, remains in fact a contradiction and a riddle, solved only by Hegel's pupils in favor of freedom of the will, for which the future is primary. But even for Hegel the liberation of the spirit effected by the eruption of Christianity was the absolutely critical point in the history of the spirit. In Hegel's philosophy, this historical moment in the growth of the Christian spirit is considered one with the eternal present of the Greek view of the world. Goethe at the level of words, Goethe's view of time is identical with Hegel's concept, but the way by which Goethe arrived at the view that the eternal is immanent in time is as different from the way in which Hegel arrived at the same idea as Goethe's sense of nature is different from Hegel's intellectual speculation. In innumerable passages Goethe sings the praises of the present and the moment, not the violently decisive moment, but rather the moment in which eternity appears of its own accord. Nothing should be anticipated, nothing regretted. Once, when a toast was proposed to reminiscence, he declared vehemently that he did not approve a reminiscence. Whatever we experience of any importance must enter at once into our inner self and live within us eternally, shaping our lives. Man must learn to appreciate the present and the condition of the moment, because every condition, indeed every moment, is infinitely valuable. It is the representative of eternity as a whole. 35. The archetype of a perpetual present was for Goethe the being of nature, whose generation and passing revealed itself to him as a metamorphosis of something ever constant. Morphology in particular taught him to see the eternal in the transitory. Hegel's description of spirit is true of Goethe's nature: everything is always present in it. It knows no past and future. The present is its eternity. 36. Nature is always Jehovah, what it is, what it was, and what it will be. In poetic perfection there unfold from the same thoughts three poems from Gott und die Welt. The eternal makes advance in all, for all to nothingness must fall. If it persists in standing still, ends the poem eins und alles. Nothing to nothingness can fall. The eternal makes advance in all, and therefore live your life in joy, begins das Vermächtnis. Nor time, nor power can ever mutilate a form which life continues to create, we read in your word. This view of the totality of time is true not only for God and the world, but also for the life of man. Here, too, the present is all. All love refers to the present. Something that is pleasing to me in the present, appears to my mind's eye when absent, awakes the desire for its renewed presence. The fulfillment of this wish is accompanied by a lively enjoyment, the continuation of this joy by a pleasure which is always the same. This is what we actually love. And it follows that we can love whatever can come into our presence. To say the final word, the love of what is divine is always striving to realize in the present that which is highest. As such, an exalted realization of man in the totality of the world is expressed by the poem which is called The Present and concludes with eternity. Not only the present, in which eternity resides, but also the fleeting moment is infinitely valuable. Even the value of the past depends upon the seriousness with which the present moment is encountered, whereby what is transitory is preserved for the future. For this reason Goethe commended diaries of all sorts. All the same we value the present too little, discard most things in order to be free of them. A daily review of what has been achieved and experienced has the effect of making a man aware of his activity and contented with it. It leads to conscientiousness. What is virtue except what is truly suitable for every occasion? In such a daily diary, errors and mistakes come to light of their own accord. The illumination of the past profits the future. We learn to value the moment when we treat it at once as an historical moment. 41. It is also a kind of eternity when man gives to moments, as they vanish away, the logical order of a series, thus remaining constant in the face of what is transitory. With the desire to unite his view of eternity in time with the Christian, Goethe wrote to Countess Stahlberg, after he had recovered from a deadly sickness: to live long means to outlive many things, men whom we have loved, hated, ignored, kingdoms, capitals, even forests and trees which we sowed and planted in our youths. We outlive ourselves, and are completely thankful if only a few gifts of body and spirit are left to us. We can take pleasure in all this that is transitory if only the eternal is present with us in every moment. The transitoriness of time causes us no suffering. 42. A supreme moment in which eternity resides is also the final word of Faust as he dies. In this conviction Goethe considered himself at one with Hegel, as his last letter to Zitter shows. Nevertheless, Goethe's sense of nature rejected the belief in the reasonableness of history, which teaches that the eternal presence of what is revealed primarily in the history of the world and as spirit. The deeper reason for his antipathy toward the world of history lay in his insight that Christianity had effected a separation between the natural world and the idea. The ideal was merely religious. Christian. 43. Their evaluations of the historical world. accordingly diverge. Hegel holds to the idea of world history as an emanation of the spirit, whose absolute nature is grounded upon Christianity. Goethe views the course of the world as an emanation of nature, which is itself reason. Their attitudes toward history reveal the difference between their apparently identical conceptions of time. B. Hegel's philosophy of history and Goethe's view of the course of the world. Etymologically, Geschichte, history, story, event, means the same as Geschehen, happening, event. In Greek, historian means to inquire after something or to investigate something, and by report and description to give information about what has been inquired after and investigated. The two basic meanings of Geschichte and history have been covered over and assimilated by many secondary meanings. 44. The meaning of history has traveled so far from its original meaning that among modern historians reflection upon the history of historicism has almost replaced the investigation of events. The first historians of the West did not study the rise of historicism, they were explorers, with their eyes and ears open, and told us in exemplary fashion what they had seen themselves and learned through others. What is meant by world history since Hegel's time is as remote and abstract as this original meaning of historia is concrete and natural. Ever since Hegel, world history, in contrast to historia, seems to be precisely what one has not seen and experienced, inquired after and investigated for himself. And yet the events of each single day, everyday history, show us on a small scale something of world history on a large scale. Before any universal history, the daily papers transmit every day the events of the world. Our own time in particular can flatter itself that it is daily experiencing world history on a grand scale. But together with world history as a whole, which passes us all by without regard, there is also another kind of event, which attracts less attention but, for all that, is none the less real, the unpretentious events in the course of man's daily life, and the uniform events of the course of the natural world. A trivial example may clarify: the front page of every newspaper contains a large-scale report of world history as a whole. A few pages later, the reader finds stories reported which are small, less remote from everyday life, such as news of the social life of the city. And finally, in a corner, stands the daily weather report. Anyone who has not become dulled through habitual reading of the paper will have to ask the following question: what have these three spheres of life in common, large-scale world history, the small events of daily life, and nature, whose course is neither trivial nor imposing? The simple fact that man must live in the midst of nature, his environment, and world history, determines the way philosophy must approach the events of the world. Hegel delivered his lecture on the philosophy of history in the years 1822-23 and 1830-3. The introduction explains the principle of his study, the unfolding of the spirit, and also of freedom, in stages. The spirit, which, as world spirit dominates history, is negative vis-a-vis nature, that is, progress in the unfolding of the spirit toward freedom is progress in liberation from subjection to nature. In Hegel's philosophy, therefore, nature as such has no independent positive significance. It is not the ground of the history of the world, but only its geographical terrain. The natural relation of land and sea, the configuration of the coasts, of the mountains and plains, the course of rivers and the form of mountains, rain and drought, hot, cold, and temperate climate. It is true that all of these have an influence upon the historical life of man, but it is never absolutely determinative. To the natural type of a particular locale, there corresponds the type and character of the people living there, because the spirit displays itself in time and space. Hegel frequently developed these correspondences between the world of nature and the world of the spirit in great detail. 45. In principle, nevertheless, nature was for him merely the natural arena of the spiritual events of the world. For Goethe, nature is the key for understanding these events. Furthermore, the everyday life of mankind is without substantial significance for Hegel's idea of world history. It is true that every individual has a value which is independent of the tumult of world history, and the interests and passions which dominate the small circles of human life are the same as in the great theater of the world. But world history moves upon a higher plane than that of everyday life, whose ethical criteria do not obtain for political events. Of course, it can happen that a single individual who personally opposes the historical progress of a universal idea stands on a higher moral level than one who commits a crime which serves as a means to the end of historical order. But in such conflicts, both parties stand within the same circle, namely, the universal course of events, and it is ultimately absurd to make moral demands of historical actions and oppose politics with morality. 46 The absolute right of the world spirit transcends all particular rights. Within the movement which involves the world as a whole, individuals are only means to the end of this whole. Therefore, for Hegel the only really valuable individuals are those who are historic, who bring to fruition the great universal purposes of world history by representing a national spirit and an idea destined to dominate. For example, Hegel considered Napoleon such an individual. When the latter arrived in Jena in 1806, Hegel wrote in a letter, "I saw the emperor, that soul of worldwide significance, riding on parade through the city. It is indeed a wonderful sensation to see such an individual, who here, concentrated at one point, sitting upon a horse, encompasses the world and rules it." Even Napoleon's downfall only corroborates this historical view. In 1816, Hegel writes to Nietzsche, "The more universal affairs of the world, give me most occasion for more universal observations, which the individual and proximate, however interesting, only remove from my mind. I am convinced that the world spirit has given our age the command to advance. Such a command must be obeyed. This state marches forward irresistibly, like the closed ranks of an armored phalanx, with a motion as imperceptible as that of the sun, through thick and thin. Innumerable light armed troops of both sides surround the flanks, most of whom have no idea what the battle is about, their heads are battered as by an invisible hand. No deception can bring about delay, it can reach as far as the shoelaces of this colossus, and smear a bit of polish or of mud on them, but cannot undo them, much less take off his divine shoes with the elastic solace, or even the 7-league boots, once they have been put on. The safest, inwardly and outwardly, course is probably to keep the giants advancing always in sight. In this way one can hold one's ground, and edify the entire company of zealots by helping spread pitch to snag the shoes of the giant, amusing oneself the while by giving an assist to the solemn confusion. The reaction against Napoleon was well described by the Jacobins, La Vérité and La Repoussante, on l'Embrasse. It stands within the same sphere as that against which it reacts, and ultimately puts its seal upon the events it presumed it detested the most. As far as the fuss of the personal ants, fleas, and bugs is concerned, the kindly Creator meant it only for jests, sarcasms, and malicious spawn, without having any appreciable effect upon the proportion of good or evil. Hegel has a lofty conception of world history as a history of national spirits, states, and historic individuals who carry out the notion of their age. For Goethe, too, Napoleon was a compendium of the world, but because he did not systematize on the basis of an idea, but rather lived by intuition, he saw in Napoleon not only a mere agent of the world spirit, but an inconceivable phenomenon, a demigod, a completely extraordinary man who emerged from the abyss. If the principle behind the events of the world is neither nature nor the everyday life of man, but rather idea and spirit, then it must be asked upon what Hegel bases this ideological history of the world, and in what relationship it stands to the immediate experience and intuition of real life. The basic phenomenon of historical life is change, the perpetual succession of nations, states, and individuals, of birth and death, of vigor and decay, initiating and destroying. The noblest and the basest, actions of heroism and outrages, nothing remains constant. And in all this process we recognize something of ourselves, human activity and suffering. The self-seeking of individual men, together with that of entire states and empires, is the most potent influence. Immense labors turn to dust, and the smallest events produce the greatest historical consequences. Periods of energetic freedom and abundant wealth alternate with periods of miserable dependence and wretched poverty. An unprejudiced view of this play of human passions and sufferings, irrationality and violence, provides neither a basic idea nor a rational goal in the history of the world. It is a confused heap of rubble and a shambles upon which the fortune of peoples, states, and individuals is sacrificed. It is just this immediate view of history which makes Hegel ask why, for what purpose, this all takes place. Hegel believes that, as a Christian philosopher, he can answer this question by secularizing the Christian doctrine of providence and converting the salvation story of Christianity into a secular theodicy, for which the divine spirit is immanent in the world, the state is an earthly god, and all history is divine. In contrast to historical empiricism and emotional reflection upon it, the task of the philosophy of history is to discover the principle which permeates all change. By using the eye of the notion to obtain a rational view of the world, it recognizes the rational content of world history, although not in every individual, accidental existence, but in the world as a whole. According to Hegel, the rational principle of the world consists in its perpetual progress in consciousness of freedom, knowing that freedom is producing a world here. Hegel's philosophy of history traced this process consistently from the Oriental world through the Greco-Roman world to the Christian Germanic world. At the end stands the liberation effected in Europe by the French Revolution. This metaphysical historicism of the Hegelian system replaces the vanished doctrine of providence of the Christian religion. Even today, as faith in the meaning of history, this historicism is the religion of the educated, whose skepticism is not vigorous enough to live entirely without faith. It is the cheapest sort of substitute. For what is cheaper than the faith that over the long course of history everything that has ever happened, with all its consequences, must have a meaning and a purpose? Even those who know nothing of Hegel continue to think today in the Hegelian spirit, to the extent that they share his admiration for the power of history, using world history to disregard the demands and miseries of the day. Only such an honest thinker as Burckhardt was free of the fascination which Hegel exerted on his successors. The actual pupils of Hegel converted his metaphysics of history into an absolute historicism, that is, they retained merely this historical aspect of the absoluteness of the spirit which unfolds historically, and made the events of the age into the supreme power over even philosophy and the spirit. The historical idea of an age or the genuine spirit of the age is exalted by Ruge to the position of a supreme master which is right in every case. For he concludes from Hegel 47, the spirit is real only in the world process which is brought about by the actions of men. For Hegel's pupils, the historical spirit or the self-consciousness of the age is the criterion of what is true and what is false, because only history in the course of time reveals what is the truth of the age, through its success. But if everything falls to history, the history of the world and of the spirit is in principle full of promise, for its principle is progress toward the future, which is the essence of time. Thus the young Hegelians transform Hegel's retrospective and reminiscent historicism into an historical futurism. They desire to be more than the consequence of history, they want themselves to be epoch-making and thus historic. As a result of the political reaction to the events of the 40s, this active historicism of the young Hegelians died down, and from Heim to Dilthey, historicism was content to water down Hegel's metaphysics of the history of the spirit into a spiritual history. Without metaphysics. But the fascist revolution which emerged in Italy and Germany after the First World War led to a revitalization of the activistic historicism of the 40s. Those who were historically educated felt it at first to be only negative, an anti-historicism 48. But already in Nietzsche it was revealed as a will to the future, and only for this reason was it so critical of historical culture. As was the case a century previously, the desire is to be consciously historical, to engage in more than antiquarian retrospection. What leading statesmen do and preach today is done with the desire and awareness of being a priori historic. Men think in tens of centuries and millennia. Not a week passes without someone delivering an historic speech, that is, a speech which in contrast to a commemorative speech commemorates the future, because it is assumed that only the centuries to come will appreciate what we do today. The future is trusted to give historical right and historical justification to the actions and events of the present. Man is convinced that history is the last judgment. Even in this perverted use of the word historic can be heard the solemnity given it by Hegel. When man engages in extravagant historicism, it makes no real difference whether he is retrospective or expectant, tired of the past or greedy for the future. However extravagant Hegel's systematization of history as progress in consciousness of freedom appears in light of its immediate, empirical aspect, the reason it could become so popular lies in its own kernel, from which the Christian theological hull can be stripped off. The outline of the Hegelian system consists in its measuring the course of history according to temporal progress, that is, on the basis of the final stage, it argues backwards to those preceding as necessarily leading to it. This orientation toward an historical sequence presupposes that the only valid aspect of world history is that which has many consequences, that the sequence of world events should be evaluated according to the rational principle of its success. But success is not only the highest court of appeal for Hegel's historical theory, it is also a constant measure of everyday life, where the assumption is likewise made that the success of something proves its superior right to that which is unsuccessful. Thus the popular kernel of Hegel's speculation lies in the universal conviction that only what is successful is proven right. Through Darwin's theory of evolution, in the 19th century this belief also received an apparent support in the realm of nature. Under the influence of economic competition, Darwin discovered the law of natural selection, according to which the higher species of animals arise through the survival, in the struggle for existence, of the finest over the less fit. Hegel's philosophy of history and Darwin's biological theory 49 both started from what is empirically successful, and argued backwards to the supposed necessity and inner right of its appearance. Their admiration of historical and biological forces led to an idolization of whatever force happened to be victorious. LSO whatever, on the other hand, vanished from the memory of history because it was destroyed or remained unsuccessful, was, according to Hegel's formula, an unjustified existence LSL. Success, says a German proverb, crowns the master. Success, says Nietzsche, with equal right, has always been the greatest of liars. 1s2 success is in fact an indispensable criterion of human life, but it proves everything and nothing, everything, because in world history as in everyday life only that which is successful remains, and nothing, because even the greatest popular success proves nothing of the inner worth and true historical greatness of what has actually been successful. LSA things wretched and stupid, baseness and madness, have often had the greatest success. It is quite remarkable when a victorious power proclaims the fame and honor of those it has conquered and not merely the ostensible right of its own successful power. Never has an historical power come to be without violence, injustices, and offenses, but for good or ill, offended mankind accustoms itself to every change, while world history gathers great treasures at our expense. 54. Whoever has really experienced a slice of world history, rather than merely knowing it through hearsay, speeches, books, and newspapers, will have to come to the conclusion that Hegel's philosophy of Historyless 5 is a pseudo-theological schematization of history arranged according to the idea of progress toward an eschatological fulfillment at the end of time. It does not correspond at all to visible reality. The true passion of world history does not reside only in the sonorous and imposing quantities with which it deals, but also in the silent suffering it brings upon men. If there is anything in world history to be admired, it is the power, the patience, and stubbornness with which it continues to recreate mankind after all losses, destructions, and injuries. The way in which Goethe looked at history is far removed from Hegel's schematization, not because Goethe was a poet, and Hegel a thinker, but rather because Goethe's pure human disposition was as open to nature and the everyday life of man as to the great events of the world. Through his position at the court at Weimar, he experienced world history at much closer proximity than did Hegel. The historical events with which Goethe came in contact were the coronation of Emperor Joseph II in Frankfurt, 1764, the 7 Years' War, 1756–63, The death of Frederick the Great, 1786, the outbreak of the French Revolution, 1789, the German campaign in France, 1792, the Battle of Jena and the end of the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation, 1806, the Assembly of Princes at Erfurt and the parley with Napoleon, I 808, the burning of Moscow, 1812, the Prussian Wars of Independence, 1813-14, Napoleon's downfall, 1815, L/Tolternika's ascendancy, and finally the Paris, July Revolution, 1830. I have the great advantage of having been born at a time when great events were the order of the day, which continued throughout my long life, so that I was a living witness of the 7 Years' War, next the separation of America from England, then the French Revolution, and finally the whole Napoleonic era until the downfall of its hero and the subsequent events. I have arrived thereby at quite different conclusions and insights than will be possible for all those who are now being born, who must appropriate those great happenings through books which do not understand them. 56. That historical event with which Goethe not only came in contact, but against which he was forced to direct his entire life, was the French Revolution, to whose outbreak he was all the more sensitive for having just returned from Italy in order to settle at Weimar. Only a few passages in his works and letters betray the degree to which this historic cataclysm of the existing order upset his inner peace through its perceptible effect upon human conditions. You can well imagine that the French Revolution was also a revolution for me. For the rest, I am studying the ancients, and following their example as well as may be done in Thuringia, we read in a letter to F. H. Jacobi. In the midst of dissolution he clung to his studies as to a spar in a shipwreck, and tried to master this most terrible of all occurrences through literature, with an effort which he called boundless. When I look back over the many years, I see clearly how dependence on this immense object so long devoured my poetic ability to almost no result, and yet it made such an impression upon me that I cannot deny, when I still think of continuing Die Natur like Tochter, this remarkable production takes shape in my thoughts, even though I do not have the courage to give myself over to working it up in detail. L.I. 40 years later, looking back over what he had accomplished, Goethe distinguishes himself from the younger generation by the criterion of this event, so decisive did he feel that historical discontinuity in the thoughts and affairs of men. L.I. None of his revolutionary dramas was successful, but only his description of the campaign in France. One sentence is usually quoted from this classic representation of a period of war, a sentence which sounds very Hegelian. It refers to the bombardment of Valmy. A new epoch of world history begins at this place today, and you can say that you were there. But the proper meaning of this sentence can be understood only in the context of what follows, which shifts the historical accent to the entirety of real and banal everyday life. In these moments, when no one had nothing to eat, I claimed a bite of bread from what had been acquired earlier today, Funhanor, of the wine, which yesterday had flowed so freely, enough was left to fill a brandy bottle. 60. In another passage, where Goethe returns once more to his statement, he continues in the same fashion, but this is the way man lives, especially in war, he is satisfied with what is unavoidable, and tries to fill the intervals between danger, deprivation, and dismay with pleasure and amusement. The same was true here. The oboists of Thaddon played Ira and the Marseillaise, while one bottle of champagne after another was drained. 61. These two remarks are much more characteristic of the mood, tone, and content of the description than the isolated historical statement. The persuasive truth of Goethe's account rests upon the complete fairness with which he depicts soldiers and civilians, peasants and nobles, revolutionaries and emigrants, friends and enemies, leaders and followers, excitement and boredom, exhaustion and fatigue, hunger and thirst. He describes the entire course of the real life of men in the midst of war's confusion in the proper mixture. He neither glorifies the story in monumental terms nor trivializes it critically. He views it without prejudice, as a phenomenon. The prejudice to which world history as a whole can seduce us consists in viewing this history in the abstract, without the realities of human life and real situations, as though it were a world in itself without relevance to people that act and are acted upon within it. Goethe was not guilty of such philosophic abstraction. He does not construct national spirits as incarnations of absolute principles, but rather tells quite graphically how he felt the desire to eat in that historic moment of the bombardment of Valmy. After Goethe's return from Bohemia, when the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation came to an end, he confesses that at that moment he was more disturbed by a quarrel between his attendant and his coachman than by that imponent, but vague and distant, event. Similarly, he confesses in a letter to Zitter that the Jeremiads of the world, after Napoleon's victory in the Battle of Jena, seemed to be mere empty clichés, although they were occasioned by great evils. When someone bewails what he and his surroundings have suffered, what he has lost and is afraid of losing, this I hear with sympathy, am glad to talk of it, and glad to give comfort. But when men lament some great thing that is supposed to be lost, which no man in Germany has set eyes on once in his life, much less worried about, then I must conceal my impatience in order not to be impolite or appear as an egoist. 62. A short while before the battle, when Goethe's friends were enthusiastic and could think of nothing but war songs, Wieland asked him why he was so quiet. Goethe replied that he had also composed a war song, which, to the unwilling amazement of the others, he recited, Vanitas. 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 63. During Napoleon's campaign in Russia, he wrote to C.F. von Reinhard, "The world is larger and smaller than is thought. Whoever moves, touches the world, and whoever remains still, is touched by it. For this reason we must always be ready to touch or to be touched. That Moscow has been burned does not matter to me. History will have its story to tell in the future. Delhi was destroyed only after conquest, but it was the conquest of the conquerors. Moscow is destroyed after conquest, but it is that of the conquered. Were I a speaker, it would provide me with much amusement to develop such an antithesis. But now when we come back to ourselves, when in such an immense, enormous misfortune you have lost brothers and sisters and I have lost friends, who were close to my heart, then of course we feel the times we live in, and how serious we must be if we are to be gay after our fonder fashion. 64. The statement about Moscow may seem cynical, but cynicism is usually only the grosser manifestation of a truth, which in this case is the fact that world history loses all true meaning when we do not come back from it to ourselves and what is nearest to us. But where Goethe views world history in its own power, disregarding man, it does not appear to him as reason, but as a phenomenon of nature. In 1802, on the occasion of reading an historico-political work, he wrote to Schiller, "Taken as a whole, it presents the frightful aspect of brooks and streams which, by natural necessity, rush together out of many heights and through many valleys, until finally they bring about the overflowing of a great river and a flood, in which all are destroyed, those who saw it coming as well as those who were unsuspecting. In all this monstrous experience there is nothing to see but nature, nothing of what we philosophers would be so happy to call freedom. We shall wait and see whether Bonaparte's personality will amuse us further with this glorious and dominating appearance." 65. But even Napoleon was looked upon by Goethe not as a step towards freedom, but as a natural phenomenon at war not only with princes and peoples, but also with the very elements, eliminating everything standing in the way of his great plan. At every moment he is pursuing his purpose. Whatever stands in his way is cut down and removed, even if it were his own son. Other princes and great men give themselves over to numerous aversions and diversions. He loves everything that can serve his purpose, however much it is at variance with his individual mood. He is like a good conductor who, while everyone has his favorite instrument which he prefers, knows how to make use of them all in his orchestra without love and without hate. Therefore, the end result is the same, and an individual has no advantage, whether he is loved or hated by him. He certainly has no love for the Duke of Weimar, and yet this does not disadvantage the latter. Similarly, those whom he loves derive equally little advantage from the fact. He lives at all time within an idea, within a purpose, within a plan, and one must beware coming in its way, because on this point he shows no indulgence. In short, Goethe let it be known that Napoleon directed the world according to the same laws by which Goethe directed the theatre. He admired Napoleon's enormous understanding of the world and his more than human will, which clearly and decisively subordinated everything to his political purpose. For him, Napoleon was the incarnation of the two great powers through which everything of consequence and permanence in the world comes to pass, force and consequence. Consequence, the consistent pursuit of a goal, represents for Goethe in the realm of human caprice what universal reason is for Hegel. J.67 But consequence, unyielding, strict consequence, can be applied even by the most insignificant, and will seldom fail of its purpose, since its silent power grows without ceasing over the course of time. Where I cannot act with consequence, cannot exert continuous influence, it is advisable not to seek to act at all. To do so would be only to disturb the natural evolutionary course of things, which brings medicine for its own wounds, without being able to guarantee its taking a more favorable course. Force, nevertheless, easily becomes unpopular, incites counteraction, and is actually given only to a few favored individuals. 68. He knew that absolute activity, of whatever sort, must lead to bankruptcy, while flexibility coupled with a firm will conquers in the end over mere violence. Freedom is never gained by mere desiring. Who would have all, must be o'er all the master. His victory teaches strife to those aspiring, his cunning makes the others' cunning vaster, thus force and treachery arise untiring, the world at rest is pregnant with disaster. The birth pangs make humanity aghast, threatening each day as though it were the last. 60. But the human sum and final truth of world history is shown as much in peace as in war, because the human condition as such remains constant throughout all change. In the provocative conversation which Goethe had with the historian Leyden, he says, and even if you were able to study and examine all the sources, what would you find? Nothing else than a great truth which has long been known, for whose confirmation one does not have far to look. Ninth truth that men have been miserable in all lands and in all ages. Men have always been troubled and worried, they have tortured and martyred each other, they have made their brief lives bitter for themselves and for others, and have been unable either to see or to enjoy the beauty of the world and the sweetness of existence which the world offers them. Only a few have been comfortable and happy. The majority, having experienced life for a while, would rather leave the scene than begin over again. That which gave or gives them still some hold on life was and is only fear of death. Thus it is today, thus it has always been, thus it will probably always be. That is simply the lot of man. What further evidence do we need? 70. When Leyden replied that the life of individual men is not the historical life of peoples and nations, Goethe answered, it is the same with nations as with individuals. Nations consist of individuals. They, too, come to life like individuals, behave as strangely, though for a somewhat longer time, and likewise die either a violent death or a death brought about by old age and fragility. The total misery and total woe of individuals is the misery and woe of nations. 71. It is extremely characteristic that Goethe did not owe this unusual humanitarianism of his historical view, which was more rigorous than sympathetic, to any study of the history of the spirit, but rather to his study of nature, which he felt to be true, solid, and orderly in every phenomenon. His familiarity with plants and bones, with stones and colors, developed in him the patience and attentiveness which does not construct systems and does not gain knowledge by force, but rather allows phenomena to reveal their own secrets, letting them speak for themselves. It is not a mere escape from politics and world events, but rather an essential portion of Goethe's positive nature, when in the midst of the French Revolution he occupies himself with the metamorphosis of plants, during the campaign in France, with the phenomena of color, and during the July Revolution, with morphology, and when he was more concerned with the scientific dispute between Cuvier and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire than the political cataclysm. 72 In nature he recognized a law of change such as cannot be demonstrated in the course of world history, for this reason he saw his primary phenomena in nature rather than in history. While Hegel had a spiritual conception of history, in agreement with Christian theology, which was his point of departure, and saw in nature only the otherness of the idea, Goethe saw reason and ideas in nature as such, and found in it an approach to the understanding of man and of history. Without my studies in the natural sciences, I should never have come to know men as they are. In no other realm can one so easily observe pure intuition and thought, the errors of the senses as well as of the mind, weaknesses and strengths of character. Elsewhere, everything is more or less flexible and insecure, and can be more or less controlled, but nature has no sense of humor. It is always true, always serious, always rigorous, always right, and mistakes and errors are always on the part of man. It scorns the inadequate, surrendering itself and revealing its secrets only to the man who is prepared, honest, and pure. 73. Kanzler M. Tiller once expressed astonishment when a pupil of Hegel left jurisprudence for the study of the natural sciences. Goethe answered laconically, from his study of law, he could gain nothing more than insight into the wretched condition of man, therefore he turned to nature. 74. We read again, for almost a century now the humanities have no longer influenced the minds of the men engaged in them. It is a real piece of good fortune that nature has intervened, drawn the essence of the humanities to itself, and opened to us the way to true humanism from its own side. 75. Following this road from nature, which is both individual and orderly, to the realm of human caprice, Goethe clung to his scientific insight into the law of change. In all that lives, there takes place a constant alteration of forms, a metamorphosis of what remains the same. When one views the doings and activities of men over the course of millennia, a few universal formulas can be recognized, which have always exerted a magical power over entire nations as well as individuals. These formulas, eternally recurring, eternally the same under 1,000 various embellishments, are the secret gift to life of a higher power. Each man translates these formulas into his own peculiar language, accommodates them in a variety of ways to his own restricted circumstances, and, in the process, often adulterates them so that their original meaning can scarcely be recognized. But again and again this meaning reappears unexpectedly, now among this people, now among that, and the alert investigator can put together out of such formulas a kind of alphabet of the world spirit. 76 Goethe did not decree this alphabet of the world spirit as a principle of the spiritual world, but rather observed it in the primary phenomena of the natural world and tested it in the realm of history, to the extent that it could be tested. For he knew that the action and counteraction of men, which comprise the history of the world, are to an extent incommensurable with the notion, because law and chance may work at cross purposes, while Hegel was forced to eliminate chance in order to maintain his philosophico-theological schematization. Goethe saw the foundation for such an explanation in the historian's ability to derive an advantage from the uncertainty which is present in everything historical. 77 In spite of the limitless scope of all historical activity, one can observe in it a universal law. As a totality, the history of the world moves in cycles which rise like a spiral, as the past recurs with analogous situations. The circle of man's course is definite enough, notwithstanding the standstill brought about by barbarism. It has gone through its cycle more than once. Even if a spiral movement is ascribed to it, it still returns again and again to the region through which it has already passed. In this way, all true views and all errors are repeated. Burckhardt's view of world history was formed according to Goethe's view of the events of the world. For this reason, he is the only modern historian to see it as it is. But in comparison to Goethe, even Burckhardt remained an Hegelian, because he did not view nature immediately, but rather through the mediation of art, and presupposed the distinction between nature and spirit, between study of nature and study of history, which had been made a commonplace by Hegel, Ranke, and Droysen. All historical realms of learning which deal with the spirit suffer from this discontinuity between nature and spirit. 79 Which originates with Descartes. Therefore, Goethe's bitter struggle against the natural science of Newton is in agreement with his ironic attitude, which reached the level of satire, toward the current official historical disciplines. It was not the result of mere antipathy, but rather of the firm conviction that world history, viewed purely historically, is the most absurd thing under the sun. 81 A tissue of nonsense for the higher thinker. 82. The work of the historian is not only unseen, thankless, and dangerous. 83 It is a mishmash of error and violence, a refuse can and junk pile, at best a government project. What history transmits is, like any newspaper story, a distortion of the truth, composed of wishful thinking and tendentiousness, special pleading and stupidity, cowardice and lies. How much does even the best historical study give us of the real life of a people, and how much of this little bit is true, and how much of what is true is inane? 84 In our own time, two paths have been taken to escape this historical skepticism. In their effect, they both belong together, and both avoid Goethe's insight into the seriousness of the problem of historical epistemology. Some have rejected in advance any knowledge of historical truth by diverting their poetic enthusiasm to heroes, transforming world events into a myth or a legend. 85. Others have made a virtue of necessity by stiffening their subjective standpoint into a dogma, and their distaste of objective knowledge into the will to decide and judge. In contrast to these modern escapes from the difficulties of historical knowledge, Goethe insisted that physical and ethical phenomena be studied as purely as possible, that is, as they are. Consequently, Goethe's oft-quoted statement about the rewriting of history had a very different meaning for Goethe than that usually read into it. This phrase about rewriting history comes from Goethe, but he himself uses it as something someone has said. The passage in question, from one of his letters, refers to Sartorius' historical study of the rule of the Ostrogoths in Italy. In context, it reads, "Someone has said that world history must from time to time be rewritten. When has there been an epoch that made this as necessary as does the present one? You have provided a superb example of how it should be done. The hatred of the Romans for the victor, even when he was kindly, presumption upon outmoded privileges, the desire for a different state of affairs without having anything better in view, irrational hopes, haphazard undertakings, alliances with no prospect of benefit, and whatever else is the unhappy retinue of such times. You have described all that magnificently, proving to us that such things really happened in those days." 86. Thus for Goethe the rewriting of the past by no means had the now current sense of a self-assertion of the present, on the contrary, it meant a justification of the past. It describes everything just as it really took place in those days. This claim to historical objectivity is only apparently contradicted by the circumstance that Goethe's agreement with Sartorius' description of a time long past contains a tacit reference to his own time, since Goethe, thinking of the victors and vanquished of a former age, was also thinking in his letter of 181 of the supine reaction of the Germans to Napoleon's rule. The experiences of the present epoch, which necessitate the rewriting, do not influence it, but rather make possible for the first time a proper understanding of what took place then, for what is taking place now reminds us of what has taken place before. History repeats certain basic forms of human destiny with 1,000 various embellishments, and it must therefore be rewritten from time to time, because it is only under analogous circumstances that the fantasies, wishes, hopes, and undertakings of past ages can appear as they really were. Goethe's concrete mode of thought was so far from any polemic attitude toward objective knowledge of historical truth in favor of an evaluating subjectivity that he discarded the writing of history precisely at the point where it seemed to him to be dishonest, because it was subjectively based. Even more clearly than in the letter to Sartorius, Goethe expressed his views on the rewriting of history in his History of Color Theory. At the conclusion of the third section that world history must be rewritten from time to time is not doubted in our day. But such a necessity does not arise because much of what took place has been discovered only later, but because new points of view are given, because he who lives in time which goes forward is brought to new vantage points from which the past can be surveyed and evaluated in a new manner. The same is true for the sciences. In particular, the 18th century, which might be called self-satisfied, should be re-examined in this light, because it did many an injustice to the preceding ages. Skepticism and debunking led to the same result in this century, an arrogant self-sufficiency, a rejection of everything that cannot be taken in at a glance, and a suspicious lack of forbearance for daring but unsuccessful efforts. Goethe accuses the historians of the 18th century of a lack of thoroughness and fairness in their evaluation of other people and other ages. For this reason he thought it necessary to submit the works of this period to a rewriting. Goethe's sense of justice resists the exorcism of the Enlightenment, which banished the spirit together with the ghosts, but by no means as was the case with the exorcists of rewriting historical and human justice toward other men and ages. 87. It was Nietzsche's questioning of the value of truth in general, and the usefulness of historical truth in particular, which gave to the phrase writing history that activistic meaning which transforms it into an easy justification for every arbitrary reordering of the past. Only with the utmost power of the present may you interpret the past, only through the most powerful exertion of your noblest traits will you discover what in the past is great and worthy of being known and of being preserved. 88 said Nietzsche. But this is not a claim for any self-righteous superiority of the present as such. Instead, it replaces an objectivity which has become dubious, because it is equally tolerant of everything, with a higher objectivity, namely, justice, which judges. 89. Nietzsche's followers strayed far from this sense of justice. Feeling themselves to be architects of the future, they thought they were automatically possessed of those noblest traits without which the message of the past cannot be deciphered. They thought they could hold up an empty scholarship and an outworn culture through indisputable evaluations, through response, reorganization, revolution, and existential decision. Genin history from Charlemagne to Bismarck, the history of Christianity, the history of philosophy, art, and literature, all were rewritten, that is, told in a way they had never been, but which responded to the historical self-consciousness of the 20th century. The same Goethe who described so bitterly and sarcastically the inadequacies of historical study, himself opened new and progressive ways in the realm of history. In the historical portion of his theory of color, he provided a standard for the treatment of spiritual history by discussing a series of scientific discoveries and concealments with reference to the character and way of thought of human beings, but not abstractly as a history of mere ideas and opinions. For he understood the actual history of realms of knowledge as the conflict of the individual with immediate experience and mediated tradition, because in the last analysis it is the individual who can open himself to a more inclusive nature and a more inclusive tradition. 91. In addition, his sketch of Winckelmann shows marvelously how even art can be treated historically from the standpoint of man, and particularly in Dichtung und die Wahrheit, he showed how an individual man caught in the action and counteraction of his historical environment develops into a man whose life is of significance for the entire world. Let vanish all the fleeting mystery. In vain you search for counsel there. For virtue lies within past history, enshrined in deeds beyond compare. And thus what lives in perpetuity gains power from what comes after it, reflection source of continuity, alone brings man eternal benefit. This is the question's sole solution which seeks our other fatherland, what's constant in our earthly constitution fulfills eternity's demand. These verses contain whatever historical sense Goethe had. But in his old age, after finishing the Wanderjahr, and 40 years after the French Revolution, he looked back upon all that had taken place, and was forced to conclude that, as a result of the cataclysm of the existing order, the younger generation was incapable of producing a life work which of itself would endure and have a lasting effect. He writes to Zeiter, I must now attempt to see, day by day and hour by hour, what remains to be done in order to assist the healthy growth of what has been begun and give it practical security. There are many excellent young people, but the idiots all want to begin at the beginning, independently, without help, ineffectually, and work to do justice to what is unattainable. I look upon this course of events since 1789 and know what could have been accomplished if someone had intervened out of unmixed motives, and everyone had not tried to hold on to a peculium of his own. It is fitting now, in 1829, that I have a clear vision of the future, perhaps stated publicly, but even if I succeed, it won't help. For what is true is simple and gives men little to do, what is false gives plenty of opportunity for wasting time and strength. 92. It is easy to miss seeing that what is true, to the extent that it has made itself heard in Germany during the past century, can be seen in Goethe and not in more recent figures. It is usually not understood that the exception to the ordinary is not what is conspicuous by excess and deficiency, but what is completely normal. In Goethe's house at Weimar, his existence in time made itself visible and palpable in space. At a seemly distance from it there stands the Nietzsche Archives, to which a pretentious hall was added, somehow appropriate to the early style of Zarathustra. It is intended to promote the expansion of the Nietzsche movement, the growth of Zarathustra's way of life, and the somehow related creative forces of young Germany. 93 The Nietzsche Hall of the Third Reich is Nietzsche's Bayreuth, by which Wagner took revenge on Nietzsche. The other Germany, older in years, can be seen in the ordinary house of Goethe. 94. Part 2. Studies in the History of the Bourgeois Christian World. The problem of bourgeois society. This man cares for himself and for his family. And at the same time he also labors for the common good. On the one hand he is called bourgeois, on the other, citoyen. Townsman and citizen of the nation, the one as much a formal townsman as the other. Hegel. Rousseau's writings contain the first and clearest statement of the human problem of bourgeois society. It consists in the fact that man, in bourgeois society, is not a unified whole. On the one hand, he is a private individual, and on the other, a citizen of the state, for bourgeois society has a problematic relationship to the state. Ever since Rousseau, the incongruity between them has been a fundamental problem of all modern theories of the state and society. The totalitarian states of the present day are an attempt to answer Rousseau's question, how can man, who is by nature himself something entire, be brought into conformity with the completely different entirety of the Société politique? A true conformity between the two seems impossible, and therefore, in the education of an individual, the decision must be made whether to bring up an homme or a citoyen, a human person or a citizen of the state. Celui qui dans l'ordre civil veut conserver la primauté des sentiments de la nature ne s'y il veut. Toujours en contradiction avec lui-même, toujours hautant entre ses penchants et ses devoirs, il ne sera jamais ni homme ni citoyen, il ne sera bon ni pour lui ni pour les autres. Ce sera un de ces hommes de nos jours, un franc-ois, un anglais, un bourgeois, ce ne sera rien. Thus the human problem of our days is the fact that the modern bourgeois is neither a citizen in the sense of the ancient polis, nor a whole man. He is two things in one person, on the one hand, he belongs to himself, and on the other, to the ordre civil. The Christian origin of this distinction is made plain by Rousseau's appeal to the untainted nature of man in the Christian conception of paradise, and the fall. Emile begins with the distinction between the way man was when he left the hands of the Creator of all things and what has become of him ever since he left this original order and entered society. 1 Rousseau, Bourgeois and Citoyen. Le patriotisme et l'humanité sont deux vertus incompatibles. Lettre de la Montaigne. In the Contrat social, Rousseau demands an alienation totale de chaque associé avec tous ses droits à toute la communauté, a complete renunciation of the individual on behalf of the community, the prototype of which is the ancient polis. But in his Confessions, the same Rousseau acknowledges his individual personal identity after the fashion of Augustine. This contrast between the Christian and classic tradition is characteristic of all European culture. It is expressed in Rousseau by the either-or of Christian, humanite, and classical, patriotisme. We see it in the contrast, characteristic of the modern bourgeois, between homme and citoyen. The first and second discours 2, 175 and 1754, are both a criticism of modern civilization, but are completely opposite in respect to their positive goals. The first treatise gives us the picture of a complete and unified citizenry, after the example of Spartan and Roman patriotism. The second describes a golden age, analogous to the Christian myth of paradise. The one glorifies the true citoyen, the other, the original homme. These are the two archetypes of a non-bourgeois mankind. The first attempt at a resolution of this antinomy is contained in the Discours sur l'économie. But even here the rights of man are not identical with the duties of the citizen. The possibility of harmonizing them is the problem of the Contrat social and Emile, 1762. For this harmonization to be possible, the private will of all individuals, volonté tout, must be identical with the common will of the whole, volonté générale, i.e., which is something other than a mere will of the majority. But at the same time the volonté générale must be identical with conscience divine, the religious conscience of the individual. Finally, the unity of the political community with the Christian religion, and of patriotism with humanitarianism, is to be guaranteed by a religion civil. 3. The rigor with which Rousseau develops the antinomy from the very outset compels him to seek a solution at the very point where the problem arises, in the relationship between the state and religion. In the Contrat social, he argues as follows: for initially, every political order justifies itself by religion, and each religion is for its part restricted to the state within whose boundaries its cultus is observed. The destiny of the state stands and falls with that of its gods. This relationship of Hanani was altered with the entrance of Christianity into the ancient world. It separated religion from politics and proclaimed a heavenly kingdom above all earthly dominion. And ever since Christianity itself became political in the form of the Roman Catholic Church, Europe has been living in a schism between state and church, empire and papacy. The man who belongs to a Christian church cannot be a full and complete citizen of the state, for his religious conscience opposes his political conscience. Rousseau accordingly distinguishes two kinds of religion: first, the religion of man, which has no national boundaries and no particular form of worship and corresponds to Emile's confession of faith, and second, the national polytheistic state religions. He judges Catholicism to be a compromise between both, while the religion of man is said to be true Protestantism. The attitude taken by the state toward religion depends on its usefulness, that of the individual man depends on its truth. The result is that the universal religion of man is true but useless, and the particular heathen state religions are useful but not true. Rousseau attempts to reconcile this opposition in a religion civil. In the dogmatic sense, it is neither the religion of Christian revelation nor a heathen state religion, but the religion of the citizen as man or man as citizen. Yet even here, Rousseau's reconcilement is only apparent. At one moment he supports the religion of mankind which transcends all national peculiarities, and in the next, the most exclusive nationalistic education and national religion. The religion civil which is intended to combine the advantages of both remains a mere program and compromise. When Rousseau was attacked for his attitude Théonite and compelled to defend his postulat in the Lettres de la Montagne, he was bound to come to grief. Le patriotisme et l'humanité sont deux vertus incompatibles dans leur énergie et surtout chez un peuple entier. Whoever wants both attains neither the one nor the other. Similarly, he finally despairs of any possibility of conformité between the volonté générale and public power. He compares the resolution of this question to the squaring of the circle, and calls it the éblème de la politique dans la constitution de l'État. In his drafts of constitutions for Corsica and Poland, Rousseau addresses himself once more to the idea of a citizenry completely along classical lines, in which the polis is everything and the individual nothing. To these marginal young nations he does not recommend the contrat social and religion civil, but the classical idea of the citizen. But when he comes to speak of the great ancient states of Europe, he does so in a spirit of resignation. The concluding question of Emile remains unsolved: how can something right and whole be made of the modem bourgeois? In his scheme for Poland, he gives expression to his yearning for a sound mankind, but at the same time he descends into the abyss of his private existence, finally to conclude with the despairing reveries d'un promeneur solitaire. Scarcely 11 years after his death, Rousseau had a following without precedent in the French Revolution, which he foresaw but would not abet. He himself was afraid of that for which his writings gave others courage. To him, the truths which he pronounced seemed ominous, because it was in vain to seek to stop up the springs of evil and bring men back to their original equality when their hearts have been corrupted once for all. He writes to the King of Poland, "There is no longer any remedy except a great revolution which would be almost as terrible as the evil which it could heal, which it would be a crime to seek to bring about." In Emile, we read, "You depend on the present order of society without considering that this order is subject to unavoidable revolution. We are approaching a critical situation, and the century of revolutions. I consider it impossible that the monarchies of Europe should be able to endure any longer." Despite this fear, Robespierre prepared his great speech, in which he proclaimed as national religion the religion of bourgeois humanitarianism described in Emile, in the very house Rousseau had lived in. Similarly, in 1788 Marat proclaimed the Contrat Social in a public garden in Paris. It thereupon became the Bible of the Assembly. C'est la faute à Rousseau. Napoleon said of the French Revolution, whose chasm he sought to fill in. 5. The revolution was immediately preceded by the polemic of Sieyes with the provoking title Tu es cekie tiers hat. 1789, the expression Third Estate already indicates the problem of the society which preceded it. In comparison to the first two estates, the nobility and clergy, this numerical designation has no particular content of its own. It is first of all only a denial of the privileged estates of the feudal system. A critical contemporary of Sieyes defined it therefore as the nation, minus the nobility and clergy. The positive goal of this denial of all previous tradition was the production of a constitution which would rest upon the sovereign social will of citizens with equal rights. In contrast to Rousseau, Sieyes did not want an absolute democracy, but rather a representative democracy, making use of the majority principle and a single legislative assembly of representatives of the people. For him, the volonté générale becomes a volonté commune. For the first time, total political power is accorded to the middle class, to which Sieyes himself belonged. His work begins with 3 questions, to which he gives 3 brief answers. What is the Third Estate? Everything. 2. What has it been hitherto? Nothing. 3. What does it demand, to become something? Then the revolutionary means are explained which must be used if this nothing is to become everything. The Third Estate has a right to this because it performs useful labor, while the clergy and nobles are useless usufructuaries of its labor. It includes the farm labor of the peasants, the processing of raw materials by the hand workers, the mediating work of the merchants and the higher educated classes, teachers, officials, lawyers, etc. It is itself already a complete nation. Sieyes means the same by law nation as Rousseau does by i.e. people. The community of individuals united in the Third Estate rests upon its community of interest, which also furnishes the basis for equal political rights. This typifies the economic nature of bourgeois society which ever since Stein, Hegel, and Marx has determined it, down to the present. In the same year came the Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen. It is even today the basis of all democratic states. The distinction between homme and citoyen is conspicuous in the title. It implies that man is conceived in opposition to his status as a citizen, and that the rights of man vis-à-vis the state are of more. 240 From Hegel to Nietzsche. Concern than the duties of the Citoyen. Thus the Declaration of Human Rights is much more liberal than the Contrat Social, which demands a renunciation of all the rights of man in favor of the community. As G. Jelinek has shown, 6. The prototype of this foundation of human rights upon freedom and equality is the Christian idea that all men, as creatures of God, are born equal, and that no one, as likeness of God, has a prerogative over his equal. The French Revolution is a distant consequence of the Reformation and its struggle for freedom of belief. The civitas Dei upon earth becomes the social contract, Christianity becomes the religion of humanitarianism, the creature of Christianity becomes natural man, the freedom of each individual Christian becomes the freedom of the citizen within the state, and religious conscience becomes the libre communication de pensées et de opinions. As a consequence of this origin in Christianity, the very first basic principle, les hommes naissent et demeurent libres et ego en droit, is incapable of harmonization with the pagan theory of the state, which postulated that by nature there are free men and slaves. On the other hand, to make effective its claim for the forming of man, the totalitarian state must logically do battle with both the rights of man and Christianity, because it is a hindrance to the equation of homme with citoyen. But in actual fact Napoleon's dictatorship brought an end to freedom and equality except for legal equality, and bourgeois society soon brought forth a new inequality between the third and fourth estates. To Hegel, bourgeois society and absolute state. The principle of the modern states has this enormous power and depth, it causes the principle of subjectivity to perfect itself to the independent extreme of personal individuality, and at the same time brings it back to substantial unity, thus preserving this unity within itself. Rechtsbeispiel 160. Hegel experienced three great political events, in his youth, the French Revolution, as a grown man, Napoleon's world rule, and finally, the Prussian Wars of Liberation. These events also determine the transformations of his political thought, from a radical criticism of the existing order, through the recognition of Napoleon, to justification of the Prussian bureaucratic state. His Reichsphilosophy, published in IB2I, contains both a theory of bourgeois society, homme as bourgeois, and of the state, citoyen as citizen of the state. Like Rousseau's Contrat social, it is based upon two traditions, that of the ancient polis and the idea of freedom of Protestant Christianity. Plato's state and Rousseau's social contract, of which Hegel took the idea of the rights of man, but not that of the duties of the citizen, are the two postulates upon which Hegel elevates the reality of the Prussian state to a philosophical existence. The means whereby he accomplishes the harmonization is the dialectic mediation between the individualistic principle of bourgeois society and the totalitarian principle of the state, between individual particularity and political totality. According to Hegel, the principle of the French Revolution is the freedom of the rational will which forms the world as though it were its own. In his Philosophy of History, 7 he describes the revolutionary power of the ideas of the French Revolution with the solemn words, "For as long as the sun has stood in the firmament with the planets revolving about it, it has remained unseen that man stands upon his head, that is, upon his thoughts, and constructs reality accordingly." Anaxagoras was the first to say that Vof rules the world, but now man has finally come to realize that thought is meant to rule spiritual reality. It was a glorious sunrise. A feeling of exaltation reigned at that moment, an enthusiasm of the spirit filled the world with awe, as though a real reconciliation between the divine and the world had finally taken place. Even as the state philosopher of Prussia, Hegel celebrated the anniversary of the revolution. In his Philosophy of Right, he analyzes the limitations of the reconciliation. To Rousseau belongs the honor of having made the rational will the principle of the state, but he nevertheless failed to recognize the true relationship between state and society. He was unable to achieve a positive resolution of the contradiction between the volonté tout and the volonté générale, because he understood the will of the whole as the common will of individual citizens, but not as something truly general. 8 As a consequence, union in a state was reduced to a mere social contract whose basis remained the capricious acquiescence of individuals. This resulted in consequences destructive of the self-sufficient totality of the per se rational state. Thus the French Revolution had been right in demolishing a state which no longer corresponded to the idea of freedom, but it did not furnish any new foundation. By reason of deficient principle, it effected an non-nous revolution, but did not organize a new community. It confused the state with bourgeois society by defining the state in terms of mere protection of private property and personal safety. The ultimate purpose of the state is held to be the particular interests of its individual members, but not the true general interest of the state itself. It seems to be left to the bourgeois to choose whether or not to be a member of the state. Thus Hegel's criticism of bourgeois society is directed against the liberal conception of the state as a mere means to an end, an attitude classically represented in Genoni by W. von Humboldt. Bourgeois society, according to this theory, is a mutual association or a system of needs, and its principle is individualism. In it, every citizen defines his own purpose. Everything else is nothing to him insofar as it cannot be made a means to his end. Each individual is free and at the same time dependent upon all others, for the well-being or ill-being of each is interwoven with that of all others and is secured only in its economic context. For bourgeois society, the state is merely based upon need or mutual understanding, that is, it has no substantial meaning of its own, it is merely a formal union and generality above the particular interests of the individuals making it up. Despite this, the nature of the state also enters into the constitution of bourgeois society, because even for its particular ends the latter is dependent upon the universal whole of the state. 9. Willy-nilly, the individual member of bourgeois society is educated behind his back to the generality of his personal interests. Bourgeois society, lost in its extremes, example poverty and wealth, is forced against its will to become the true state as an absolute community. Because the state is itself substantial, objectively filled with spirit, and moral, the individual is possessed of substance, objectivity, and morality only to the extent that his life is general, that is, political. This idea of the state, which is the critical criterion for Hegel's analysis of bourgeois society, is only apparently the result of a dialectical development of modern society. L1 In reality, it springs from quite a different source, the polis of classical antiquity. It serves Hegel as a model because in it the public community was in fact also the substance of personal life and destiny. This introduction of the ancient idea of the polis into modern society does not lead Hegel to a negation of the principle of bourgeois société, to its suspension. He uses the ancient ideal of the state as a criterion for his criticism of bourgeois society, but also uses the individualistic principle of this society as a criterion for the mere substantiality of the ancient community. In principle, Hegel wants both aspects of freedom, the indefinite I will it and the delimiting willing of something definite. He seeks to combine freedom's option with its substance. Therefore, his criticism of Rousseau's social contract corresponds to an inverse criticism of Plato's state. In comparison with modern society, the ancient state has the advantage of substantial universality, but as a state it is merely substantial, and the individual person is not yet let loose and liberated or emancipated. The ideal of the Platonic state contains injustice against the person, to whom it allows no freedom. 14 Because Plato excludes from the state all private individuality for the sake of maintaining traditional morality. The new principle, which is higher and which defeated the ancient state, the Platonic state could not withstand, it is of Christian origin. It is the principle of the infinitely free personality, of every individual man as such. Christianity made this principle of historic importance by placing every human being equally in a relationship with God. Upon this Christian principle rests, according to Hegel, the irresistible power of the idea of freedom belonging to the French Revolution. There is no idea so generally known to be liable to the grossest misunderstandings, and therefore really subject to them, as the idea of freedom, nor is there any idea brooded about so unthinkingly. Since the free spirit is the real spirit, to misconstrue it leads to the most monstrous practical consequences. Whole continents, Africa and the Orient, have never shared this idea, nor do they share it now. The Greeks and Romans, Plato and Aristotle, even the Stoics did not share it. On the contrary, they knew only that man becomes truly free through his birth, or through strength of character, education, philosophy. This idea came into the world through Christianity, according to which the individual as such is of infinite value as an object and end of the love of God, and is thus intended to have an absolute relationship to God as spirit, having this spirit dwelling within. 16. The political consequence of this principle is the modern European state, whose task it is to reconcile the principle of the polis substantial generality with the principle of the Christian religion subjective individuality. In this dialectical harmonization of two opposing powers Hegel sees, not the peculiar weakness, but rather the strength of modern states. The generality of the polis is of no value without the particular willing and knowing of the individuals, and the individuals are of no value when they do not themselves will the general will of the state. The modern state can afford to allow subjectivity to develop to the self-sufficient extreme of particularity because this extreme, for its own part, is able to bring subjectivity back to the substantial unity of the state. 260. Hegel considered the synthesis not only possible, but actually accomplished in the contemporary Prussian state. The contrast between private and political life, as well as between the bourgeois and the citoyen seemed to him, in the general case, to be reduced to a difference completely encompassed by the totality, and to be suspended. Hegel thought that property, possessions, the family, and marriage were safeguarded according to the sense of bourgeois society. Only at the edges of the philosophy of right do the problems appear which determine the future development of bourgeois society, the question of how to control the poverty brought about by wealth, h. 44 ff., the progressive division of labor, 198, the necessity of organizing for the masses forcing their way upward, 290 and 301 ff., and after the 15-year farce of the restoration of the French monarchy the collision with liberalism, with the increasing claims of the will of the many and its empirical generality, which now seeks to rule by force of numbers. Hegel's pupils and successors put asunder what he had so skillfully joined together, and demanded decisions in place of his mediations. While Hegel everywhere sought the mean, the young Hegelians became radical and extreme. The extremes of bourgeois society, which in Hegel's system of needs are reduced to aspects of a total whole, become self-sufficient, and drive toward a dialectic that no longer fits within the framework of Hegelian dialectics. Marx decides against the state of bourgeois society and in favor of a communistic community, Kierkegaard, against the existing relationship between church and state and in favor of a restoration of primitive Christianity, Proudhon, against the existing state and in favor of a new democratic order, Donoso Cortés, against atheistic democracy and in favor of a Christian dictatorship, Stirner, against the entire previous history of mankind and in favor of a union of egoists. Halfway between Hegel and Marx stands Lorenz von Stein, whose theory of bourgeois society is an historical analysis without a basis in history. His concept of the state is still completely Hegelian, but his concept of society is already influenced by the rise of the industrial masses. Ever since the state surrendered its legitimate authority in the French Revolution, it has been able to achieve its own ends, power, and freedom, only by advancing those ends of society based upon profit. It is thereby drawn into the social movement and must attempt to extend citizenship to the working classes. Its actual purpose is to make all citizens into free and equal persons, but because participation in government is determined by property and education, the state itself becomes a phenomenon of the dominant order of society, which itself is the source of all freedom and lack of freedom. It is still a political unity, but no longer above, but rather in the midst of the bourgeois society which fulfills it. Its life consists in the continuous development and resolution of the conflict between social and political forces. At the moment, the latest stage of this dialectic, after the political society at the time of the Restoration, is the industrial society since 1840. But Stein holds fast, on the one hand, to Hegel's idea that history is progress toward freedom, and recognizes on the other that the principle of modern society, divided into unequal classes, is mutual dependence. He therefore concludes with the question whether freedom is in fact opposed to state and society. 3. Marx, Bourgeoisie and Proletariat. The abstraction of the state as such belongs only to the modern era, because the abstraction of private life belongs only to the modern era. Werke, I. 437. Marx and Hegel both analyze bourgeois society as a system of needs, whose morality is lost in extremes and whose principle is egoism. The difference between their critical analyses consists in the fact that Hegel's suspension preserves the difference between particular and general interests, while Marx suspends the difference in the sense of removing it, for the purpose of producing an absolute community with communal economy and communal ownership. As a result, his criticism of Hegel's philosophy of right is directed primarily against the relationship between state and society. Hegel is right in feeling the separation between private and political existence to be a contradiction, but he is wrong in supposing that he has really suspended, that is, removed it. His mediations only disguise the existing contrast between the privately egoistic and publicly political existence of the bourgeois. The modern citizen, as bourgeois, is not a zoonpolitikon, as a citizen, he is abstracted from himself as a private individual. Marx points up this contradiction everywhere in Hegel's philosophy of right and develops the implied problem to the utmost limit, thereby going beyond Hegel, on the one hand, and reverting on the other to Rousseau's distinction between homme and citoyen. He is a follower of Rousseau who has been trained by Hegel, for whom the universal estate is neither the petit bourgeois, Rousseau, nor the bureaucrats, Hegel, but the proletariat. Once on the basis of the social movement which arose after the French Revolution, Marx discovers that the droits de l'homme are not universal human rights, but bourgeois privileges. The droits de l'homme are as such distinct from the droits du citoyen, the rights of the citizen. Who is the homme as distinct from the citoyen? Simply the member of bourgeois society. Why is the member of bourgeois society simply termed man? Why are his rights called the rights of man? How can this fact be explained? On the basis of the relationship between the political state and bourgeois society, on the basis of the nature of SC, purely political emancipation. 19. The Declaration of Human Rights presupposes the private individual of bourgeois society, that is, the bourgeois individual, to be the truly real homme, because it is still engaged in the struggle against feudalism. Here man is far from being conceived as a member of a general class, rather the life of this class itself, society, is conceived as a framework external to the individuals, a restriction upon their original independence. The only bond holding them together is need and private interest. 20. Therefore the political emancipation of the French Revolution must be completed by a human emancipation. This must have the effect of making the individual human being as such a member of the social community. Then there will disappear both the state, which abstracts from man and is therefore itself abstract, and the private individual of bourgeois society, who is abstracted from the state. Only then can Hegel's statement that ultimate freedom is ultimate community become true. The agent of this emancipation is the fourth estate, which Marx describes in exactly the way Sieyes described the third. It is nothing, and must become everything. But its nothingness is no longer referred to the nobility, but rather to the newly come to power bourgeoisie, which is the commander of the industrial armies. In respect to the bourgeoisie, the mass of the proletariat is simply the universal estate, which has no particular interests of its own, but rather represents the universal interests of mankind. What was for Hegel still the portion of the people that does not know what it wants, and which he expressly called the many in contrast to all, to them, Marx ascribes the self-consciousness of seeking to become a whole. From the standpoint of the proletariat, he characterizes the bourgeois as the representative of class interests, the capitalistic entrepreneur and owner of production facilities, by which means he keeps the wage earner dependent. At the same time, Marx emphasizes the revolutionizing power of the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie. 21. In the course of a century, it has created by itself more plentiful and colossal productive might than all previous generations put together. Through the exploitation of nature, industrial technology, railroads, ships, industry, physics, and chemistry it has opened and civilized entire continents, and brought about an enormous increase in population. On the other hand, Marx believed that the lower middle class of the petit bourgeois would necessarily be reduced to the level of the proletariat, because it could not keep pace with the productive power of large-scale capitalism. 22. He had a decided respect for the upper middle class, the petit bourgeois he despised as utopian and reactionary. For Stirner, the individual I as the common ground of bourgeois and proletarian man. The principle of the bourgeoisie is neither noble birth nor common labor, but mediocrity, a little birth and a little labor, that is, interest-bearing property. Der Einzige Eigentum. The extent of the devaluation in Germany of the Declaration of Human Rights during Marx's time is clearly shown by Stirner's Der Einzige Eigentum, 1844. In it, not only does the member of bourgeois society and the proletariat reach a nadir, but man as such loses all value. Stirner reduces the idea of bourgeois humanitarianism to the I which claims as its own property everything it can acquire. The French Revolution did not liberate bourgeois society, on the contrary, it begot an obedient citizen, dependent on the state for protection. This mediocre citizen lives on security and legal integrity. The social liberalism of the proletarian working class is just as limited as this political liberalism of the bourgeoisie. The only difference is that the one makes itself subject to the state and property, the other to society and labor. The ultimate form of faith in mankind is the humane liberalism represented by Bruno Bauer. He recognizes neither the bourgeoisie nor the working class, he merely criticizes unflinchingly all forms of establishment and every particularity. The man possessed of this critical consciousness is indeed clothed only in rags, but he is far from being naked like the I who is rid of everything. With this, his individual I, Stirner considered himself above every social limitation, whether proletarian or bourgeois. Marx nevertheless demonstrated to him in the Deutsche ideology that the social truth of his individual is the decadent bourgeoisie. The sole thing which he has to his credit is against his will and without his knowledge. He is the expression of the German petit bourgeois of today, whose aspiration is to become bourgeois. It was completely logical that, narrow-minded, timid, and prejudiced as these bourgeois are, the individual should swagger into the world as their philosophical representative, equally gaudy, bragging, and impertinent. It is quite in agreement with the circumstances of the bourgeoisie that they want nothing to do with their theoretical braggart, nor he with them, that they are in mutual disagreement and that he must preach his own peculiar egoism. Now perhaps Sancho will see the umbilical cord which connects his union with the customs union 23. Stirner absolutizes bourgeois egoism, the private individual, and private ownership, making them into general categories of egoism, the individual, and ownership. From the sociological point of view, he is the most radical ideologist of bourgeois society, which is per se a society of isolated individuals. What Stirner frees himself from is not real conditions of existence, but merely conditions of consciousness which he himself cannot see through because he is engrossed in private egoism as the principle of bourgeois society. His thought, as well as his actual life, stood at the extreme limit of his world, which had lost its substance and become disillusioned. 5. Kierkegaard, the bourgeois Christian self. Emperors, kings, popes, Jesuits, generals, diplomats have hitherto been able to rule the world at a decisive moment, but from the time of the institution of the Fourth Estate it will develop that only meners can rule the world. The one thing necessary. Kierkegaard follows Stirner as the antithesis of Marx. Like Stirner, he reduces the entire social world to his own self. But at the same time he finds himself in absolute opposition to Stirner. Instead of grounding the individual upon creative nothingness, he places the individual before God, the creator of the world. His criticism of the present, which appeared in the same year as the Communist Manifesto, is therefore directed both against emancipated mankind elevated by Marx to the status of a fundamental principle and against a Christendom emancipated from the imitation of Christ. His basic concept of the individual is a corrective to the mankind of social democracy and the Christendom of the liberal intelligentsia. For the principle of association is not positive, but negative, it weakens the individual human being through an enormous merger. Only as an individual self can a man now realize his universal humanity, but not by becoming a member of a class, Marx, or on the contrary by abstracting from the concrete world he lives in, Stirner. In the former case, says Kierkegaard, men would all become equal laborers in a factory, wearing the same clothing and eating the same food from a common pot. In the latter, man loses all his concrete identity by being stripped to complete nakedness. 24. In neither mode of existence does he, as an individual, himself realize the universal nature of man. Kierkegaard put forward this universality of the human self as a demand, without himself being able to realize it. Throughout his life he remained an outsider, at the utmost limit of bourgeois society, because he could not bring himself to engage in a profession and settle down with the finite through marriage. Only literarily did he give the inward nature of his self a social existence, in the figure of Assessor Wilhelm, who represents the et Eichel. It is the task of this moral philosopher to justify the generality of normal human life to an aesthetician. This expressly characterizes the concrete self of Assessor Wilhelm as bourgeois. Although he is himself his own goal, this goal is nevertheless something external, for the self that is the goal is not an abstract self which would be at home anywhere, and therefore nowhere, but a concrete self that stands in active association with this particular environment, these circumstances of life, this world order. It is a self not merely personal, but social. Bourgeois 25. This self which is bound up with the world realizes itself in a bourgeois profession and a bourgeois marriage, but in such a way that all external circumstances are to be made internal. To the objection of the aesthetician that such an internal appropriation of external circumstances has objective limits which spell its downfall, he replies that even need and poverty could hold nothing against him, were he even to dwell in 3 small rooms. With God's help, even under these limitations, a minimal existence, which nevertheless still remains bourgeois, a man can succeed in transforming the external into something internal. As Luther rightly said, no Christian ever died of hunger. This justification of bourgeois Christian existence, which hovers between ethical seriousness and aesthetic irony, is nevertheless made relative through Kierkegaard's critical insight into the dissolution of both the bourgeois and Christian worlds. The blame for the whole present state, 1848, of the European world must be borne by a conceited, semi-educated bourgeoisie, demoralized by the flatteries of the press, which supposes that as the public it can rule. But perhaps never before in history has Nemesis been seen to come so speedily, for in the same instant, at the same stroke, that the bourgeoisie made a decided effort to grasp power, the Fourth Estate arose. Now people will of course say that it is they who are guilty, but that is not true. They are only the innocent victims left in the way, who are shot down, execrated, and this is called self-defense. Even is self-defense in a certain sense, self-defense, because the bourgeoisie overthrew the state. 26. While in former ages recognized authorities could rule the world, ever since all have sought to be equal it has become impossible to rule, in the true sense of the world, with secular means. Therefore, Kierkegaard's political demand is purely and simply that rule be carried out with absolute authority. But at such moments the actual government of the world is no longer in the hands of secular ministries, but of martyrs, who conquer by allowing themselves to be slaughtered for the truth. The archetype and prototype of the Christian martyr is Christ, crucified by the mob, that truly individual God-man. Only in his presence can the problem of human equality be solved, but not in this world, whose nature is to contain more or less inequality. 6. Donoso Cortés and Proudhon, Christian dictatorship from above and atheistic reordering of society from below. Proudhon is the opposite of what he appears to be. He supports freedom and equality, and in reality builds the foundation for despotism. Cortés, Der Staat Gottes. L'homme est destin à vivre sans religion. Proudhon, de la création de l'ordre dans l'humanité. To the radical Protestant reaction of Kierkegaard against the leveling of mass democracy, there corresponds, at the same time, in Spain the radical Catholic reaction of Donoso Cortés to the socialistic movements in France. Cortés was himself an important statesman of an ancient Catholic noble family. He describes bourgeois society in exactly the same terms as Kierkegaard and Marx, as an undifferentiated classe discutidora, without truth, passion, or heroism. It eliminates hereditary nobility, but does nothing to combat the aristocracy of wealth. It accepts the sovereignty neither of the king nor of the people. Hatred for the aristocracy drives it to the left, and fear of radical socialism to the right. The opposite of its wordy indecisiveness is the decisive atheistic socialism of Proudhon. In contrast to him, Cortés represents the political theology of the counter-revolution, to which the French Revolution, which declared man and the people sovereign, appeared as a revolt against the created order. But because the time of Christian kings is coming to an end and no one any longer has the courage to rule by other means than through the will of the people, there is only one remedy left: dictatorship by the government from above in order to prevent the dictatorship of revolution from below. If it were necessary to choose between freedom, on the one hand, and dictatorship on the other, there would be no difference of opinion. But that is not the question. In reality, freedom does not exist anywhere in Europe. The necessary choice is between the dictatorship of revolution and the dictatorship of government. 27. Cortés chose the dictatorship of government, because it is less oppressive and shameful, and comes from purer realms, and because the dictatorship of the saber is to be preferred to the dictatorship of the dagger, as being more noble. He summarizes the experience of the revolution as follows. I looked about, and saw the bourgeois societies grown sick and fragile, all human circumstances complicated and confused. I saw the peoples intoxicated with the wine of rebellion, and freedom vanished from the earth. I saw tribunes crowned, and dethroned kings. No play ever contains such violent transformations and upheavals, such advancements and degradations. Then I asked myself the question, does this confusion perhaps result from allowing the basic principles of morals and order, preserved in the sole possession of the Church of Christ, to be forgotten? My doubt was turned to certainty when I realized that today only the Church provides the image of an ordered society, that it alone is the calming element in the general tumult, that it alone is inwardly free, that only in it does the subject obey with love properly constituted authority, and authority on its part proves itself just and gentle in its orders, that it alone is the school from which proceed great citizens, since it possesses the art of life and the art of death, of life which produces the holy, and death which begets martyrs. 28. Proudhon, too, was an opponent of the bourgeoisie, but for different reasons than Cortés. He hated them with the rage of the parvenu who would like to reform the world. Cortés despised them with the passion of the man for whom they were the grave diggers of all sacred tradition. Proudhon declared that the time of theology and Christianity was past. Cortés, that there was no social and political salvation outside the Catholic Church, because only the Christian God completely reveals what man is, thereby also founding a human society. 29. On the other hand, only a world grounded upon Christianity could become radically atheistic and make the attempt to constitute itself by its own power, and rule itself. Cortés saw such presumption of man in the French Revolution and its philosophic civilization, and to counter it he recommended dictatorship from above. In another way, his great opponent Proudhon confirms the Christian schema of history. At the conclusion of his criticism of religion 30 written in 1843, he recalls in this last hour of the Christian religion the good deeds and noble inspirations which proceeded from it. It laid the foundation of human society, gave to the modem nations their unity and personality, sanctioned the laws of the state, and, even in the 19th century, filled magnanimous souls with zeal for truth and justice. In 1860, when Proudhon substantiated the Dissolution Sociale, he saw this unequaled crisis of European history as one which wrote an end to the phenomenon of Christianity. Toutes les traditions sont usées, toutes les croyances abolies, en revanche, i.e. nouveau programme n'est pas fait, je veux tu il n'est pas entré dans la conscience de masses, de iace que j'appelle la dissolution. C'est ie moment ie plus atroce de l'existence de sociétés. Tout est réuni pour désoler les hommes de bien, prostitution de consciences, triomphe de médiocrités, confusion du vrai et du faux, agiotage de principes, baisse de passions, lachet de murs, oppression de la vérité, récompense aux mensonges. Je me fais peu d'illusions et je ne m'attends pas, pour demain, avoir renaître dans notre pays, comme par un coup de baguette, la liberté, i.e. respect du droit, l'honnêteté publique, la franchise de l'opinion, la bonne foi de journaux, la moralité du gouvernement, la raison chez i.e. bourgeois et sens commun chez i.e. plébéien. Les théories viendront et la prostration qui suivra ces bains de sang sera effroyable. Nous ne verrons pas el revers du nouvel âge, nous combattons dans la nude, il faut nous arranger pour supporter cette vie sans trop de tristesse en faisant notre devoir. Aidons nous les uns et les autres, appelons nous dans l'ombre et chaque fois que l'occasion est presented. 7 A de Tocqueville, the development of bourgeois democracy into democratic despotism. There are three men with whom I spend some time each day, Pascal, Montesquieu, and Rousseau. De Tocqueville's study of American democracy appeared between 1830 and 1840, his historical analysis of the Ancien Régime and the French Revolution was published in 1856. Personally, his attitude toward the events of his period was in complete balance. I came into the world at the close of a long revolution which destroyed the old state and founded nothing permanent. When I began my life, aristocracy was already dead, and democracy not yet born. Thus my instinct could not lead me blindly to choose the one or the other. Since I belonged myself to the ancient aristocracy of my fatherland, I neither hated nor envied it, nor had I any particular love left for it when it was destroyed, for one allies himself willingly only to what is alive. I was near enough to it to know it well, and far enough from it to be able to evaluate it without passion. I can say the same about democracy. Because of this neutral position between two ages, he had a gout de tête for democratic institutions, and also an instinct aristocratique against them. 32 Like Burke and Gentz, he was neither a determined opponent of the French Revolution, nor its friend. And because he possessed in the Ancien Régime a criterion by which to evaluate the revolution, his attitude toward it could be remarkably clear. The great problem of his studies is the tension between freedom and equality. The emancipation of the Third Estate brought about a leveling and equalization, but the question is whether bourgeois democracy also makes men free. By freedom, de Tocqueville means not merely independence, but the dignity of the man responsible for his own acts, without which there is neither true command nor true service. The first enthusiasm of the French Revolution was not only for equality, but also for free institutions, but it very quickly lost its passion for freedom, retaining only that for equality. Both are not of the same age, nor have they always worked toward the same goal, although for a moment they appeared equally open and powerful. The striving for equality is older and more permanent. Equality had long been the goal of the Christian Church, of trade and commerce, of fiscal economics, of the invention of printing and firearms, of the colonization of America, and finally of the literary enlightenment. Younger and less lasting is the belief that men can become equal only through freedom. When Napoleon made himself master of the revolution, freedom abdicated in favor of equality. He was dealing with a nation in which all law, custom, and morality had been dissolved. This allowed him to carry out a despotism in a form much more rational than had ever previously been possible. After, in the same spirit, he had formulated and passed all the laws which were to order the myriad relationships of citizens among themselves and to the state, he could create all executive power at the same time and so subordinate it that, taken all together, it was merely a simple, great governmental machine, whose motive power he alone was. While every individual overvalued his own worth and independence, the public order as a whole was tending toward a political pantheism which robbed the individual of his existence. A superb administrative machine assured Napoleon's power within France, and his military genius outside it. But men became indifferent to their destiny, far removed from all grand sense of citizenship such as distinguished the ancient polis democracies, in which it was precisely the constraint of the polis which produced the most extreme individuality. In the ancient polis, in the medieval corporate states with their manifold corporations and rights, and likewise in the tyrannies of the Italian Renaissance, there lived more personal and political freedom than in modern despotic democracy. A democracy loses all its value if it only makes men equal without producing freedom. For in a democracy, freedom is the only counterpoise to leveling, uniformity, and centralization. In America and England, democracy has succeeded in creating genuinely free institutions. J33 Because of their completely different origin, the democracies of the continent of Europe did not understand how to make use of freedom. It was their fate to push onward to despotism, in accord with their own origin. 34 The ancient aristocracy had forged a great chain out of the citizens, its manifold links reached from the peasant to the king. Democracy broke asunder this legitimate structure of particular classes and rights, isolated each from the others, made them all equal and thereby ripe for subjection by one despotic central power. So the revolution succeeded in making of the free citoyen something less than ahb human emg. Together with collecting all social forces, the despotism which proceeds from bourgeois democracy also increases retroactively the isolation of the individuals. It opposes all free cooperation in thought or action. Since in such societies men are not linked together by classes, castes, guilds, or tribes, they tend too greatly to care only for their own affairs, and restrict themselves to a dull egoism in which every public virtue suffocates. Despotism, far from opposing this tendency, makes it irresistible, for it robs the citizens of all shared goals, all mutuality, all necessity of consolation, all opportunity for acting in a social framework. They were already inclined to isolate themselves, it cuts them off, immures them in private life. 35 But the greatest evil of democratic despotism is not subjection to a leveling central power, but the injustice of this subjection. For the French Revolution made men far too independent, enlightened, and skeptical to continue to believe in the right of an absolute but illegitimate power. What CIs failed to understand was that the struggle against the nobility and clergy not only destroyed their particular privileges, but tradition in general, the mother of right. The consequence of this destruction of tradition is the doctrine of necessity, which puts all too high a value on the unity of the nation, and all too high a value on the individual man. Toward the end of his life, de Tocqueville, the aristocrat, had the feeling of being an obsolete worshipper of freedom, while his democratic contemporaries wanted to have a master, and made of readiness for slavery a basic element of virtue. In Germany, J. Burckhardt continued de Tocqueville's line of thought about democracy, drawing the outlines a bit more clearly so as to cause his contemporaries at least to subject their subordination to a critical examination. Tocqueville was of the opinion that bourgeois democracy was essentially aimed at security and well-being, mediocrity without human greatness. About 1830, he writes in his memoirs, the victory of the middle class to the exclusion of the nobility and the lower classes was already complete and final. It forced its way into all public offices and accustomed itself to living by the profit motive and public funds. The result was a rapid expansion of the average wealth. The character of the middle class became also the intellectual attitude of the government of the first bourgeois king. It was an active, diligent, often dishonest spirit, occasionally, because of vanity and egoism, bold with faint-hearted temperament, moderate in all things, except the desire for an easy life, in a word, mediocre, a spirit which, if combined with that of the people or of the nobility, would have been able to accomplish miracles, but by itself, capable of producing nothing more than a government without virility and greatness. The master of all society to an extent that had never been possible for the nobility, the middle class, as soon as it took over the government, took on the appearance of a private undertaking. It entrenched itself behind its power, and soon afterwards behind its own egoism. Its representatives cared more for their private affairs than for affairs of state, more for their personal comforts than for the greatness of the nation. 36. Together with this emphasis on private comfort, there appeared also a powerful tendency to level everything to an average, as private good was combined inextricably with public good, little splendor and little misery, but an average prosperity, little original knowledge and little gross ignorance, but a general semi-literacy, little hate and little love, but relatively penaeant customs. Thus de Tocqueville, fulfilling Goethe's prediction of the demeaning of a middle-class culture, depicts those men, orderly but average, timid and egoistical, of the middle class, which had just acquired political power. S7 In such a world, a dwarf, if only borne by the wave of the democratic masses, could reach the summit of a mountain which a giant standing dry on the shore could never climb. The mediocre condition of bourgeois democracy makes truly historic greatness impossible. And therefore in such a period, everything is healthy which advances the ideal of individuality, of the responsible person, and everything is dangerous which increases the power of the generality, of the genus and species. S.S. Searle, too, at the end of the 19th century sought to exert an influence upon the working class within democracy, but against its bourgeois character, following the course outlined by de Tocqueville. While de Tocqueville's experience in America had convinced him that democracy of necessity lacked virile passion and manial virtues, it was just these which Searle sought to couple with social democracy. The sum purpose of his historical and socio-philosophical studies can be expressed by the question, how, after the decline of bourgeois ideals and illusions, can modern society be renewed? H. G. Searle, The N on Bourgeois Democracy of the Working Class plus J.E. Reflexes a CES Questions, plus J.E. Me persuade K.I.E. Travail put server de base un culture qui ne ferait pas regretter la civilisation bourgeoise. La guerre K.I.E. proletariat doit conduire contre ses maltres est propre. A developer en lui de sentiments de sublime qui font aujourd'hui complètement d'ode à la bourgeoisie. Les illusions du progrès. Searle concludes his Réflexions sur la violence, which made him the tutor of Mussolini, with a poor Lenin. Its concluding sentences are, I am now an old man, whose existence depends on the smallest accidents, but nevertheless, before I go to my grave, I may yet see the humiliation of the proud bourgeois democracies which today 1919 exult so cynically. So great was his scorn for the bourgeois society of modern democracy. In contrast to it, he admired the middle class of old, which accomplished productive work proportionate to its real circumstances. But an upper stratum of consumers arose from the productive middle class and came to power. Instead of the manly virtues of discipline and renunciation, they cultivated humanitarian illusions and intellectual aberrations. He therefore denied the bourgeoisie all the virtues which he ascribed to the class-conscious working class. In Searle's SMDY, 4 stages can be distinguished in the development of the bourgeoisie, I. The pre-revolutionary bourgeoisie of the 18th century. It occupies an independent position because it consists primarily of royal officials and functionaries. As a subordinate class, it developed no aptitude for ruling. Searle calls it a classe de commerce. 2. The revolutionary bourgeoisie of the end of the 18th century. It represents the illusion du progrès and consists of dilettantes who have learned to do nothing properly. Their spokesmen are literati who dabble in politics, and the encyclopedists who can talk about everything and nothing, because they are not intellectual workers and scholars. Their character is arbitrary and their audacity an irresponsible temerity. They have no respect for historical tradition, are without intellectual training, and are basically sentimental. 3. The disillusioned bourgeoisie after 1850 under Napoleon III and Bismarck. Their revolutionary myth has faded. The new captains of industry are realistic and interested in large-scale capitalism. They take over the leadership in this industrial epoch of the acquisitive bourgeoisie. 4. The culm-red bourgeoisie at the end of the 19th century. Their representatives are the epigones of revolutionary literature, political poets like P. Claudel, G. D'Annunzio, and M. Bars. This same over-refined bourgeoisie which is ultra-policée and seeks to live in peace can also develop on paper an enthusiasm for war. Les cochonneries viennent tout naturellement sous la plume de écrivains qui prétendent introduire de imitations de la tragédie et de épopées mythologiques dans les aventures de la vie bourgeoise. 39. They are artists, not to be taken seriously either in their political actions or in their religious conversions. In contrast to this decadent bourgeoisie of capitalism, Karl entrusted the task of history to the revolutionary energy of class-conscious trade unions, a task which the bourgeoisie can no longer fulfill. He did not look upon the proletariat either in sympathy or indignation as a class of the exploited, but as a reservoir of sound instincts and creative power needing only proper selection and leadership to become capable of founding and ruling free institutions, and comprising a classe de maîtres. Nietzsche's ideas on master morality, 40 applied to Marx and Proudhon, typify his thought historically. He wanted to give to the revolutionary trade unions martial virtues in place of the illusions of progress of the Third Estate. The virtues of the modern army of labor are martial virtues because, like war, they demand a unity of all strength, extreme exertion, patience, and readiness for sacrifice. The elite of the workers creates a civilization de producteurs. It is the hero class of our epoch in its progress toward rational domination of the world, not vulgar but sublime 41 because it knows what pain and exertion are, while the bourgeois seeks only painless pleasure. The intellect of the bourgeois floats abstractly far above the material conditions of life. The spirit of the productive worker, on the other hand, like the spirit of good architecture, is united technically with the purposes and demands of real life. In his reflections upon power, Karl expresses the conviction that only a great war awakening every energy will bring to power the men who have the will to rule and the capacity to govern, or a great extension of power of the proletariat, which can eliminate the platitudes humanitaires of the bourgeoisie as well as of parliamentary socialism. But when the philosophy of violence was triumphant in reality between 1914 and 1918, Karl did not see a confirmation of his views in the war, but instead a victory for democratic ideals, for industry and plutocracy. Jamais on nevit intellisoif de carnage chez les governments et autant de servilisme chez les peuples qui se les sent entraîneurs dans de guerres, dont la fin s'éloigne chaque jour, he writes to B. Croce in 1915. As far as the bourgeois spirit is concerned, it is invincible, because it appeals to nearly every base instinct of man. When Karl died, in 1922, he, like Flaubert and Proudhon, was resigned to the triumph of mediocrity 42 and base nature of human passions. He was deeply convinced that the natural course of all history is decay, and that movement in the other direction, toward human greatness, is an artificial movement, wrung from the general movement of decay. Not only did he fight against democracy, but also quite as much against the state which had been transformed into a church, which uses public force to control people's conscience, guide their spirit, and reduce them to equality. 43. 9. Nietzsche, the human herd and its leader. These same new conditions which lead on the average to a general degradation of man to a common mean, a useful, hard-working, handy herd animal, are extremely well adapted to providing an origin for exceptional individuals of the most dangerous and attractive nature. The democratization of Europe is at the same time a spontaneous arrangement for the breeding of tyrants. Werke, 7, 207. As a critic of the existing world, Nietzsche was to the 19th century what Rousseau had been to the 18th. He is a Rousseau in reverse, a Rousseau, because of his equally penetrating criticism of European civilization, and in reverse, because his critical standards are the exact opposite of Rousseau's ideal of man. Recognizing this relationship, Nietzsche saw in Rousseau's image of man the greatest revolutionizing force of the modern era, which had also exerted a decisive influence upon the formation of the German spirit through Kant, Fichte, and Schiller. 44. At the same time, he terms him a monstrous birth at the threshold of the new age, an idealist and Canaile in one person. His concept of equality set the unequal equal, and brought to power a slave morality. His democratic humanitarian ideals counterfeited the true nature of man, which is not humanitarian, but rather a will to power. Bourgeois democracy is without substance, it is the historical form of the decay of the state, while radical socialism promotes despotism. Both movements together reduce man to a member of a herd. Both the intelligentsia of the propertied classes and the uneducated class of laborers without property are caught up in this leveling process, and therefore no longer provide a foundation for the renewal of civilization. A short note written in 1873 casts a glaring light on the situation as seen by Nietzsche in the midst of the national prosperity following the victory over France. The intelligentsia and intellectuals must be sacrificed, for the money and goods economy of the propertied classes has become mean and contemptible. Thoughtless and stupid, they have no idea of the danger which threatens them from the quarter of the working class. On the other hand, even the uneducated classes have been affected by the leaven of contemporary universal education, and are far distant from any genuine popular culture. If the working classes should convince themselves that they can easily excel the proficiency of the educated and propertied, then, says Nietzsche, we are finished. He continues, but if this does not happen, then we are really finished. 45. In Zarathustra, Nietzsche ridiculed this entire world of decayed humanity, and shaped the image of the last man. His antitype is the Supinen. As a philosophic concept to overcome nihilism, this idea has no immediate social content and political meaning, but it becomes concrete indirectly, in Nietzsche's historical reflections upon outstanding exceptional men, and in his idea of future Herrenmenschen, master men, whose task it is to give a goal to the existence of the herdmen of democracy. The democratic leveling of the masses, resulting in a degradation of man, and also the breeding of a master caste, which leads to the exaltation of individual men. These belong together like the two faces of a coin. A posthumous note states that Zarathustra's hatred for the democratic system of leveling is only a front. In reality, he is pleased that the world has finally come so far, for only now can he carry out his task, namely, the education of a master caste which renounces its own pleasure and comfort, allowing these to the lowest in the new hierarchy. 46 The mediocrity of the majority is the necessary condition for the existence of exceptions. Together with the herd animal, there develops also the leader animal. And would it not actually be a kind of goal for the democratic movement, its redemption and justification, if someone should come who would make use of it, so that finally its new order of slavery might gain that higher form of masterful, Caesar-like spirit, men who might support themselves on this society, involve themselves in it, raise themselves by means of it? The face of Europe today gives me much hope. A bold master race is forming there upon the surface of an extremely intelligent herd. The same conditions which further the development of the herd animal also further the development of the leader animal. 47. Referring to Napoleon and Bismarck, he says, a man who has developed and preserved a strong will, together with a great spirit, has better prospects than ever before. For in this democratic Europe, the capacity of men to submit to training has become very great. Men who learn easily, who submit easily, are the rule. The herd animal, extremely intelligent, has been prepared. Whoever can command will find those who must obey. 48. Democracy brings forth a tractable mass in the hands of large-scale politics. By this, Nietzsche meant a far-seeing plan including all of Europe, determined by the question of the future masters of the earth. He thought primarily of Russia and Germany, but not of the Anglo-American world. The new masters of the earth shall replace God for the unbelieving masses. Like Napoleon, they will be men of the people, and at the same time stand above them in absolute self-confidence, as lawgivers and men of violence both. Under their leadership, the laboring masses will learn to feel like soldiers and carry out their orders. No less instructive than this idea of the future masters of the earth, who will make use of democracy's leveling as a means to an end, is the opposite possibility, that the government of the world will fall into the hands of the mediocre, because in a mesquin age they will be the survivors of the future. In an agitation so extreme in both its tempo and means, such as our civilization presents, the human center of gravity is moved. Under such circumstances, the center of gravity of necessity belongs among the mediocre. Mediocrity, as the surety and vehicle of the future, consolidates its position against the rule of the mob and the eccentrics, both usually in league. This produces a new opponent for the exceptional man, or a new temptation. Assuming that he does not accommodate himself to the mob and sing songs to please the instinct of the disinherited, he will have to become mediocre and conservative. Once again, the whole spent world of the ideal gains a talented spokesman. Result: mediocrity acquires spirit, appeal, genius, it becomes entertaining, it seduces. In the 19th century, work and education became the substance of the life of bourgeois society. No previous century ever disseminated education on such a grand scale, at the same time developing such energy of work. Burckhardt ironically called it the century of education. Marx subjected its system of work to criticism. Work became the mode of existence of the wage earner, and the possession of education became the privilege of the educated. Yet there appears an essential unity in this allotment of work and education to two separate classes. It became the goal of the worker to gain for himself the privileges of bourgeois education, while the educated could not avoid calling themselves intellectual workers in order to prevent their privilege from seeming an injustice. The perplexity of the bourgeois intelligentsia in Germany became clearly apparent after the war when, following the example of the Russian workers' councils, they established an intellectual workers' council which gave itself the task of healing the breach between proletarian work and bourgeois education. The reduction of this opposition was also one of the preeminent tasks of National Socialism, which brought young students into contact with the people in work camps, and permeated the mass of the wage earners with political ideology, a derivative of bourgeois education. Both the separation of work and education, making of them two extremes, each implying the other, and their reduction to a mean of popular culture bear witness to two aspects of the same situation. Work is no longer in a position to contribute to the education of man as such. It has not always been as natural as it is today for every man, whether he be merchant, physician, or writer, to term his occupation work. Work has gained its social respectability only very gradually. In the Christian conception, it was originally not in itself a meritorious accomplishment, but the wages and punishment of sin. One man must work by the sweat of his brow ever since he has been condemned to labor through his guilt. As a severe, accursed imperative, work means essentially need, affliction, and misery. Biblical man does not enjoy the fruits of the blessing of work. Instead, he atones through work for violating the fruit of paradise. Even Pascal still maintained that work merely proves the emptiness of worldly activity, which presents the illusion of being busily filled, using this diversion to distract man from the misery of his existence. Only in Protestantism did there develop that regard for secular work which is represented classically by Benjamin Franklin. But even the complete secularization of the Christian tradition, which took place in the 18th century, was in opposition to the teaching of the Church. It brought about the acceptance of the bourgeois estimation of work, which has dominated ever since, as an accomplishment which provides life with significant content. Now man enjoys with a clear conscience the fruits of the work he has done. 3. It becomes the preferred road which leads to satisfaction and success, acclaim, gratification, and riches. For not only must the man of the bourgeois epoch work, he desires to work, for a life without work would seem to him not worth living, lived in vain. He thinks of work not merely as an ascetic activity which preserves him from the vices of boredom and intemperance by forcing order upon his activity, he also sees it as that which leads to a successful conclusion, with independent, constructive meaning. It becomes a source of all earthly proficiency, virtue, and happiness. In this purely secular evaluation of work, the Christian estimation of it only appears in the emphasis laid on its meritorious difficulty, which allows a hint of the conception of the curse to shine through. Similarly, freedom from work is considered a quasi-paradisiacal condition, although continuous leisure produces a state of deadly boredom in the man whose life is determined by work. The two basic meanings of work. On the one hand, misery and toil, molestia, and at the same time accomplishment, opus, opera, show up also in the history of its meaning. Originally, labor means primarily the hard work of agriculture and therefore working in dependent servitude. but at the same time the work which oppresses the farm laborer and for which he receives his daily wage is also a creative accomplishment, like that which produces other works. 5. This double meaning does not describe its entire nature, however. Work is rather simply part of human existence, to the extent that there is any activity at all in the world. It was the full, original meaning that Hegel ascribed to it. According to him, work is not a particular economic activity 6 to be contrasted, say, to leisure or play, but the basic way in which man produces his life, thereby giving form to the world. Hegel comprehends this movement between selfness and otherness under the completely universal notion of the spirit. For him, therefore, work is neither physical nor intellectual in a particular sense, but spiritual in the absolute ontological sense. On the other hand, it only becomes clear from the point of view of Hegel's philosophy of the spirit how Marx and Engels, in their disagreement with him, could arrive at the paradoxical assertion that the German labor movement is the heir of classical German philosophy. 1. Hegel, work as self-renunciation in forming the W or ID. Ora et labra. Pray and curse. In other contexts, cursing is when you say, damn, but in religion all these otherwise separate things are joined together. The Ian is cursed, and thou must earn thy bread by the sweat of thy brow. To work means to destroy or curse the world. Hegel, Rosenkranz, Hegel's Leben, p. 543. Hegel discussed the theme of work 3 times, in the Jena lectures, in the Phenomenology, and in the Rijksphilosophy. In the lectures of 1803-04,7 he describes its spiritual character as being primarily a negative attitude toward nature. Work is not an instinct, but a product of reasonableness, a mode of the spirit. No animal works by the sweat of his brow, it satisfies its wants immediately from nature. Man, on the contrary, is distinguished by his producing bread indirectly, using nature only as means. This mediation between needs and their satisfaction comes about through work, which for its part is mediated through the means of tools and machines. Work is a middle term between man and his world. 9. As a movement of mediation, it is not negative in the merely destructive sense, it is, rather, a fashioning or forming, and therefore positive destruction of the world which is present by nature. In contrast to the drive of animals, which satisfies its greed simply by devouring the object and thus making it vanish, and therefore must always begin again from the beginning without producing anything permanent, a work, spiritual human work, is constructive by means of tools. By the process of formation, it produces something permanent, that is, something which stands by itself. 10. Natural, individual skill is not sufficient to accomplish such work. The individual acquires the skill necessary for work only by learning universal laws of work, whereby he overcomes his natural unskillfulness. Work turns the subjective activity of the individual into something other than it seems at first glance, namely, into a universal, because it has been learned according to universal laws. Each new invention of better tools and more efficient methods of work not only comes about in opposition to already extant customs and rules, but also produces something new, to the benefit of all men. Just as work is one of the distinguishing characteristics of man, so it also, as a manifold and complex activity, begets problems which are peculiar to the spirit. The tool, by means of which man opposes his activity to nature, is an existing, rational middle term between the worker and that upon which he works. It is the constant in the process of work. Its function is to remove man from any living connection with nature by putting a distance between him and the immediate destruction of the object. But the tool is itself still an inert thing, with which I act only formally, making myself a thing L1. Only the machine, which is a self-sufficient tool, is a perfect mediator of work. Through it, nature is deceived by man, as he causes it to work for him. But this deception has its revenge upon the deceiver. The more he subjugates nature, the lower he himself sinks. By using machines to manipulate nature, he does not escape the necessity for work, but only defers it, removes it further from nature, no longer confronts nature as one living being confronting. Tib vitality vanishes, the work that he is left with becomes itself more mechanical. He succeeds in reducing work for the whole, but not for the individual. Rather he increases it, for the more mechanical work becomes, the less value it has, and the more he must work in this fashion. 12. In the course of the 19th century, this work, mediated by machines, became the general fate. Together with the isolation of the work performed, it increases the quantity of what is shaped by the work. The value of work decreases proportionately as the quantity of production increases. Work becomes even more absolutely dull. The skill of the individual becomes infinitely more limited, and the consciousness of the factory workers is reduced to complete apathy. The connection between the type of work performed and the whole unending mass of needs increases incalculably, becoming a blind dependence, so that a far distant operation often restricts the work of a whole class of men who satisfy their needs by its means, making it superfluous and of no use. Just as the assimilation of nature becomes more convenient through the introduction of intermediaries, so these stages of assimilation are infinitely divisible, and the large quantity of conveniences makes it once more absolutely inconvenient. 13. Originally, work satisfied the immediate needs of the individual, but it becomes abstract and universal, that is, no one produces what he himself needs. Instead of working toward the reality of satisfying his specific needs, everyone works for the universal possibility of satisfaction in general. It is impossible for a man to satisfy his needs except by collaborating in the total satisfaction of everyone's needs, without regard for his own particular needs. For example, he works to produce a luxury in order to meet his basic needs for food and clothing. He does not work to satisfy his concrete needs, but to satisfy the abstraction of a general need. Thus the value of work no longer resides in what it produces, but in the fact that it enables a man to satisfy his own needs indirectly, through the universal interdependence of all work. The dialectical antithesis of this generalization of work into a system is the specialization of work, just as the simplification of work to particular jobs leads to the multiplication of jobs. Work becomes simpler, more monotonous, and more specialized, because each individual produces one individual article, and more complicated, because this diffusion of a concrete whole into a process with many divisions and subdivisions leads to an endless number of restricted specializations. The more man frees himself from the concretion of nature, the more he controls nature. The more he also becomes dependent upon nature, for the more an individual's knowledge becomes restricted to the production of one abstract article, the less capable he must be of satisfying all his other needs. The concrete reality of work, the materially existing notion, the process of becoming more and more abstract and universal, but also more spiritual, is money. A great invention. It is the potential satisfaction of all needs, whereby the abstract value of all merchandise becomes real. Money can be used to stand for all needs because it is an abstraction from everything particular, because it reduces everything to a common denominator by virtue of its spiritual unity and universality. Need and work, raised to this level of universality, constitute in themselves an immense system of solidarity and mutual dependence, a self-activating life of what is dead, moving to and fro with a blind, elemental motion, and, like a wild animal, demanding constantly to be controlled and held in check. 15. The type of work performed also distinguishes the manners and thought of the working classes, divided by Hegel into three sections: farmers, hand workers, and merchants. The work of the farmer has not attained the level of spiritual abstraction, but remains elementary and concrete. It is intimately bound up with the natural conditions of the basic needs of life. Although the work of the farmer, like all work, is a negative activity, it is so only to a limited degree. For the farmer still lets nature work directly for itself by using earth and sky, warmth and cold, rain and drought as natural forms of assistance in tilling the soil. His attitude is, therefore, determined more by faith in nature and the labor of his family than by confidence in the legal institutions of bourgeois society. Because the success of his work is to a large extent dependent upon the gifts and chances of nature, the work of his hands does not produce anything independent, such as the hand worker produces. The latter's bourgeois occupation forms the transition to abstract work and the knowledge of the universal. By imposing form upon nature, the hand worker makes of it an independent work, whose form, through the work of his hands, has a self-sufficiency which is based upon the self of the work which forms it. What the object upon which he works is by nature, is restricted to the natural material, which is more or less serviceable and workable. This independence from nature develops in the class of hand workers a consciousness of law which is positive in comparison to that of the farmer, who asks of the law only that it not disturb him. Even further removed from the nature of things is the merchant class, which imposes form on nothing, only exchanging what has been formed by others through the abstract means of money. The spiritual aspect of work is most purely expressed in the movement or exchange of finished goods. The work of the merchant class is free of all immediate connection with need and use. The object of its work is split into the two spiritual abstractions of article of commerce and money. An object no longer has value in itself, but only according to the meaning that it can have for someone, according to its derived value, which is hard cash. Money, the medium of exchange, is more than a medium of work, it is a formal principle of reason, something spiritual because it is abstract and universal. It is the essence of the spirit to be able to abstract from everything that immediately exists, even from its own being. 17. The attitude of the merchant is therefore this rigor of the spirit, whose legal expression is strict laws of exchange. He builds factories upon the misery of an entire class, no matter what destruction is entailed. Hegel's primary insights into the nature and problem of work which were sketched in these manuscripts, not intended for publication, were partially systematized in later works. The Rijks philosophy discusses work as the first component of the system of needs. The work of bourgeois society is to supply particularized means of satisfying minutely defined abstract needs. Here the essence of work is made clear: man only is insofar as he is productive, he must produce himself and his world because his entire existence is completely mediating and mediated. In this process of productive work there develops culture, theoretical as well as practical, diverse forms of knowledge, the ability to imagine means suited to particular ends, the ability to comprehend complicated universal relationships. All this arises in consequence of the differentiation of needs, means, and work. Work is culturally educative in that it accustoms men to being busy in genera penine and to having regard for the will of others. It teaches objective physical activity and universally applicable skills, it disciplines man and raises him to the universal level of the spirit. In contrast to the barbarian, who is essentially lazy, the man who works is both cultured and culturally productive by virtue of his needs. But work can have this educative effect only because it is itself a form-giving activity on the spiritual level, capable of making abstractions. The Rijks philosophy was written 20 years after the Jena lectures. In it, Hegel no longer treats the peculiar problem of work, which derives particularly from the intervention of the machine, as an unsolved problem. Instead, he touched upon it only in the positive context of spiritual progress, which is brought about by the fact that division of labor causes work to grow more abstract. Similarly, he recognized as nodal points in the development of modern society the problem of organizing the newly developed masses 21 and the question of regulating the extremes of poverty and wealth. But he does so with a marginal reference to the still very promising possibilities in emigration to America. Within the scope of the purpose of his system, which was to mediate contradictions, Hegel was extremely realistic and far-sighted. This is shown by the first paragraph of his System der Begriffnisse, in which he treats the new science of political economy with a philosophic seriousness equaled only by Marx. Just as in the philosophy of history, so also in the science of economics, Hegel sees rational necessity in the midst of an apparently random confusion of arbitrariness and indigence. It is therefore a science which does honor to thought. If Marx had been able to see the critical expositions of the Jena lectures and the commentary on Stuart's Political Economy 24, he would have been able to develop his own statement of the problem, out of Hegel's, much more directly than he was able to on the basis of his study of the phenomenology. The Hegelians Rosseler and Ruge occupy a middle position between Marx's concept of work, which is economic, but philosophically based, and Hegel's, which is purely speculative. To C. Rosseler and A. Ruge, work as appropriation of the W or ID and liberation of man. Following Hegel, Rosseler views work as a process of appropriation, 25, which springs from the freedom of the active spirit. It is part of the moral definition of the man who sets himself a goal. There are two modes of appropriation. The first affects a direct alteration of nature for the sake of the individual, as in the assimilation of nourishment. It is restricted to individual phones of life, and is not generally communicable. This mode of appropriation is shared by men and animals. The other is communicable, because it is mediated by organs of another order, tools and machines. The indirect organs of appropriation can be used equally well by every individual, they are exchangeable and communicable. They transform nature into a world which belongs to man, and is suited for his use. The production of the means for this appropriation of the world is called work in the highest sense. It transcends all individual needs, and its energy lies in the continuous subjugation of natural drives, in respect to which work essentially represents discipline. Their satisfaction does not consist in a separate pleasure, but in the realization of the power of appropriation itself, whose free activity transcends every goal which has been attained and every stage in the subjugation of the world. The historical development of work as a spiritual and moral power of appropriation takes place only in Christianity. All the pre-Christian religions knew work only as a subordinate means for achieving other ends, but not as an end in itself. But even within Christianity, Protestantism alone gave work the freedom to become infinitely progressive productivity, making it a worthy ethical component of the whole of human life. It comes to full flower in the community of work which is bourgeois society. The result of the free mutual exchange of work is universal intrinsic values. In spite of their material nature, they do not contradict the spiritual nature of man, which is proved precisely by its permeation of what is material. 26. In contrast to the individualistic life context of the family, bourgeois society, by means of work, creates also an appropriation of the personality. It makes of each individual, even if not in his totality, a collaborator, working toward the common ends of production for society. In spite of his polemic against the ridiculous aberration of socialism, Rosseler hoped for a universal freedom and education based upon the sharing of work. In his study of the history of philosophy 27, Ruge was even more decisive in making work the outcome of the history of the spirit. Plato, Aristotle, and Hegel brought about great revolutions, but fear of the practical consequences made them set a limit to their liberation of the spirit of progressive dialectics of thought before reaching the realm of social castes, guardians, and classes. The actual history of the spirit and its liberation has removed this bar, and made work a universal principle. It is one with education, because it is itself educative by its very nature. We know now that there is no form of work which is degrading, that work alone furthers man's freedom. Hegel himself showed how, through work, the slave becomes master of his master. If all work is to be ennobled, it is only necessary to develop the proper notions and see what work is, what it accomplishes. Every day it recreates mankind. It is a self-bearing God, who makes man out of man. 28. Ruge organizes the history of philosophy from the standpoint of the universalization of work. Its highest attainment is the Aristotelian polity, but understood as bourgeois society, democratically organized. He sees the Republic of the United States of America as the ultimate realization of this ideal of a polis in which every citizen acts spontaneously as a worker. This creative character of work was comprehended by Hegel only to a very limited extent, and by Aristotle not at all. Although Aristotle sees very well the necessary function work fulfills for the state, he fails to recognize its creative character and the nobility of the way in which it educates and liberates the world. He fails to recognize that it brings to pass the subjection and transformation of the external world and the human world, that it does this not as mere life, but with a rational spirit, as liberator of itself. The worker is not an animal, but an intelligent man. Work is no longer infected with the idea that it is demeaning when it is seen and understood in its creative activity, which permeates everything. Through the work of hand workers and artists, the spirit achieves itself in its otherness, through science, in its own element. But in the case of the state, Aristotle omits both. For him, the work of civil society is beneath the state, that of philosophy above it, but in reality the former is its heart, the latter its head. 29 For Aristotle, not every man is a member of the state, and thus a man in the true sense, there is still only a class of fully enfranchised citizens. The Aristotelian state is not yet a community involving all its members in the struggle for freedom, it is only the superstructure of full citizens who do no work, but make all the others work for them. In order to carry on simple of society based upon work is not the mere production of value, but the production of value as a means toward the production of man and his own in the natural world. All value which the worker produces is produced only in order to produce man, bodily and spiritually. Thus the real meaning of socialism, as opposed to national economics, lies in the fact that the latter stops with the system of egoistical needs, while the former mediates between particular and universal interests, setting the common spirit as its goal. Economics ignores the spiritual and human side of bourgeois society because it analyzes only the external relationships which exist between capitalists and workers. But Hegel also fails to recognize the spirit of bourgeois society when he omits the real universal class from his theory of the three classes. The working class includes both the first and the third class, because both theoretical learning and farming are included in the notion of work. 3 Marx, work as man's self-alienation in a world not his own. Marx concentrated his analysis of work upon the problem of economics, as the expression of the real conditions of life. At the same time, he based it critically upon the universal notion of work in Hegelian philosophy. This leads to a twofold criticism, of classic national economics, and of Hegelian philosophy. What remains for Rugian humanitarian program is carried out by Marx with scientific thoroughness. The best source for insight into the original connection between his economic theories and Hegelian philosophy is his 1844 manuscript Delano with National Economics and Philosophy. 32 It, together with Th Deutsche Ideologie, is the most significant event in the history of post-Hegelian philosophy. The criticism of the abstract classical notion of work. Marx's criticism of classical economics, A. Smith. B. Say, Ricardo, Mill, 33 begins with the thesis that this new science of economics is the theoretical expression of the actual movement and energy of capital and modern industry. On the other hand, it also accelerates and justifies the development of industry by making industry more conscious of itself. It is the great discovery of Smith, the Luther of economics, that the essence of what is apparently objective private property is human work, which creates all value. But the more radically and cynically it reduces all values to the work which creates value, analyzing paid labor from the standpoint of the profitable use of capital, the more it leads of necessity to a criticism based on the criterion of the working man in society rather than capital and labor as independent entities. Marx accepts Feuerbach's view of man. 34 Interpreting the essence of man as the ability to live and produce in society. 35 It follows that in the system of capitalism the worker is a man who has lost his own self, is alienated from himself, existing only as merchandise or capital. As soon as it occurs to capital, as in the case of reduced demand, no longer to be for the worker is no longer for himself, he is out of work and gets no pay, because his only existence is as worker. The existence of capital is his existence, his life, since it determines the content of his life in a completely arbitrary way. 36. Instead of achieving his own individual existence through the work which he performs, the worker, alienated from himself, produces not only merchandise but also a kind of depersonalized form of himself. But it is the necessary paradox of the capitalistic world that it produces a devaluation of the human world proportional to its utilization of the world of objects, reducing the major portion of mankind to the abstract status of labor. Thus, for Marx, work is no longer abstract in the Hegelian sense of a positive universality of the spirit, but in the negative sense of an abstraction from the totality of concrete man, who seeks to perform his work as an graded human being. This abstraction reaches its extreme in the fact that the worker, instead of expressing, to discern, his life in productive fashion, is compelled, if he is to find work at all, to sell, very discern, himself, to alienate himself, in his work. His life becomes a mere livelihood, work serves only to prevent the privation of bare existence. An animal is coextensive with its whole active life, but man, who deliberately and consciously produces a world, is reduced to a subhuman level when he can understand his humanity only in the animal functions of eating, drinking, and procreation, and consider himself an animal in his compulsion to work. As his spiritual essence, freely willed activity, becomes economic activity, a mere means whereby the elementary needs of physical existence can be satisfied. Instead of being truly himself within the context of his work, the worker is truly himself, or free, only outside of this context. Classical economics ignores what the worker is apart from his work. It relegates this portion of man to physicians and courts, to religion and politics. For it, the needs of the worker are reduced to the need to preserve his capacity for work so that he can produce merchandise. Wages, therefore, are part of the necessary expenses of capital, and must not exceed the bare minimum necessary. Classical economics, the science of wealth, is also a science of saving, or, briefly, economy. Its basic ascetic dogma is to relinquish everything that does not serve to increase capital. It replaces what man concretely is and is capable of with abstract means 39 and credit, 40 the only mode of acquisition in a system of private ownership. This poverty of needs is the result of the alienated wealth of the economy which degrades human nature by increasing unreal needs. But this perversion of the meaning of production for the man who has possessions can be seen only in reference to the man who has nothing, for its expression upwards is as refined, ambiguous, and disguised as its expression downwards is coarse, direct, and undisguised. But in actual fact, industry speculates upon the refinement of needs by effecting a coarsening of them. Within progressive civilization, it produces a progressive barbarization while the connection between work and capital, as well as between poverty and wealth, is confirmed by the controversy between the two parties of classical economics. The one, that of Malthus, commends luxury and deplores economizing; the other, that of Ricardo, seeks economy in place of luxury. This contradiction is reconciled by the confession of the former that its only purpose in promoting luxury is in order to encourage work, and of the latter that its support of economy is based on the desire to increase wealth. Both demonstrate that basically capital and labor belong to jet like two hostile brothers. If the worker is himself an item of capital, the capitalist is also a slave to his work, which serves to multiply profit. In both cases, the moral principle of classical economics is the utility of unconditional acquisition and production. Virtue is ascetic work. The capitalistic method of producing life gives the best demonstration of its full consequences in the matter of money. 42 Money has the characteristic of being a universal medium by which a person can acquire anything which he does not already have. It is therefore the disinterested intermediary between needs and their satisfaction, between life and its necessities, the mediator pure and simple. But because it is the means of life, it ceases to be a means and becomes an end. Money is too good for nothing and too bad for nothing. It substitutes for and confuses all natural relationships by setting a fixed monetary value upon them. Money is the real spirit of all things, while Hegel's logic presents merely the money of the spirit, the spiritual value of everything that has being. As the alienated wealth of mankind, it is the most universal means of binding together and separating a world alienated from itself. Instead of setting human abilities freely in motion and enriching them, everyone speculates upon the possibility of tempting his neighbor to economic ruin through the generation of new needs. Every new product is a new potential for mutual deceit and pillaging. But the poorer man becomes, humanly speaking, the more he needs money to master his alienated being. The only real product of classical economics is the need for money. 44 This tendency of production is necessarily boundless, because quantity is the only quality of money, and by its very nature it has no limit. By its very nature, this is most obvious in the case of money considered in the abstract, but it is already present in the work which is performed for money. It is an activity which abstracts from the total man, making of an expression of life an alienation of life, of objectification a de-objectification, and of realization an abstraction. It perverts all the human sense. The task resulting from this system of capital and labor is the reunification of human nature through the ending of man's alienation from himself, the two sides of which are the objective world and man objectifying himself in work. It is concerned not only with economic life, but with all the aspects of man's life, his sight and hearing, his feeling and thought, his will and his love, because every way in which he behaves towards something is an historically determined way of appropriating the human world. 4 Marx's outline of a solution for this problem is completely determined by his disagreement with Hegel. B. Criticism of the abstract notion of work in Hegelian philosophy. Hegel was unable to solve the problem of alienation because he abstracted from the particular mode of production and contented himself with generalities about common needs. In agreement with its theological origin, the philosophy of the spirit took no account of the natural sciences and the industries they had made possible, failing to recognize that man becomes depersonalized through industrial work, without expressing himself positively. And yet it is industry that is the open book dealing with human abilities, depersonalized and alienated. It is the most conspicuous anthropology, the most accessible realm of history. Hitherto it has been viewed only superficially, because it has not been seen in the context of the real nature of man. Because Hegel sees man as spirit, and nature merely as the otherness of the idea, he was able to define work only as a formal spiritual behavior. His idealistic abstraction of the flesh and blood worker corresponds to the materialistic abstraction of classical economics, which deals with man merely as abstract labor. Both ignore the total humanity of man as he really is by nature. Since Hegel takes as his starting point the absolute activity of the logos, the categories of the particular parts of his system are ontological categories, defining a universal essence of work, for example, at the expense of its real forms of existence. Mere universal categories, they are indifferent to all particular content, they can therefore be applied to anything. Crucial for an understanding of Hegel's viewpoint on work is the phenomenology, in whose various forms one and the same movement appears again and again, the dialectics of consciousness and self-consciousness. By means of this intellectual construction, whose principle is a double negation, Hegel ingeniously transcends real human expression and alienation, depersonalization and estrangement. The phenomenological move meant therefore comes to an end with absolute knowledge. Thus the entire history of alienation and the entire withdrawal of alienation are nothing but the history of the production of abstract, that is, absolute, thought. 49. Estrangement, which is the actual concern of alienation and its abolition, is conceived as the difference between per se and pro se, between consciousness and self-consciousness, between object and subject, within which the real, material contrasts vanish. All other contrasts and motions of these contrasts are merely the manifestation, the hull, the exoteric form of these contrasts which alone are of interest, which comprise the sense of the other, profane contrasts. It is not that human nature becomes depersonalized, in contrast to itself, rather, the fact that it becomes depersonalized in contrast to abstract thought should be considered that fixed nature of alienation, which must be abolished. From the standpoint of the spirit, depersonalization, as such, must be considered behavior which does not accord with the spiritual nature of man. Like alienation, the appropriation of human abilities, considered as mere objects, is simply a movement of thought. The reappropriation of human nature, which alienation has depersonalized, abolishes the depersonalization, but not the alienation. The vindication of the objective world for man, therefore this appropriation, or insight into this process, is brought forward by Hegel in such a fashion that materiality, religion, political power, etc. are spiritual objects, for only the spirit is the true essence of man, and the true phone of the spirit is the thinking spirit. 51. Just as appropriation and alienation are spiritualized and emptied of reality, what man appropriates through work and what alienates him from himself is nothing real and independent, but rather an abstraction which is derived from all particular objects and is indifferent to them, which alienates self-consciousness from itself. What this self-consciousness knows is that the world of self-sufficient objects which confronts man positively is of no value. In this negation of positivity, self-consciousness proves to itself the non-objectivity of its own nature. Man is a non-objective, spiritualistic being. Instead of returning to man our historically determined world of real objects, as self-generated, Hegel dialectically equates the object of consciousness with self-consciousness. He considers self-consciousness the true nature of man, and therefore the reappropriation of his alienated, objectified nature appears as a return of the self to itself, which can take place without much expense, once the hostile estrangement of the objective world has been reduced to an indifferent strangeness. Hegel's self-consciousness flatters itself with the illusion that its active knowledge in its otherness has reconstituted the self, because it knows nothing of any real externality, it knows only a recoverable alienation of itself. 52. But the fact that self-consciousness is at one with itself in its own otherness means that man possesses his true human nature in the existing order of law, politics, and economics. The merely theoretical abolition of alienation in practice leaves the alienated objective world exactly as it is. Hegel's apparent criticism, which formally denies the existing powers while actually assuming their content, is a false positivism. 53. A philosophical dissolution and restoration of empirical reality. Hegel can view the process of alienation of the self as a gaining of the self because his conception of the entire process of negation is merely phonal. For him, the movement of emanation and return is a circular autotelic process. What he describes is not a human process at all, it is a divine process within man, and its actual subject is absolute idea. A corporeal man, breathing an atmosphere of natural forces, relates himself to a world of real objects. On the basis of his criticism of Hegelian spiritualism, Marx developed this materialistic view of history as the only true natural history. Material in this context does not refer to an economic basis, but rather the physical, objective existence of real men and things. The first formulation of historical materialism as a naturalistic humanism is determined by the criticism which takes as its starting point, not the absolute spirit, but anthropological nature. 56. Within this world of our natural senses, man, too, is an objective being. Only as a natural, corporeal being can he incorporate real, physical objects into his being, using them as a means of expressing his life. A being which does not have its nature external to itself is not a natural being, it does not partake of the essence of nature. A being which has no object external to itself is not an objective being. A being which is not itself an object for a third being has no relationship to its object, that is, it does not enter into objective relationships, its existence is not objective. A non-objective being as a non-being. 57. Thus when man objectifies his natural abilities and makes them external to himself, he is ever so much you. Alienation cannot come about in a non-objective or spiritualistic fashion, but only through an objective action which alters the existing conditions. In spite of this basic rejection of the standpoint of Hegel's phenomenology, Marx's criticism is positive, recognizing Hegel's distinctions, retaining them, and furthering their realization. Hegel's phenomenology is its own hidden, unperceived criticism, to the extent that it portrays the alienation of man even if man appears only in the form of the spirit. It contains within itself all the elements of criticism, frequently prepared and worked out in a manner which far transcends the Hegelian standpoint. The unhappy consciousness, the honest consciousness, the struggle of the magnanimous and abject consciousness, etc., these individual sections contain, though in alienated form, the critical elements of entire spheres, such as religion, the state, bourgeois life, etc. 58. The greatness of Hegel's phenomenology lies in its comprehension of man's self-generation 59 as a process, of depersonalization as alienation, and of appropriation as the abolition of this alienation, in short, its understanding of the universal nature of work and the human world as its result. Hegel occupies the standpoint of modern economics. He sees work as the essence of man, 60, even though he sees only the positive side of alienation and abolishes its negative side idealistically. Thus Hegel views work as man's development in prosody, but within the context of alienation. Aside from this positivism of idealistic speculation, Hegel achieved an abstract understanding of the essential action of man as he generates himself in the world. Within his speculative system, he made distinctions which reach the nub of the matter. 61. He had an estranged insight into the real depersonalization, estrangement, and reappropriation of man. But a real reappropriation can come about only through the destruction 62 of the estranged condition of our objective world. This incidental modification, which turns abolition into destruction, differentiates Marx methodologically from Hegel, and to this extent represents a basic divergence. For the rest, he takes over Hegel's categories and preserves them, in material form, even in Das Kapital. 63. Communism, too, is constructed according to the concepts of Hegelian philosophy. It is intended as the realization of the dialectical unity between independent action and depersonalization, which is the outcome of Hegel's history of philosophy. 64. It is the practical way in which man, living in society, keeps the entire objective world in subjection, as self-generated, and also remains himself in his otherness. Thus, according to Marx's idea, it is not only the expropriation of private property, but also the vindication of real human life as man's property. 65. A total return to himself of man who has become a stranger to himself within the objective world which he has generated. The expropriation of private property is only one consequence of the general appropriation of the world. Therefore, Marx distinguishes a false and a true communism. He criticizes the theories, such as that of Proudhon, 67, which attack the existing distribution of wealth by equalizing differences through an increase in wages or seek to bring about equality through equal distribution. Such partial reforms do nothing to alter the basic relationship of man to the world, the devaluation of the human world through the high value attached to the world of things. Such a theory would destroy everything that cannot be shared equally by everyone in the form of private property. Not only would it fail to abolish the definition of man as a worker, it would extend this definition to all men and leave capital the only power dominating society. True communism, on the other hand, as Marx, the Hegelian, conceives it, is a reappropriation of human nature at the stage of development which civilization has attained in capitalism. Within this context, it is the genuine resolution of the conflict between existence and essence, between depersonalization and independent activity, between freedom and necessity, between individual and species. It is the riddle of history solved. G8. Therefore communism, understood in its totality, alters not only the social and economic situation of man, but also his political, legal, religious, ethical, and scientific behavior. The man who lives in a communistic society does not possess objective reality in the form of ownership common to private capital, but rather through the fact that all objects are for him a positive, depersonalized objectification of himself. He is the man to whom the world indeed belongs, because its manner of production does not alienate him, but establishes him. 69 Marx developed these ideas in his 1844 manuscript, but they remain temporarily unpublished. Even in the form of Das Kapital they exerted no influence on genuine philosophy. Nevertheless, they made history like no other theory ever has. The Marxism of Lenin and the Russian worker state have their spiritual basis in Marx's disagreement with Hegel. In the further development of his analysis of appropriation and estrangement, Marx treated the problem of work more and more in a narrowly economic fashion, defining work in connection with wages and for 7 degree as the social substance of merchandise. This concept of work, limited to the specialized realm of economics 71 calculates the quantity of work and out of its relationship to capital derives the notion of surplus value. But we must not forget that the original basis of this much discussed economic theory is the much neglected disagreement of Marx with Hegel's philosophy of the spirit. After Hegel and Marx, German philosophy never again discussed the theme of work in its full scope and significance. The analysis of work became the prerogative first of economics and then of sociology, which explored endlessly the particular relationships between work and all conceivable phenomena, such as knowledge. 72 In spite of its obligation to Marx, it forgot its debt to Hegel. Except for E. Dühring, no one made any attempt to provide a philosophical basis for the economic and social problem of work. Finally Engels, in his Anti-Dühring and at the conclusion of his study of Feuerbach, drew the conclusion from Marx and Hegel that the labor movement was the true heir of German philosophy, because the labor movement alone understood that work is the creator of all culture and civilization, and its history is the key to the entire history of mankind. However repugnant this statement might appear to bourgeois philosophy, it was not without foundation. Ever since the turn of the century it has been the basic weakness of bourgeois education that it has been the education of an educated class, building a wall of separation against the working class and losing the spiritual horizon for the universal problem of work. Why? For Kierkegaard, the meaning of work for the self. Kierkegaard was discussing the problem of work at the same time as Marx, but in such a way that he kept the question within the framework of bourgeois Christian ethics. He treats the problem of work in connection with the growth of the personality, but this individualism of the self should not be misconstrued. Even though every isolated individual may have his teleology within him, still the individual cannot be separated from his relation to bourgeois life, as though, in the abstract sense, he should and could be self-sufficient. His self is absolutely concrete, therefore, by concentrating on itself it can never relate negatively to the surrounding world. It moves away from itself, through the world, back to itself. 74. This movement of alienation and recollection is thus defined in Hegelian terms. Its Christian reality consists in the fact that it is an act of freedom, through which the individual may stand above the conditions, such as marriage and work, in which he nevertheless remains. As a concrete individual, every man must first of all eat and drink, find clothing and shelter, or, in a word, exist. But in order to exist, so and so much money is needed per year, the nervus rerum garandarum. Money is and will remain the absolute condition for life, argues the aesthetician against the moralist. But the latter is not content, assuming that a person has neither income nor capital, scarcely a hat for his head. What then? The aesthetician shrugs his shoulders and says, that is of course another matter, ultimately there is no other way than to find work. But what is the sense of placing a creature, intended to exercise dominion over the world, in this life, if he must work himself to death for his daily bread? Is this human triannant of a human being? Is the only purpose of life to assure a miserable sustenance and then to improve it and so on, finally to die, just before attaining ample sustenance? This consideration could be developed into a proof of human immortality. As follows: it is the destiny of every man to achieve ample sustenance. If he dies before this, he has not achieved his destiny and must therefore, says everyone's private suspicion, achieve it in another world. If, on the contrary, he has achieved ample sustenance, and thus achieved his destiny, it cannot be his destiny to die and thus lose this ample sustenance, it must rather be that he amply enjoy it, ergo man is immortal. This might be called the popular proof or the proof from substance and sustenance. 75 Against this irony of the aesthetician, the moralist replies, work is the duty of man. As such, it is not a burden, but an ethical moment. It is neither a burdensome compulsion, nor reward and pleasure, neither is it an imperfection of human existence, it is rather a peculiar form of human perfection, in contrast to animals and plant who gains what he needs through his own work, preserving his human dignity in the struggle for food. What gives this struggle such a high educative value is the fact that the prize of victory is so small, in fact non-existent. The struggle goes on only so that man may continue the struggle. The greater and more extrinsic the reward of the struggler becomes, the more surely he may rely on all the ambiguous passions that have their abode in man: ambition, vanity, pride. These are motivations of enormous power, which can carry a man far. Whoever struggles to earn his bread soon notices that these passions leave him in the lurch. When all his effort suffices merely to gain the bare necessities, how can the reward stimulate him to continue his efforts? If he has no other source of strength, he is lost. You see, this is why the struggle for bread educates and ennobles man. It gives him no possibility of being deceived about himself. If he can see nothing higher in this struggle, then it is really a wretched, miserable situation to have to continue the struggle so as to be able to eat by the sweat of one's brow. But for this very reason this struggle forces man to see something else in it. If a man does not want to be discarded in this struggle, he must see in it a struggle for honor, a struggle, which brings greater honor the lesser the reward is. Thus, although one indeed struggles for sustenance, in reality he is struggling for himself. 78. Therefore it is not mere necessity which compels man to work, he does the necessary work because he seeks to work as a man. For this reason he seeks a nobler name for his work, one which will describe its relationship to his life and that of others, at the same time denoting it his joy and dignity. Thus viewed and performed, the work through which a man is nourished has at the same time a deeper significance for his personality. It is the man's vocation, whose fulfillment brings satisfaction and through which he acquires an essential relationship to his fellow human beings. Work is common to all mankind, its universal human meaning causes the differences between various talents to vanish. Both the greatest and the least can prove themselves true in their vocation. The work of a man's vocation regulates his life, preventing him from emancipating himself from the rest of mankind. It relieves him of the effort of trying to build his life from the ground up, like the man with no vocation. The man who performs regular work is not dependent upon a particular talent in order to accomplish something in the world. Everyone can do his proper task, and to this extent it is true that in essence every man accomplishes equally much. 79. Whoever in this fashion makes work a part of his life, both spiritually and intellectually, is far removed from the aesthetic view which refuses to put a yoke upon Pegasus, preferring to make work a pleasure through the development of a particular talent. The aesthetician, who sees in work only the trivial destiny of the crowd, is blind to its educative importance for mankind. Kierkegaard, who had an inherited income, was clearly aware of the problems involved in his exceptional mode of existence. You, of course, have no cause to complain, since you do not have to work for your sustenance, nor would I advise you to discard your wealth so as to be placed in this necessity. All such experimentation is mere foolishness, and leads to nothing. In the meantime, in my view, you will have to acquire the necessities of life in another fashion. To be able to live, you must become master of your innate melancholy. To that extent, I can apply that statement of the old man to you: you were brought betimes to the school in which you must learn to work for your living. 80. Just as man cannot live on mere money, neither can he live on melancholy alone, and Kierkegaard knew very well, with his Art of Existing, that the inwardness of his melancholy spiritual existence was bound to something as external as money. That there are publishers, that there are men whose entire existence expresses the fact that books are merchandise and an author a merchant, is a completely immoral state of affairs. To the extent that pecuniary interests enter into a spiritual relationship, such as that of an author, that he receives honoraria, etc., the man who establishes the spiritual relationship is also forced to establish a monetary relationship, to involve himself in pecuniary matters, not in the least for the sake of some potential pecuniary advantage, but so that there can be some shame in the transaction. If the monetary relationship is established in such a way that it is the source of gain for another person only, it easily becomes insolence. The insolence lies in viewing the spiritual production quite without reservations as merchandise. Thus the public, through money, gains power over the publisher, through the monetary relationship, over the author. 81. Thanks to this insight into the connection between spirit and money, Kierkegaard was able of his own accord to make the following remark, both serious and paradoxical. For my becoming a writer, the blame must be laid entirely upon my melancholy and my money. 82. His innate melancholy isolated him, turned him inward, and set him before the boundary of the religious, but his money made possible for him the life of a man of private wealth. 83. Shortly before his death he made clear to himself the remarkable correspondence which existed between the exhaustion of his spiritual existence and of its material means. A few months before he collapsed, he withdrew from the bank the last installment of his inheritance, which had been deposited there without interest. Thus even he, Marx's exact opposite, proves the latter's insight into the connection between capital, labor, and the totality of human existence. 5. Nietzsche, work as the dissolution of devotion and contemplation. In Nietzsche's occasional thoughts on the position of work in the life of man, work is no longer a power which contributes to the formation of the world and the education of man, it is felt only as a pressure and a burden. But if the basic characteristic of work is its difficulty, and if in spite of all will to accomplish it has no purpose of its own, then man will free himself from the burden and seriousness of work by plunging into light pleasures whenever he no longer has work to do. In his flight from work to pleasure, the worker has no chance for recuperation. The pressure of work and the search for pleasure are merely two aspects of one and the same situation. By way of contrast, Nietzsche defends contemplation, which takes its time and allows itself leisure. There is an Indian-like wildness in the way the Americans strive for money, and the breathless pace of their work. The real vice of the New World has already begun to inflame ancient Europe with the wildness, to spread over it a thoroughly amazing lack of spirit. Every man is ashamed to be calm, long reflection almost causes pangs of conscience. Men think with their watches in hand, the way one eats lunch, with one eye on the exchange list. Everyone lives like a man about to be late for something. Better to be doing something than to be doing nothing. This principle is a noose to put an end to all culture and all good taste. And just as all manner of forms are destroyed by this pressure of work, so the feeling for form itself is destroyed. There is no longer the time or the energy for ceremony, for the byways of courtesy, for all esprit of amusement, in short, for any odium. For life which is hot on the trail of profit always forces the spirit to the point of exhaustion, in constant pretending, outwitting, or anticipating. The real virtue of THIRD-WORLDISM is being able to do something in less time than it takes anyone else. And so only rarely are there hours of permissible honesty, but in them a man is tired, he wants not only to let go, but to lie down and collapse. This propensity now influences the writing of letters. The style and spirit of letters are always the real index of the time. If there is still any pleasure in society and the arts, it is the pleasure of slaves who have been worked until they are weary. Oh, the restrictions on joy among our people, educated and uneducated. All clear conscience stands on the side of work. Any disposition toward joy calls itself need for recuperation, and begins to be ashamed of itself. It is necessary to preserve one's health, such is the excuse if one is discovered on a jaunt in the country. It might soon reach the point that no one could give in to a disposition to the vita contemplativa, without self-reproach and a bad conscience. 85. The inclination toward contemplation had its roots in both the ancient and the Christian ethos. In antiquity, it was considered dignified and noble to cultivate leisure, and as long as the Church determined the norms of life, the vita contemplativa was assured of the precedence given to meditation and devotion. above all secular activity. Only the tireless industry of the modern world destroyed the old proportion between odium and labor, Christian recollection, and the bustle of the secular world, until finally Sunday became a day of boredom, no one having anything to do. The modern drive to make the most of one's time with the fetish of industriousness has done more than anything else to lead to lack of faith and the breakup of the religious life. Among those who, for example, live their lives today in Germany apart from all religion, I find men of many sorts. But particularly a majority whose religious instincts have been destroyed by industriousness, they no longer have any idea of what religions are for, and only register a kind of apathetic amazement at their own presence in the world. They feel that there are already plenty of claims upon them, whether made by their business, their pleasure, not to mention their fatherland and the newspapers. 86. The same thing that is true of these enormously busy people is also true of scholars. 87. For even scholarly investigation has become one component in the machinery of unceasing labor. Work has lost its curse ever since the bourgeois Christian world, to use the title of a much-read anthology of Carlyle, began to do work in order to avoid desperation, and to speak of the blessing of work. In this glorification of work, in this inexhaustible talk of the blessing of work, I see the same thought in the background as in the praise of beneficial impersonal activities on the part of the community, fear of everything individual. The basic feeling today is that such work is the best police, that it keeps a check on everyone and is a powerful restraint upon the development of reason, cupidity, and the desire for self-sufficiency. 88. One of the classic eulogists of work in the 19th century was E. Zola, who proclaimed in an address to youth, "I had only one faith, one source of strength, work. I was held up only by that immense task I had laid upon myself. The work of which I speak is regular work, a lesson, a duty which I have assigned myself to make some progress in every day, even if only one step forward. Work. Consider, gentlemen, work phones the only law of the world. Life has no other purpose, there is no other reason for existence. We all come into being only in order to do our share of the work, and then vanish. Only rare spirits like Nietzsche and Tolstoy recognized the false ardor and hidden nihilism which are characterized by this estimation of work. 89. In the course of the 19th century, work was elevated to the position of being an end in itself. By no means was it limited to the industrial society of the bourgeois epoch. It is even more characteristic of the people of the totalitarian state, which confronted them with an apparent goal which in actual fact could not be anything but war. The German labor front, which even harnessed leisure time for the purposes of work through strength through pleasure, created an organizational system of labor such as can be compared only with that of the Anni. The political purpose of this labor front was the construction of a totally martial state through the complete militarization of life. This development, too, was predicted by the author of the Wille zur Macht. From the future of the worker, workers should learn to feel like soldiers, an honorarium, an allowance, but no wages. 90. But Nietzsche saw the training of the masses only as a means toward higher ends, for this reasons: that it might still be possible for a man to receive an education purely through his own motivation that has long been out of the question. The demands of the time are too great, men cannot simply be left to themselves, they need a universal mold so that at least everyone can fit into the turbulence called modern life. Burckhardt, to Kinkel, 1846. The humanistic ideal of education was outlined in Germany by W.V. Humboldt and realized in the universities. Today it is no longer in a defensive position. Even the much discussed question of the choice between humanistic or political education has long been a dead issue. The intelligentsia were made to realize that their non-political education was no match for the attack of the state, and the state boasted of being able to do without the intellectuals, which of course did not prevent the new political education of the Reich from living off the remnants of the old, as is demonstrated by every sentence and the entire vocabulary of its manifestos, speeches, and documents. For Hegel, the problem of a choice between humanistic and political goals was simply non-existent, he still thought it obvious that humanistic education was just what educated the individual for his life in the polis. 1. Hegel's political humanism. From Hegel to Enlilic. The 5 addresses delivered by Hegel between 1809 and 181, when he was rector of the Nuremberg Gymnasium, present briefly and simply a complete picture of his idea of education. 1. It is as far removed from an external compulsion to bring politics into education as from the aristocratic educational individualism of von Humboldt. The fact that a man can only educate himself was the assumption behind the fact that he must educate himself to take a share in the community, in the context of traditional language and custom which are not only mine, but everyone's. Self-education is education by which the individual raises himself to the universal nature of the spirit. This basic principle lies behind all 5 addresses. The first discusses particularly the study of the ancient classics and the significance of grammatical and linguistic studies for education as such. The second develops the concept of discipline, and discusses the connection between moral and scholarly education. The third places the school between the family life of the child and the public life of the adult. The fourth illuminates the study of the classics with respect to the education of man that makes him an integrated whole. The fifth characterizes the problematic position of contemporary education as the struggle between the ancient and traditional, on the one hand, and the new on the other. As a task of the secondary school, education is limited at first to the study of what is taught. True studying is distinguished from mere passive learning and self-willed argumentation. The teacher must so educate his pupil that the latter may learn to think for himself in the learning of something else. The restraint of idle chatter is an essential condition for all education and all learning. One must begin by comprehending the thoughts of others, renouncing his own ideas. This combination of learning with independent thought converts the former into genuine study. The test of whether a person has really made something his own in the learning process is whether he can apply it in new and different cases. 2. The achievement of this goal is the pedagogical goal of instruction, which must be educational in itself and therefore has no need of external pedagogy. Hegel explains the advantage of becoming rector of a new educational institution by the fact that it is founded upon older institutions, and thus continues a tradition which guarantees perma-equals. The principle of the older institutions, which forms the basis for faith in the new one, is humanistic education. For several millennia this has been the soil upon which all culture has stood, from which it has sprouted, and with which it has been in continuous contact. The preservation of this soil is important, equally essential is the modification of the situation in which it previously was. What is old must be put in a new relationship to the whole in order that its essential components may be preserved. Hegel uses Latin as an example. It has fallen into disfavor because it allowed important areas of learning of bourgeois life to be neglected, but it does not follow that mere study of current events can replace the study of the Greeks and Romans. The material studied is not what educates, neither in the case of Latin nor in the case of discussion of everyday affairs. It is the education of the man himself that is valuable, in and of itself. But let us assume that what is excellent is in general the proper point of departure, then the basis for all higher study is and must remain the literature of the Greeks primarily, and next, that of the Romans. Only in the study of the perfect works of antiquity does a man receive the profane baptism which gives the soul its first unforgettable feeling for good taste and knowledge. A man must give himself completely to the ancients, receive bed and board from them, in order to absorb their atmosphere, their ideas and customs, even their errors and prejudices, and to become at home in this world, which is the most beautiful that has ever been. 3. The ancient world provides the noblest sustenance in the noblest form for education. No other people produced as much that was original, excellent, and versatile as did the Greeks, whose plastic virtue was free from the moral ambiguity of the Christian world. Its wealth is incorporated into its language, and so the study of the ancients must be above all a study of their languages. But a true acquisition of a strange language cannot take place directly. The acquisition of something strange demands an estrangement from what is one's own. A man must be able to achieve a certain distance from himself if he is to bring nearer to himself what is strange and different. Not only does education need a subject upon which to work, but there must be something alien about this subject in our encounter with it. Estrangement is a necessary condition for theoretical education. Education demands, to this end, that the student occupy himself with something that is not immediate, something alien for. This demand for separation is expressed by the drive, which is especially typical of youth, to break away from what is familiar and search for oneself far off, because what is distant and strange exercises the most fascination on the learning capacity of the individual. Upon this centrifugal drive of the soul is based, the necessity that the soul make for itself that divorce which it seeks by its very nature and condition, and give to the young spirit a strange, distant world. The dividing wall which accomplishes the separation for education is the world and language of the ancients. But that which keeps us apart also contains all the starting points and threads which lead to a return to ourselves, an amicable relationship, and the rediscovery of ourselves, but ourselves, according to the true universal nature of the Spirit 5. Thus true appropriation is not an assimilation of what is strange, preserving no distance, it demands, rather, that a person go forth from himself. The only educated man is he who appropriates the other in its otherness. It follows that even the mechanical aspect of learning a foreign language is more than a necessary evil. What is mechanical is what is foreign to the spirit. The spirit takes an interest in digesting what has been fed it undigested, in coming to understand this lifeless object that has been given it, in making it its own. The same is true for grammatical studies, which are an excellent means for educating the spirit precisely because of their abstraction. Just as the notion of being in general is already present in every grammatical is, so linguistic forms in general contain the logos of things. 6. The educated man must be able to think concretely, but only he can think concretely who can make distinctions within the great mass of ideas and abstract from empirical material. 7. The study of grammar is an elementary philosophy because it acquaints us with simple abstract entities, the vowels of the spiritual. These three strange things, the ancient world, its language, and systematic grammar, comprise the educative force for humanistic studies by separating the human spirit from itself and thus freeing it for its true end. But the basic principle of a scholarly education is also the principle of behavior worthy of a human being. This latter demands equally that a man achieve a certain distance from himself. A scholarly education in general has the effect on the spirit of separating it from itself, lifting it above its immediate natural existence, the sphere of bondage to emotions and drives. It places the spirit within the realm of thought. Thus the spirit achieves consciousness of its own reactions to external influences, reactions that are otherwise constrained and instinctual. This liberation means control over immediate impressions and emotions. It is the formal basis for all moral actions. 8. Therefore, military training also has an educative influence upon the spirit. It counters natural distraction and laziness, forcing a man to be alert and carry out the orders of others with precision. Education is, in fact, not limited to this or that peculiar subject. A man who is educated in other areas has the ability to gain an understanding of every knowledge or skill with which he is as yet unacquainted. Education is universal, precisely because it is not a general education in the sense of superficial juxtaposition of many particulars. 9. But because the effectiveness of bourgeois educational institutions does not extend to the entire scope of human existence, limiting its attention, rather, to man as a pupil, it is the task of schools to mediate between the private particularity and the public universality of life. The school presupposes that the pupil comes to it already with a certain amount of knowledge, and, on the other hand, that he must later establish himself in the world outside the school. It mediates between life in the family and life in the world, which is common to all. 10. The world to which the pupils must be educated is not a private world, but a residential publica or polis. Man's place in it is not determined by his individual particularity, but by the extent of his contribution to one of its objective spheres. Thus the aim of education is to develop the individual through renunciation of his peculiarities and to incorporate him into the objective element of the common world, in contrast to the particular personal relationship of the family, out of which it is the job of the central portion of an individual's education to lead him. The world in which the educated man achieves a universal self-existence is characterized by Hegel as a system of universality, in which individual to participate in public life. L1 This was the purpose of Thual's count only to the extent that they accommodate themselves to it. What is brought about by the schools is the capacity of the education according to whose example we called ours humanistic. In the modern situation, the great public conditions upon which the cohesion of the bourgeois moral order rests have been removed beyond our sight and participation. In the polis, they were present and immediate because the absoluteness of the state rested upon the independent participation of the individuals. In our modern condition of isolation, brought about by over-education, the inner life of the whole, as an abstract spirit, is no longer a concern of the individual. Every individual receives only a fragmented share, he is granted a restricted sphere, over which stands the soul. Which brings all these particular movements into a unity. No one has a feeling for the whole, nor an active view of it. 12 The vocational class to which we dedicate ourselves is more exclusive than among the ancients, but it is therefore all the more important for us to preserve at least the idea and notion of a complete life. The best guide to this end is study of the humanities. They give us a familiar idea of man as a whole. The kind of freedom which existed in the ancient states, the inner unity of public and private life, of public consensus and private opinion, implies a great familiarity with the great interests of individual humanity, the most important pillars of public and private action, the powers which bring about the rise and fall of nations. These thoughts appear as natural reflections upon everyday objects of an ordinary present, thoughts which, in our educational system, do not enter into the circle of our life and action. Thus laws and duties appear to us in living form as customs and virtues, not in the form of reflections and principles according to which we must frame our lives as according to precepts imposed from above. 13. In order to keep alive before him this basic idea of a noble life, considered as a whole, in order to secure an inner place to which he can retire from the isolation of our real life, a man must study a classical curriculum and learn from the Greeks and Romans. In Hegel's actual attitude toward the world, however, the recognition of what is outweighed all criticism of the existing order according to the educational standard of the ancients. His feeling for reality repudiated the eternal youths who wanted to overthrow the existing order. They proclaim their lack of education by their unwillingness to give up their personal selves and enter into reality. If they belong to the upper classes, says Hegel, as though with a premonition of his revolutionary pupils, they band together, construct idle programs of how the world should go according to their view, in order to smash a hole in the order of the world. To the young Hegelians, Ruge's politicization of aesthetic education. Ruge drew the most definite conclusions concerning the consequences for education from the politicization of the age. The History of the Bourgeois Christland World 295. Utilized Hegel's political educational ideal as a basis for a self-sufficient education which would withdraw from public life. His thought is as follows. The politicization of education seems at first to be a destruction of the free domains of knowledge and fine arts. But yet the Greeks were political through and through, while at the same time, poetic, philosophic, and free. But in their case, the arts and sciences did not possess that ingenuousness which is peculiar to our situation. The apparent freedom of our arts and sciences rests upon private isolation from the common life of the public. 14. The over-education which proceeded from this isolation, creating Alexandrian scholarship, demands a thorough reformation. The only exception is the natural sciences. They do not have as their object of study any historical modes of existence of the spirit. By contrast, the march of time means the death of existing philosophy, theology, and jurisprudence. History robs them of their fauner material. With the Greek gods, Greek theology dies; with the Greek state, Greek jurisprudence, together with the Holy Roman Empire there perished an immense juristic world, a true paradise, for legal scholars. Likewise the poetic genre of scenes of nature, love, family, and village life vanishes as soon as the newly awakened sense of politics gives literature historical themes. To outmoded education must also be reckoned the other side of popular literature, that is, Romanticism. Together with it, Classicism is condemned by the verdict of history. As a consequence of their restriction to the historico-political situation in Germany, even Goethe and Schiller withdrew egoistically to their inner selves, Goethe in a spirit of renunciation, Schiller in a spirit of challenge, but both unable to give political reality to their poetic ideals. 15. That portion of Fahner education which survives Ruge's radical criticism as belonging to the new literature is limited to the names of a few political literati such as Herweg and Hoffmann von Fallersleben. It is stated 1 degree more plainly in the last volume of the Lahrbucher 16 that the age of blasé theoreticians and the illusion of abstract philosophy are past. Faith, knowledge, and poetry, the absolute sphere of Hegel's system, are not suspended in the air somewhere above the state, they are themselves a public concern and a necessary component in the spiritual organization of political freedom. The true religious question does not lie in reservations of conscience or in goodwill which is as powerless as it is estimable but in the secularization of religion, science, and art on the part of the state as the public totality of our common life. A blasé education lacks great historical goals, and is therefore self-satisfied. The philosophy which loses sight of its radical goal, like the general education of purely private individuals, always runs into danger of condemning itself to destruction through mere self-reflection and idle movement within its own subjectivity. The jokes and stale humor of great cities which always lie in wait for a suitable opportunity to break forth and sparkle, the idolization of all genius and fame, empty enthusiasm for dancing girls, gladiators, musicians, athletes, what does all this prove? Nothing more than a blasé education, lacking all sense of real labor toward great goals. Nothing more than the frivolousness of formal knowledge and formal talent. A man must be able to despise all these gifts and all this skillfulness if he is not to be caught up in this same senseless maelstrom, insipid and lifeless. Amuse yourselves with your super-cleverness, pass the time away, if you have reached the point of being able to join in the game and shine at it, then reflect upon this dandelion consciousness, in which you have achieved everything, including the insight that you are unable to advance beyond this satiation and ennui. But do not get the idea that you are whole human beings, even if you have yourselves shot to relieve the ennui. The same phenomena which are produced by the over-education typical of life in the capital also arise out of self-sufficient philosophy. Its illusion is the same as that of general education, that aphonal theorizing is a form of the spirit and an end in itself. Ruge's description of the blasé consciousness simplifies Hegel's analysis of the world of estranged education, 17, but without bringing the spirit-forsaken surface of this merely over-clever education beyond itself to absolute knowledge. He does not abolish it, but seeks to destroy it politically. If it is to be destroyed, it must become entangled in the practical problems of political activity, which seize each individual by the scruff of the neck and tear him loose from his over-education. This reform of consciousness does not mean the ruin of the arts and sciences, but rather gives them popular foots. It begets first of all a real and powerful learning. The spirit of learning must acquire a truly vital content in public life, so that self-consciousness becomes consciousness of the world, and liberalism democratism, which erases the dividing line between the educated and uneducated. The problems of the age must be in the possession of the people, they must be problems for the people, if they are to have real life in this world. The notion of the people is the abolition of the barriers between caste and class, not only the illusory ones between peasant and noble, bourgeois and aristocrat, but also the real barriers between those who have knowledge and those who do not have it. Much more can be accomplished in this direction than appears at first glance. In place of the abstruse intellectual world of a lifeless education, of a police which stands removed from bourgeois life, of a judiciary which is suspended mysteriously above all, and a military system completely isolated from the life of the people, there must arise a community both spiritual and political, within which all the contradictions of outworn liberalism will vanish. The following practical problems result: I. The church must be transformed into a school, organized into a real means of educating the people which will absorb the entire mob. 2. The military system must be merged completely into this educational system. 3. The people, educated and organized, must be allowed to rule themselves and administer justice themselves, in public life and in public courts. Upon the accomplishment of this reform, even the caprice of frivolousness embodied in Heine 18 will be reduced to a mere aspect of the real spirit. For true freedom is not the spiritual freedom which grew out of Protestantism and Romanticism, but political freedom, which includes freedom of spirit and of education. The spirit is a political spirit, and all men are political beings. The state is not a private affair, it is a residential publica, it is the concern which concerns everything. Ruge saw his program as the German fulfillment of the sublimates so many diverse experiences into the simple feeling which we call a sense of time. All the diffuse knowledge D equals 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 P movement. Bauer, from the very beginning, saw through the shallowness of both the personal and political involvement of education and knowledge with life, making it the object of a critical historical study. 22 The flood of philosophical periodicals, 23 pamphlets and lectures on the reform of the universities and the necessity of a political education which filled the German classrooms between 1842 and 1846 he described with the pertinent formula of pauperism and the subsequent simplification of concepts. 24. These two phrases say everything that has been important since Gutzkow. The formulas in which this pauperism expresses itself are, the organization of education, man as a political member of a class, participation in the state. But Ruge did not evaluate correctly this participation in the cliché of the universal. His impassioned challenge, by force of endless repetition, had already transferred the citizens of Germany into the realm of action. What Ruge sought to pour out over the sinful world in one great stream, was allowed to trickle out drop by drop upon the stone of the existing order, to hollow it out all the more surely. 25 While everyone was proclaiming that philosophy and theoretical education were finally permeating the actual conduct of life, Bauer established that the scientific education which had become so vital was not any education at all. The universities had long ceased to be the arena of historical conflicts, while the radicals, knowing less of the history of science than of anything else, proclaimed at the top of their lungs the appearance of a superficial compilation as an event of decisive importance, and rejoiced over the stilted phrases addressed by a politically motivated professor to students in a torchlight procession, announcing the victory of the popular interest. 26. The reduction, particularly of history, to the interests of the present, with its gross violations of documentary history, provided a proof of the superiority which these simple concepts helped the new popular philosopher achieve over the dry material of history. 27 Those who were studying spoke of a destiny of the universities when it was already fulfilled, of the river of history, when it no longer flowed through the canal of the universities, of science, when it had been dissipated and its particles dispersed into a vague gas. 28 The talk was all of the whole which each must serve, of the political knowledge which no one could evade. To make learning come alive, an intellectual commerce was demanded between the teacher and the learners, without the realization that the medium of exchange, learning itself, was no longer present. The scholastics were plainly opposed to this doctrine of participation in the state. All philosophic systems were popular in comparison to this university lecture on the nature of the subject citizen. The ingenious mystics must look with awe upon this transcendence of the theory of self-surrender, which far surpasses the edifice of their doctrine of the exaltation of the individual to the universal. In reality, it was of no use at all to the political monks to offer art and science as a sacrifice to the state, seeking to please the state by calling a political education the only truly human education. The state took no heed of their assurances, declared its duty to be the defense of itself and its own against the encroachments of science, and guarded against surrendering itself as common property to universal education. Thereupon the radical intelligentsia accosted the state with even greater demands, trying to embarrass it, if at all possible. But at this point, when the claims made upon the state had reached a maximum and the dependence of the individual had been exalted to an absolute principle, radicalism was finally cut off by the real state and transferred to a new area, where it could cultivate exclusively the vagueness which had condemned its political demands to sterility, without regard for political success, where it could honor dispassionately the omnipotence of the whole, and where it could preach selflessness. Bauer's attempt to illuminate the origin and sterile, abstract, and confused, because it did not become involved in real life. The arrogance of Bauer's criticism, it was said, fell under the power of a sophistry which estranged it from the concerns of the people. The vital thing was not criticism, but rather a reconstruction in which is realized the sum of everything toward which history was tending. 32. 3. J. Burckhardt on the Century of Education and G. Flaubert. 011 The Contradictions of Knowledge. In 1846, the same year in which Bauer wrote his critical history of the situation in Germany, Burckhardt wrote a letter to G. Kinkel, who himself played a not inconspicuous part in the radical movement. In it, he expressed the opinion that the 19th century would someday be called the educated century, for today, no matter how stupid an individual might be, he was the target of so many sparks of widespread education that only a Hercules could cut off all the heads of this hydra. A while back each man was a fool unto himself and left the world in peace. Now, on the other hand, everyone thinks he is educated, constructs a patchwork Weltanschauung and preaches away at his fellow men. No longer is there any desire to learn, much less to keep silent, least of all to let someone else follow his own course of development. The whole thing is diabolical. This universal education daily builds up a shell of conventional opinions, that is, error equals, within which entire classes of society move in false enthusiasm. Feeling this hopelessness of his age, Burckhardt decided to flee to the south to escape them all. the radicals, communists, industrialists, intellectuals, pretenders, thinkers, abstractionists, absolutists, sophists, political fanatics, idealists, eons, and ists of all kinds. 34. 40 years later he saw in the general condition of an education constantly becoming more inclusive and common the confirmation of his former conviction that the education in modern cities was producing only force-fed mediocrities. 35. In opposition to this compulsory leveling, he defended, as the lesser evil, the breach between the educated and uneducated which came into existence with the breakup of the Middle Ages. The real compendium of problems having to do with education is Flaubert's unfinished masterpiece Bavard et Picochet. 37. While in Germany the epigones of classical education were writing novels. After the pattern of Wilhelm Meister, about 1850, Flaubert conceived the plan of laying out a Dictionnaire des Rues. 38. A documentary history of human stupidity which would be an ironic glorification historique de tout ce qu'on approuve. After he finished The Temptation of Saint Anthony, in which the saint was tempted by all the beliefs and superstitions that have ever assailed mankind, he set about to arrange and analyze the present state of chaos in scholarly education. Two kindly and cautious townsmen, honestly concerned about their higher education, are at their country estate, which they were lucky enough to acquire. They wander through the entire maze of collected knowledge from gardening, chemistry, and medicine to history, archaeology, politics, pedagogics, and philosophy only to return finally to their writing and produce extracts out of the books they studied in vain. In the style of high comedy the whole work passes through the realm of estranged education, finally ending with the absolute knowledge that our entire education is without foundation. Doctrines that have lived for centuries are explained in 10 lines, developed, and disposed of by confrontation with other doctrines which are elucidated and destroyed with equal acuity and vitality. On one page after another, in one line after another, an idea rises up, immediately there arises another idea which knocks the first to the ground, only to fall mortally wounded by its neighbor. 39. In a sketch at the conclusion of the work, Picochet paints a dark picture of the future of man, Bavard a bright picture. According to the former, the end of the human race, which has become more and more inferior, is approaching in a general process of decay and decomposition. There are 3 possibilities. I. Pantheistic radicalism may destroy every connection with the past, with an inhuman despotism as a consequence. 2. In the case of a victory for theistic absolutism, the liberalism which has controlled mankind since the revolution will perish, with a consequent upheaval. 3. The convulsions which have been taking place since 1789 may continue, without deciding between the 2 alternatives, the oscillations will drag us along. Then there will be no more idealism, religion, or morality. Then America will have conquered the world. In the view of the latter, Europe will be rejuvenated by Asia, undreamed modes of travel will come into being, with submarines and balloons, new sciences will grow up which will enable man to place the forces of the universe in the service of civilization and, when the earth is used up, migrate to other planets. Evil will come to an end together with want, and philosophy will become religion. Tile History of Tile Bourgeois Christian World. 4. Nietzsche's criticism of education, present and past. The discoveries which Burckhardt made at the beginning of the social movements became the property of Nietzsche after 1870 in the context of the national state. At a distance of 30 years, they both saw the coming of a civilized barbarism which reached its full growth with the unification of these 2 tendencies of the 19th century. 40. Even the Bildungsphilister, narrow-minded intellectual, whom Nietzsche saw and attacked in Strauss, is by no means extinct, he has, rather, become a wholesale phenomenon, the politically trained man with the prescribed worldview. 41. Under the heading Former German Education, Nietzsche describes the dull gleam which illuminated the nobly distorted gestures of education as incorporated in Germany, particularly in Schiller, Humboldt, and Schleiermacher, but also Schelling and Hegel. The galactic gleam of this education, nevertheless, was immediately laid aside. when the Germans began to become objects of interest to the other nations of Europe. It was on account of an education which they no longer possess, which, in fact, they shook off with a blind eagerness as though it were a disease, and yet they had nothing better for which to exchange it than political and nationalistic madness. Of course this had the effect of making them objects of even greater interest to the other nations than they had been by virtue of their education, that may be their satisfaction. 42. He considered the Bismarckian state an extirpation of the German spirit on behalf of the German Empire, Bismarck himself, a fraternity student, and the era of Bismarck, an era of Germany's increasing stupidity. Bismarck constricted the German spirit to a nationalistic spirit, forced the Germans into international politics, heaped up for them a monstrous empire and power, and caused the German people to sacrifice their ancient virtues, giving them instead a parliamentary education and making a mockery of their reputation as a nation of thinkers. In Nietzsche's judgment, nevertheless, within the given situation of Germany, Bismarck was relatively great, precisely because he did not cling to German education, but was in his own fashion more intelligent than the contemporary German scholars. The Germany which he created is not a picture of high culture and taste, but a great quantum of inherited and acquired virtue, a large potion of industriousness, patience, and willingness to obey which, of course, does not exclude the possibility that political power will spoil the gens. The Germans once they were called the nation of thinkers, today do they think at all? Today the Germans are weary with intellectual matters, today the gens mistrust the spirit, politics devours all serious interest in really spiritual things. Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, I'm afraid that was the end of German philosophy. Are there German philosophers? Are there German poets? Are there good German books? These are the questions foreigners ask me. I blush, but with the boldness characteristic of me in desperate straits, I answer, yes, Bismarck. 44. Nietzsche's attitude toward Bismarck was of necessity ambiguous. 45. Because he himself sought to achieve a union of the spirit with politics and the will to power, when his madness finally erupted, he invited the leading statesmen of Europe to a conference in Rome. The concept of politics was to be absorbed in a war of the spirits. The criterion for the seriousness of a philosophy was to be the fact that statesmen could declare their allegiance to it. But as long as the spirit is mere education, and politics is without thought, those philosophers are relatively best who, like Schopenhauer, do their thinking apart from the state, and those statesmen are relatively best who, like Bismarck, have no understanding of philosophy. What Nietzsche saw in 1873 were symptoms of the atrophy of education, brought about by the fragmentation of knowledge, the struggles for power among nations, the wealth and pleasure economy of the educated classes. Everything assists the coming barbarism, art as well as science. Whither shall we look? Since we really have no method of defense, and everyone is in the same position, what is to be done? Try to warn the forces that are still present, form an alliance with them, while there is still time, restrain the classes from which the danger of barbarism threatens. But all alliances with the educated must be rejected. That is the greatest enemy because it hinders the physicians and seeks to deny the sickness. The educated classes, we read further on, must be surrendered. The men who know what is necessary will have the best feeling for what can be their wisdom. But the danger is that the uneducated classes will catch the fever of contemporary education and make this pseudo-education universal. None is able truly to overcome the degeneration of education, which produces on the one hand scholarly specialization and on the other a journalistic general education. Each complements the other in producing one. The same lack of education, scientific rigor gets along quite well with lack of judgment and barbarism of taste in all other matters. Both standpoints are right to a certain degree because no one is capable of reaching the point where both are wrong. Education shrinks daily because hurry increases daily, is the theme of the lectures on the future of German educational institutions, 187 1-72.49. They are an attempt to describe the point from which, beyond journalism and specialization, the problem of education can be solved. The thesis which Nietzsche uses to develop his treatment of the question is, in the present, two tendencies dominate our educational institutions, which were founded originally upon other principles. They are apparently divergent, their effects are equally deleterious, and in the long run, ultimately the same. On the one hand, there is the drive toward the greatest possible extension of education, on the other, the drive to reduce and weaken it. In agreement with the former drive, education is to be provided for ever-widening circles. Following the other tendency, education is expected to surrender its highest claims to glory, and subordinate itself to another form of life, that of the state. These fatal tendencies of expansion and reduction should lead to hopeless despair if it is not sometime possible to assist the victory of two contrary tendencies that are truly genuine, the drive towards a restriction and concentration of education as the counterpart to enormous expansion, and the drive towards the strengthening and self-sufficiency of education as the counterpart to its reduction. 50. The second Unzeitgemäße is an application of this thesis. It discusses the limitless extension and weakening of education brought about by historical knowledge. Several chapters of Zarathustra are an echo of this early criticism of education, of the land of education, of undefiled knowledge, and of scholars, without either faith or superstition. They are a motley picture of all that has ever been believed. Like mills, they labor to grind the grain that others have sown. Between the education of today and that of yesterday, Nietzsche sought a way back to the true requirements of primitive education, that is, one which forms or educates man in the totality of his corporeal humanity. 51. Thus his criticism of the existing education is first and last a criticism of existing humanity. For the problem of man. An animal which was able to speak said, being human is a prejudice which does not afflict us animals, at least. Nietzsche. 1. Hegel, absolute spirit as the universal essence of man. The spirit is Hegel's basic principle. 1. As the absolute, it is also the true universal essence of man. Only the presupposition of the inner universal, the spirit, enables one to recognize the external particularities of men. 2. But the omnipotent age and its culture, that is, the epoch of the Enlightenment, led to man's disinclination to recognize God or the absolute. Its absolute standpoint is, rather, man and mankind. Philosophy, nevertheless, cannot halt at this empirical mankind and its superficial ideality, relinquishing the absolute for the sake of its beloved mankind. What is usually called man is merely a determinate finite object, not the spiritual focus of the universe. As a consequence of the distinction between the sensuous and supersensuous world, the latter is merely an escape from the former. Man is a material being, covered with an immaterial whitewash. Suppose that the ideal of art were to bring a look of yearning into the eye of a common face, a timid smile onto its lips, but it was a forbidden art to represent the gods, who are above all, yearning and melancholy. In similar fashion, philosophy is supposed to represent, not the ideal of man, but only the abstraction of empirical mankind, with all its limitations. It is supposed to bear the stake of absolute antithesis immovably embedded within it. As it makes clear its limitation to what is sensuous, it is to adorn its surface with the facade of the supersensuous, by pointing in faith to something higher. 3. The empirical and absolute essence of man should coincide, but cannot, so long as the philosophy of the Enlightenment powers the speculative idea of reason in a human form. The perennial consideration of man has the effect of giving the word humanity the meaning of whatever is vulgar. In contrast, Hegel emphasizes that it is only the spirit that makes man man. 4. This sentence occurs on the first page of the Philosophy of Religion, giving an external indication of the fact that Hegel's notion of the spirit is not intended anthropologically, but theologically, as the Christian logos. It is thus superhuman. 5. Hegel's criticism of the merely humanistic definition of man presupposes that only the Christian religion, which is the absolute religion, produced the absolute, i.e., spiritual, definition of man, namely, through its doctrine of the incarnation of God. 6. As Son of God and Son of Man, Christ belongs to the human race in general, not to a particular nation. Ever since, there has existed, therefore, the universal, true, spiritual notion of man. The Greeks, otherwise so well educated, knew neither man nor God in true universality. The gods of the Greeks were merely the particular forces of the spirit, and for the Athenians the universal God was still the hidden God. For the Greeks, there was a similar chasm between them and the barbarians, and they as yet had no knowledge of man as such, in his infinite value and infinite rights. The Christian religion is the religion of absolute freedom. Only the Christian has a valid conception of man as such, in his infinity and universality. 7. Thus it follows from Hegel's definition of man that, for him, man as a finite being was no problem at all, because the ultimate appeal of his absolute philosophy was to something more than merely finite and human. Only at the name of the infinite does illumination come to the spirit. He claimed to know with absolute certainty what makes man man, because the Christian God, who is spirit, is included speculatively in his notion of absolute spirit. Hegel brings to an end the truly metaphysical definitions of man, which define him from the standpoint of something absolute. Starting with Feuerbach, man was considered anthropologically, from the conditional standpoint of the finite individual. Only this individual man, based upon himself, gives rise to an actual problem of man. But if by his very essence, man is divine spirit, what meaning can Hegel see in the ordinary, humanistic idea, which sees man as nothing more than man? Hegel refers to it at one point in the Reeks philosophy, in the context of an analysis of the spirit of bourgeois society. In law, the object is the person; in ethics, it is the subject; in the family, the member; in bourgeois society, the citizen, conceived as bourgeois. Here, from the point of view of needs, it is the concrete object of description that is called man. Thus, only here do we speak of man in this sense. Thus, the only entity defined by the notion of man, in the strict sense, is the bourgeois, the subject of needs, a mere particularity in comparison to his inner universality. Man, in the sense meant by later philosophy Feuerbach, Ruge, Marx, Stirner, and Kierkegaard, is discussed by Hegel only within the framework of bourgeois society. Of course, he did not simply deny the validity of the concept of man in general and as such in the realm of law and society, but his recognition of it was based on man as the possessor of civil rights. Precisely at this point, we see his eminently realistic outlook. He says that every human being is first and foremost a man, whatever his race, nationality, faith, class, or calling. This simple humanness is by no means a superficial, abstract quality. But the actual significance of this quality consists in the fact that bourgeois civil rights accorded to an individual bring into being his personal feeling for his self-existence as a legal person within bourgeois society. They also produce the necessary compromise between disposition and conviction. 9. He nevertheless defends himself against any absolutizing of this definition, which concerns man as man. For even though every individual may be equal to every other simply by virtue of his humanness, quite apart from whether he is an Italian or a German, a Catholic or a Protestant, such self-consciousness is nevertheless defective when it becomes established. For example, as cosmopolitanism, and confronts the public life of the state as a fundamental, independent entity. In Hegel's philosophical theology, the universal definition of man's essence is, and remains, that man is spirit, logos, understood in the Christian sense, not merely a human being with earthly needs. 10. This onto logical definition of man, on Christian postulates, is the notion of man. To it is subordinated the fact that as a subject of earthly needs, with particular civil rights, he is ideally a human being. This traditional connection between the idea of man and the Christian doctrine of the incarnate God led also to the exaltation of man as a self-sufficient being, in opposition to the Christian religion. But if the notion of man and humanity was originally connected with Christianity, then mere humanness is called into question as soon as it loses its Christian foundation. At first, the 19th century believed it possible to replace Christianity with humanity and humanism. Feuerbach, Ruge, Marx, but with the result that faith was finally lost in humanity, Stirner, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche. A funher consequence of the doubt in a humanity emancipated from Christianity is the present dehumanization of man. L1 The inner logic of this development can be traced step by step in the characteristic representatives of the historical movement of the 19th century. Its actual author was Feuerbach. 2. Feuerbach, corporeal man as the ultimate essence of man. Feuerbach's entire work was directed toward converting the absolute philosophy of the spirit into a human philosophy of man. But the immediate task, 1843, is not to represent man in positive fashion, but first of all to extract him from his idealistic veil. The inaccessory task is, to derive from the philosophy of the absolute, that is, philosophical, theology, the necessity for a philosophy of man, that is, anthropology, and base the criticism of the philosophy of man on criticism of the philosophy of God. 12. The important thing at the moment is to make man the object of philosophy, and philosophy the concern of mankind. 13. In contrast to philosophical theology, whose basic principle is the infinite, Feuerbach demands the true position of finitude for the philosophy of the future. The starting point of true philosophy is, therefore, no longer God or the absolute, but finite, monal man. All speculation about right, the will, freedom, personality, without man, apart from man, or even beyond man is speculation without unity, without necessity, without substance, without foundation, without reality. Man is the existential form of freedom, of personality, of right. Man alone is the ground and basis of the Fichtean I, the ground and basis of the Leibnizian monad, the ground and basis of the absolute 14. The term man means in general only man with his needs, perceptions, and emotions, man as a person in contrast to his spirit. A distinction should therefore be made between what someone is as a human being and what he is, for example, as a philosopher, an artist, a judge, etc. his social aspect in general. But by a theoretical dissociation of the characteristics of man from humanness as such, Hegel absolutized abstract quantities. Following the fundamental meaning of humanness, Feuerbach criticizes Hegel's particularistic definition of man. He takes up the previously cited passage from the Rijks philosophy, where Hegel says that it is possible to talk of man in this sense only within the framework of bourgeois society. Feuerbach continues polemically, therefore, in reality, where Hegel speaks of the legal person, the ethical subject, the family member, he is always speaking of one and the same human being, though each time in a different sense. For it is one of man's basic characteristics that he can be defined first in one way, then in another. The subject of all possible predicates is, and remains, man, as he lives and breathes. 15. Feuerbach associates this humanization of philosophy with the Protestant tradition, which, in the realm of religion, carried out a humanization of God. He himself goes one step further, declaring the true essence of the Christian religion to be no longer God incarnate as man, but man as such. For Feuerbach, this leads directly to the complete dissolving of religious and philosophical theology in the universal science of anthropology. The Christian dogma of the Trinity and Hegel's dialectical Trinity is replaced by the principle of the essential unity between I and thou, between man and his fellow man. 16. But what makes this human being a man, what comprises the actual content of emancipated and self-sufficient humanity? Feuerbach, with his abstract principle of concrete man, was unable to develop beyond sentimental clichés. Engel's statement in his work on Feuerbach is justified, the same Feuerbach who on the one hand preaches immersion in the concrete becomes abstract through and through as soon as he comes to speak of any intercourse between human beings at any level above the sexual. He sees only one side of this intercourse, ethics. And here we are struck once more. Astounding poverty of Feuerbach in comparison with Hegel. The latter's ethics or theory of morality is his philosophy of right, encompassing three parts: I abstract right, 2 morality, 3 morals, the last including the family, bourgeois society, and the state. Here the content is as realistic as the form is idealistic. The entire area of right, economics, and politics is included here beside morality. With Feuerbach, the exact reverse is true. He is realistic in form, using man as his point of departure, but he has nothing to say of the world in which this man lives, and so man remains the same abstract man that was the subject of the philosophy of religion. What is the meaning, then, of Feuerbach's proclaimed emphasis upon man as man, if not merely that man, once raised to the level of being the basic principle of philosophy, is no longer subject to any higher court of appeal which could help in defining him? Man becomes of necessity relative to man when the absolute has its ground and basis only in him. The next steps to a philosophy erected on Feuerbach's foundations were taken by Ruge and Marx. Building on Feuerbach's foundation, Ruge made of the sentimental remnant of Christian humanity a system both ambitious and popular, pointing up the necessity for the destructive criticism of Stirner and the constructive criticism of Marx. 17 Instead of recognizing in Hegel's particularistic definition of man the implicit criticism of mere humanity, Ruge drew the opposite conclusion in his criticism of paragraph 190 of the Philosophy of Right. Of course only bourgeois society is human, in it, every citizen is a worker. 1 This is the actual, universal state of man. Ruge sees the decisive progress made by our world beyond the ancient polis in this universal distribution of work. He gives a socio-political content to Feuerbach's sentimental private notion of humanity. Philosophy and revolution are to beget together the system of humanism. Out of the heavenly philosophy of the spirit, philosophy developed the earthly freedom of living men. Liberated man and the humanized world are the realized philosophy of the spirit and freedom of Hegel. The political form of true humanity is the social democratic state, because it presupposes the unity and quality of men, no longer, it is true, before God, but before the law. The proof of the system of humanism would be that even Negroes are human beings. Do you believe that Negroes are human beings? You in Germany probably believe it, for you do not have any Negroes, but there are plenty of men who deny it, namely, those who have Negroes. 19. At the outset, Marx was a colleague of Ruge. In a letter to the latter, he stated that he considered his task to be to make man of man. For man, as he walks and talks, is a producer of merchandise, basically estranged from himself. In this plan for recapturing true man, Marx identifies himself at first with the realistic humanism of Feuerbach. 20 Accordingly, Das Kapital contains a polemic like that of Feuerbach and Ruge, though only parenthetic, against Hegel's particularistic definition of man. 21 Marx compares man in bourgeois society to merchandise. Like the latter, he has a dubious, ambiguous character, a value form and a natural form. As merchandise, something is worth so and so much money. What it is by its natural constitution is indifferent in respect to its mercantile value. Random items of merchandise can have completely different values, and yet the same natural constitution. Similarly, the individual human being in this mercantile world, considered in his bourgeois value form, for instance, as a general or a banker, a man defined and classified according to his objective form of activity, is very important both to himself and to others, but the individual human being simply as such in his natural fonte, so to speak, is insignificant. Here Marx refers laconically in a note to paragraph 190 of Hegel's Reichsphilosophy. This reference is to be interpreted as follows. Hegel makes much of man as such, as subject to certain needs and endowed with civil rights. This theoretical limitation reflects an actual deprivation of spirit and dehumanization in the existing conditions under which mankind lives at present, for this theoretical isolation corresponds to an actual abstraction from man as such. 22 Such modes of human existence are abstract because they abstract from man per se. Marx thinks particularly of the bourgeois or proletarian, of the worker, whether engaged in mental or physical labor, and of the universal division of bourgeois society into two complementary and contrasting modes of human existence, the private individual, with his private morality, on the one hand, and citizen of the state, with his public morality, on the other. All these phones of human existence are partial, man as such, as a totality, is lacking in them. Since he achieves his identity only in a panicularity, he achieves this particularity only in respect to another, his professional existence is distinguished from his family life, his private life is distinguished from its public circumstances. In such a society, man as such has no basic part to play, but rather the particular definite something that a man is by virtue of his social position and achievement. This is essentially determined by economic conditions, which Hegel calls needs. Thus the latter's definition of man in Con Series 2, as a bourgeois, is the appropriate theoretical expression of an actual dehumanization of the existing conditions of life in the modern bourgeois capitalistic world, a sign of man's estrangement from himself. Thus Feuerbach and Marx share the observation that Hegel's philosophy of the spirit contains man only as a panicularity, but not as the human whole which is basic to philosophy. But Feuerbach's man, also, is in reality only a bourgeois, a private individual without public social existence. In contrast to Feuerbach and Hegel, Marx attempts to discover the full and complete meaning of that bourgeois particularity which, in Hegel's philosophy of the spirit, stands equally revealed and concealed. He seeks to explain the apparently obvious fact that to the member of bourgeois society the bourgeois is considered as a human being, while in reality he is merely a bourgeois. In order to free this panicular historical human being from his panicularity and abolish the estrangement of man, Marx demands an emancipation which will be not only economic and political, but also human. This does not consider man as an ego and alter ego, Feuerbach, but rather the world in which man lives. Each man is the human world, because he is essentially a member of a social species, a zoonpolitikon. For this reason, Marx's criticism of bourgeois man is developed as a criticism of bourgeois society and economics, without losing its basically anthropological significance. 23 Nevertheless, as long as the individual is not a member of a social species or zoonpolitikon, and thus does not participate in the state as his residential publica, the bourgeois private individual can appear to be true man. If the mere private individual is to be abolished at the same time as the mere citizen of the state, it will be necessary to carry through a radical revolution in the whole structure of private and public life. Only when the real individual man reincorporates in himself the abstract citizen of the state, when he, as an individual man, becomes at the same time a generic man in his empirical life, in his social forces and organizes them accordingly, no longer separating himself from the power of society in the form of political power, only then will the emancipation of man be complete. 24. Marx turns to the proletarian to bring about this final liberation of man from the merely political state of bourgeois society and to bring into being communistic man, who is identical with the society in which he lives. The proletariat is a society which has an absolute duty because of its absolute opposition to the existing order. Only the proletariat, the complete privation of humanity, is capable of achieving once more the unity and completeness of man. It is from this exception to bourgeois society that Marx creates his ideal of a new, universal man, purely human. The introduction to the criticism of the Hegelian philosophy of right already contains the statements, the proletariat, as a particular class, is the dissolution of society. It is a particular class, but not as one class within bourgeois society, it is a society outside of existing society. This is what enables it to exert a positive influence on the dissolution. In the proletariat, so understood, Marx's philosophy found its natural weapon, while the proletariat found in Marxism its intellectual weapon. The head of this emancipation is philosophy, its heart the proletariat. Considered objectively, the proletariat and propertied bourgeoisie both evidence the same estrangement, but the one class is happy and contented in its estrangement without being conscious of it, while the other represents estrangement which is conscious of itself and therefore abolishes itself. Only the proletariat develops a critical and revolutionary class consciousness out of the situation which is common to all. It is just this fact which makes the proletarian class less dehumanized than the bourgeois. Its dehumanization is obvious, not in a concealed form. The proletariat, in its own living conditions, comprehends within itself the dehumanized extreme of the living conditions of the other social spheres. For this reason, it is the key to the problem of the whole of existing society, which it must liberate together with itself. In the Deutsche ideology, the universal significance of the proletariat is developed in more detail, in the context of the extension of modern world trade. Only the proletarians of the present, completely excluded from all independent activity, are in a position to achieve their open-minded independence of action, which consists in the appropriation of a totality of productive power. In all previous appropriations, a mass of individuals remained subsumed under one single instrument of production. In the appropriation of the proletarians, a mass of instruments of production must be subsumed under each individual, and property among all. There is no other way to subsume the universal commerce of today among individuals than to subsume it under all of them. 27 Thus the proletariat has an historic role to play and a fundamental significance for the whole process, not because they are gods, but because they incarnate the generic nature of man in the extremity of estrangement. The secular world has alienated the entire life of the wage earner. He is no longer even a human being, but the seller of his labor. This particular class has a universal function. The proletariat is conscious that he is merchandise, trade is thereby seen to be human destiny, and economics becomes the anatomy of bourgeois society. The proletariat is the universal class, representing no particular limited interests. When it liberates itself, it will mean the end of the private human existence of the bourgeois as well as of private property and private capitalistic economics, in short, all distinction between the private and public spheres. This distinction will be replaced positively by the universality of a mode of existence which is common to all, a community with communal ownership and a communal economy. Marx's ideal of democracy is the polis which has been transformed into a cosmopolis, a society of free men, whose individual member is not a bourgeois, but a zoonpolit icon. But if we ask what it is that makes this individual a human being, we are shown the Christian belief in a human incarnation of God. To man, man is the supreme creature, so says Feuerbach. Only now have we discovered man, so says Bruno Bauer. Let us take a closer look at this supreme creature and this new discovery. This is the epigraph of the first section, entitled Man, while the second deals with the I. Of course the Christian God, who is spirit, has become more and more tenuous. All that remains is the spirit of mankind. In reality, however, the primitive standing point of Christianity returns in this complete humanization, man considered purely in himself, who, as Christ, was the superhuman origin and goal of history. As the claim for supremacy is transferred increasingly to man as such, I am forced to discover that this absolute man remains as foreign to me as was the former absolute God or spirit. But what is the I to do once man, too, has died? Its activity is nothing but a continual squandering and disposal of the self and its own world. It is not my task to realize the universal essence of man, but only to satisfy myself. As an I, a man no longer has a vocation and a destiny, he is whatever he can be at any panicular moment, no more and no less. 29 In the individual, the proprietor returns to the creative nothingness from which he was born. If I rely upon myself, as an individual, I rely upon the transitory, creator of myself, who is self-consuming. Feuerbach, Bauer, and Marx sought to establish man in general, and ignored man as he really is, for the only real man is the individual human being as he lives and breathes, here and now, in this or that particular phone. Like the high priests of the French Revolution, they believed in the truth of man in general, and therefore followed the principle of beheading some individuals for the good of mankind. The spirit which possesses these critics of the spirit is admittedly not an absolute spirit, the Holy Spirit, but rather the spirit of humanity. This completely generalized humanity, Neven Hellas, is as different from the real I as is a universal ideal from the individual, transitory existence which I am. To the disciples of universal man, this nihilistic I must seem to be egoistical and inhuman. In actual fact, the individual egoist is everyone, because every he. The association of egoists. Only they, precisely because of their superiority, are his equals. The I is the nihilistic end of Christian humanity, whose last man is inhuman just as its first was superhuman. The I enjoys life, unconcerned with the idée fixe of God and mankind. 5. Kierkegaard, the solitary self as absolute humanity. Stirner's theory of the individual is contemporaneous with Kierkegaard's basic idea of the solitary individual who is unsatisfied with himself before God. Both have ceased to believe that the mankind which they saw about them was fully human, and that the Christianity of the modern world was fully Christian. Stirner's I, which relies on nothingness, is an attempt to break out of the Christian circle which began with the preaching of Christ and ended with the discussion of man. Kierkegaard, on the other hand, seeks to recapture the beginning as though 1800 years of Christian history had never taken place. His goal is once more to be contemporary with the absolute humanity of primitive Christianity, which humanly speaking is inhuman. To Ruge, humanism was the consummation of Christianity. For Stirner, humanism was the ultimate form and end of Christianity. For Kierkegaard, true Christianity is the very opposite of what it had become in the course of time, humanitarianism and education. Once the protest against Christianity, and this was just at the moment when it was plainest what Christianity is, and the protest was made by the heathen whose vision was most acute, was that it is misanthropic, but now, Christianity is humanitarianism. Once Christianity was a stumbling block to the Jews, and to the Greeks, foolishness, now it is education. Kierkegaard's notion of the individual is the basis of both his anthropology and his Christianity. For this reason, his criticism of the present is directed as much against the mankind exalted to a first principle by Feuerbach, Ruge, and Marx as against a Christendom emancipated from God. His individual is a corrective to the mankind of social democracy and the Christendom of the liberal intelligentsia. In the face of the historical movement of the world, whose goal is an undifferentiated leveling, what is needed now is the resolute isolation of the individual, the exaltation of individuality above the extant social and Christian order. All universal systems, whether of the spirit, Hegel, or of mankind, Marx, in their preoccupation with the great course of history forget what it means to be a human being. Not human beings in general, but what it means for you and me and him, each for himself, to be human beings. 31. Pure mankind, on the contrary, is a purely negative association, serving to submerge the individuals who have their own existence in the uniform bustle of the crowd. It is out of the question that the ideal of socialism and community will be the salvation of our age. In our time, the principle of association is not affinative, but negative, an escape, a distraction, a mirage. Its dialectic is to enervate individuals by strengthening them. It strengthens them in numerical association, but ethically, that is a source of weakness. 32. Kierkegaard's polemic is directed basically against Hegel's system and the association of mankind. On the other hand, he did not fall victim to Stirner's idea of a naked I which forfeits what is universally human in renouncing mankind as a universal. If man in general is external to me, in the course of my life I can follow only this one method: divest myself of everything particular about me. This uncontrollable passion to abstract from oneself is not so very uncommon. A certain sect of the Hussites thought that a person can become a normal human being only by going naked like Adam and Eve in paradise. There are more than a few these days who preach the same doctrine in respect to spiritual and intellectual matters. A person becomes a normal human being by divesting himself of everything particular until, so to speak, he is completely naked. But that is not the real state of affairs. 33. Instead, he assigns himself the task without himself being able to carry it out of realizing as an individual self the universality of humanity. 34. The I which has become a self is not an isolated abstraction, Its entire life is a concrete expression of what is universally human. It makes of itself an apparently quite ordinary human being, who realizes the universal in marriage, vocation, and work. The man who truly exists is a thoroughly individual human being without others like him, but at the same time he is man in general. 3:1. He is autodidact and theodidact both. As a man who has his existence before God, who realizes the universal, he does not live as others live. It would be a deification of the most trivial kind of mediocrity to see in life as it is ordinarily lived that which is universally human. The exception which realizes, with increased intensity, the universal, at the points where it is able to realize it, stands much higher. But the man who has become exceptional in the nobler sense will always admit that it would be far better to absorb the universal completely into his life. 36. The man who is considered exceptional is for the most part, nevertheless, only an insignificant exception to the general rule, a man who is conscious of himself as a person who can do something or other better than everyone else. One man can swim the canal, another knows 24 languages, a third can walk on his hands, etc. All this, as I place it, can be admired. But if the individual in question is considered great in any universal sense, admiration is a delusive attitude. For this reason Kierkegaard addresses himself to every man, but as an individual, just as Nietzsche addresses himself to all and to none. Just as a double meaning attaches to the individual, so also there are two separate aspects to the problem of human equality. Men are equal before the extramundane God, but unequal in the world which they all share, which is the element of dissimilarity. Within the world, one man is preferred above another. Before God, each man is a neighbor to his fellow man. Thus there are characteristically three exceptions which determine the universal essence of man in the midst of the disintegration of the existing order: the mass of the proletariat which is excluded from bourgeois society, Marx; the one which excludes itself from all social intercourse, Stirner; and the self which excludes itself from Christendom, Kierkegaard. These three exceptions, in the midst of the disintegration of bourgeois humanity, continue to determine the universal essence of man. There are, nevertheless, difficulties which stand in the way of any restoration, whether of true man, Marx's ideal, the naked one, Stirner's ideal, or the true Christian, Kierkegaard's ideal. These difficulties are all the greater because every man can believe that he is a human being just as he is, even though he is merely a bourgeois, or that he is an one just as he is, although he is only a man possessed of the spirit of mankind, or that he is a Christian just as he is, although he is only a worldly member of Christendom. Anciently, says Marx, it was still evident whether a man was free, because there were still slaves. In primitive Christianity, says Kierkegaard, it was still clear whether a man desired to be a follower of Christ, because there were still Jews and pagans who resisted Christianity. For the restoration of man, Marx postulates a generic man whose existence is absolutely social, Stimmer postulates an I who is absolutely egoistical, Kierkegaard postulates a religiously isolated self, who is said to represent absolute humanity in contrast to Marx's principle of association and Stirner's principle of isolation. Marx's end is communistic man who no longer owns anything as a private individual, Stirner's, an inhuman man whose humanity is merely one attribute among others. Kierkegaard's end is Christ, the superhuman measure of man throughout all ages. This marks the end of the radical attempts at redefining man, a chain which began with Hegel. The breakdown of the radical intellectual movement corresponded to the post-1850 political reaction, during which Schopenhauer became influential. Only Nietzsche, with different presuppositions, restated the question once more: what is this undetermined being, man? 6. Nietzsche, the Superman as the transcendence of man. This is our suspicion which keeps recurring, our question which no one may hear, our sphinx beside which yawns more than one abyss. I believe that everything which we in Europe today are wont to honor as the values of all those honorable things called humanity, humaneness, sympathy, and pity may indeed have a certain immediate value as a moderation and weakening of certain basic drives which are both strong and dangerous, but in the long run it means only the depreciation of the entire species called man, its reduction to mediocrity. 39. Nietzsche developed his criticism of modern man as a protest against this humanitarianism of a secularized Christianity, which distorts the measure of man. Its conclusion was a demand for a transcendence of man which would annul the entirety of Christian humanitarianism. Man seemed to him transcended by the Superman. This is the answer to the cry of distress of the most loathsome man, who is the murderer of God, and of the higher man, higher because he can despise himself, while the final humanitarian man of the present can no longer despise himself, being for that reason despicable. He is the antipode of the Superman, whom Nietzsche created at the same time. The earth has grown small, and upon it skips the final man, who makes all things mean. His race can no more be extenuated than can the flea, the final man lives longest. No longer is there wealth and poverty, both are too burdensome. Who still desires to rule? Who to obey? Both are too burdensome. One herd, without a shepherd. Everyone wants the same thing, everyone is equal. If anyone feels differently, he goes of his own accord to the madhouse. But why is a transcendence of man necessary in the first place? The answer, as in the case of Stirner, is based on the traditional connection between Christianity and humanity, between God and man. Stirner's individual I, which creates itself out of nothingness, and Nietzsche's Superman, who creates the hammer of the theory of recurrence in order to transcend the purposeless existence of mankind. These two are the extreme consequences of the problems involved in Christian anthropology. The internal connection between Christianity and humanity is expressed in Nietzsche's case by the appearance of the Superman when God is dead. This death demands of the man who wills himself, to whom no God says what he must do, that he transcend man at the same time as he is freed from God. Thus man forfeits his traditional place as a being ordered between God and the brutes. He must rely on himself as upon a rope stretched over the abyss of nothingness, extended into emptiness. His existence, like that of the tightrope walker in the foreword to Zarathustra, is essentially in danger. Danger is his vocation. Only in danger do we find the destiny of man, which has become problematical. Happiness, reason, virtue, justice, civilization, compassion for degree, the whole essence of traditional humanity, is no longer relevant for Nietzsche's redefinition of man's destiny. In spite of this criticism of humanity as soft and degenerate, Nietzsche was far removed from undervaluing man for the purpose of political regimentation. Now almost everything on earth is under the control of the most gross and evil powers, the egoism of profiteers and military dictators. In the hands of these latter, the state, like the egoism of the profiteers, makes an attempt to reorganize everything according to its own principles, to restrain all these hostile powers. That is, it wants men to engage in the same idolatry toward it as they formerly did toward the Church. With what success? We shall find out. At any rate, we are still living in the full flood of the Middle Ages. The ice is melting, and the stream is sweeping all before it. Flow is piled upon flow, all the shores are flooded and endangered. There is no doubt that there is more danger to everything human when such periods are approaching than during the actual collapse and ensuing maelstrom. Anxious expectation and greedy exploitation of the moment call forth all the cowardly, self-seeking drives of the soul. Who now, in the midst of these dangers of our age, will dedicate himself to serve as watchman and cavalier for humanity, for the inviolable, sacred temple treasure gradually accumulated by all the races of man? Who will support the image of man when all feel within themselves only the worm of self-seeking and a cringing anxiety, and have fallen so far from that image that they are mere animals or even mechanical robots? 41. Nietzsche sought to support such an image of man by combating radically the Christian idea of humanity, as well as the ideal of unity and equality of men. In order to do this, he went back to antiquity, when the difference between the birth of a free man and of a slave was made legitimate by the order of nature. But because it is impossible to destroy the historical influence of Christianity by a retreat into the past, The question asked by Nietzsche remains precisely on the basis of his criticism of humanity. 42 But do we have any criterion at all for the unity and equality of men, which would measure more than relative similarities between the various races, nations, and individuals? Are we not completely without any standard of comparison by which we might set up a definition of man which would be universal, not merely particular or individual? The eccentric measure of Christian humanity, which destroyed the cosmos of the Greeks, seems to be giving way to a new uniform discipline of man, in the face of whose concrete power what remains of humanity seems only to give the appearance of being a man without attributes. 43. And yet humanity is not a prejudice which can be discarded. It belongs to the nature of man, even though humanitarian humanity and its reactionary counterpart, intolerance which assumes the air of heroism, both equally fail to understand the nature of man, his misery and his greatness, his fallibility and his steadfastness. Goethe says of tolerance that it is a state of mind in transition to recognition, the latter constitutes true liberality. 44. He himself attained this maturity of recognition to a greater extent than any other German. It is an attitude which is equally far removed from both forcible appropriation and rejection of what belongs to someone else. Confident in himself, he accepted those who thought and acted differently. One of his maxims deals with association between people. Books are like new acquaintances. At first it gives us great pleasure to encounter general agreement, to feel a friendly contact at some important point of our existence. But with a closer acquaintance, differences become apparent. The important thing then for sensible conduct is not to retreat at once, as one is apt to do in one's youth, but to hold fast to the points of agreement and achieve a clear understanding of points of dispute, without seeking to come to an agreement on them. 45. Goethe praised an Englishman, L. Stern, as an exemplary exponent of the recognition of all that is human. This high, benevolent irony, this fairness of judgment, this even temper in the face of offensiveness, this equanimity in all vicissitudes, and whatever other related virtues there may be were a commendable education for me. In the last analysis it is these habits of mind which bring us back from all false steps along the way of life. 46. To see what is human and to recognize it seemed to him a middle course between attention to errors or to truths, which waver to and fro among men. One might think here of idiosyncrasies. This is what constitutes the individual and makes the general specific. In the midst of what seems most strange and wonderful, there always appears a bit of understanding, reason, and goodwill which charms and fascinates us. 47. This human side of man was most sensitively discovered and encouraged by Stern. Goethe was grateful for the edification he received from observing Stern's free spirit. 48. Knowing full well that it would not do to translate Stern's shandyism directly into German. But even his own final word on the meaning and significance of his life and work is, the triumph of the purely human, which of course the morbid enthusiasm of the high-flown poets of the German nation, who drown him in clichés, cannot see. Within the German nation, says Goethe in his conversation with the Russian Count Stroganov, a spirit of sensual exaltation holds sway, which is foreign to him. Therefore the Count is not far from right in asserting that Germany did not understand what Goethe was attempting to do in his life and work, to bring the human side of man to recognition, free of the distortions which disfigure it, particularly in Germany. 50. Let us stop, therefore, at the word humanity, with which the best writers, both ancient and modern, have associated such noble ideas. Humanity is the character of our race, but we have it only as an hereditary potential, and must be educated to it. We do not come into the world fully possessed of it. Humanity is the treasure and prize of all human effort, the art of our race. Education to it is a labor which must be continued without cease, or we sink back into brutality. Does the word humanity disfigure our language? All civilized nations have appropriated it for their speech, and if our letters should come into the hand of a stranger, they would at least seem harmless. No honorable man would willingly have written letters for the promotion of brutality. Herder, Brief zur Beförderung der Humanität, 3rd collection. V. All the possibilities for a Christian life, the most single-minded and the most superficial, the silliest and the best thought out, have been tried out. It is time to discover something new. Nietzsche. The historical world which gave rise to the prejudice that everyone with a human countenance has, simply by virtue of that fact, the dignity and destiny of being human, is not in the first instance the world, now fading away, of mere humanity, which had its origin in the homo universale and also terribile of the Renaissance. It is rather the world of Christianity, in which the divine man Christ is the measure of man's relationship to himself and to his neighbor. The image which converted the homo of the European world into a human being is basically determined by the idea which the Christian has of himself as the image and likeness of God. Thus the statement that we are all human beings is restricted to the conception of humanity produced by Christianity in association with the Stoics. Indirect evidence of this historical circumstance in regard to human nature is the fact that anthropology becomes a problem only when Christianity begins to vanish from the world. But the vanishing of Christianity within the European world is not least a consequence of the critical movement which reached its extreme limit in the last century. Philosophical criticism of the Christian religion began in the 19th century with Hegel and reached its climax with Nietzsche. It is a Protestant movement, and therefore specifically German. This holds true of both the criticism and the religion at which it was direct. Educated Protestants, and their criticism of Christianity presupposes its Protestant manifestation. Criticism, that is, discrimination, can be exercised with reference to what unites things or what separates them. These two formal possibilities for critical discrimination also describe the concrete relationship between philosophy and religion in this last phase of philosophical criticism of the Christian religion. The two extremes of unification and separation are represented by Hegel's philosophical theology and Nietzsche's anti-Christian philosophy. The decisive turning point from Hegel's reconciliation to Nietzsche's break with Christianity is characterized by the criticism of religion which came from the left-wing Hegelians. If we are to understand this turning point in its historical setting, we must be aware above all of the ambiguity of the way it built upon Hegel. 1. Hegel's transcending of religion by philosophy. Hegel's philosophical writing begins with his early theological works, Wie auch Religion und Christentum, Leben Jesu, Die Positivität der Christlichen Religion, and der Geist des Christentums und sein Schicksal. These works do much to illuminate the course of Hegel's philosophical development. Written in the last decade of the 18th century, they remained unpublished until W. Dilthey's study of Hegel's early life, Die Jugendgeschichte Hegels, 1905, led H. Knoll to edit and publish the manuscripts in 1907. Later, 1929 and 1938, T. Herring wrote a commentary on them. The young Hegelians knew nothing of them. It is all the more remarkable to observe in retrospect the extent to which Hegel himself as a young man anticipated the criticisms of the young Hegelians. 1. The content of these fragments is an exposition of Christianity. Only as a translation of Christianity from the positive form of religion into the form of philosophy can Hegel's interpretation be understood, in its own terms, as a criticism of the Christian religion. The dominant theme of this critical, i.e., discriminating, exposition of the Christian religion is the question whether it is possible to restore the totality of life which is estranged within itself. Hegel considers the historical task of Jesus to have been the restoration of inner totality in opposition to the positivity, Gesetztheit, of the Jewish religion of law, Gesetz. This was to be accomplished through a religion of love which would overcome the law too. In the living relationship of love between man and God, but also between man and man or between I and thou, this legally determined opposition is abolished, this separation of one entire life into hostile opposites. This one life, once more unified within itself, is the only true life because it is the only total life or mode of being. Life which is not unified is not genuine being. Genuine being is always unified being, and the unification is brought about through the living relationship of love, in which each individual becomes himself only through another. Unification and being are equivalent. There are as many modes of being as there are of unification. The linguistic expression of this specifically Hegelian notion of being is the copula is 3. Therefore the methodology of Hegel's Leben Isu is to attempt to demonstrate that every form of positivity, that is, every determinacy which is purely external and objective, can be abolished by the concept of the living relationship of love, a precursor of the mediating movement of the spirit. Thus, Hegel put a philosophical interpretation upon the miracle stories of the New Testament by abolishing their positive miraculous element, that is, the miraculous aspect of Eucharistic doctrine. Viewed objectively or from without, that is, apart from any living relationship with it, the bread distributed by Jesus is mere bread and the wine which is passed, mere wine, but each is something more. This something more does not consist in a mere allegorical addition to the real bread and wine. Jesus' body and blood are really indistinguishable from the bread and wine. It is not only as though both were the same, or somehow comparable, rather, what at first appears so different is inextricably united. Only to the understanding, which comes from without, to the perception of the senses, are the bread and body, the wine and blood, distinguishable and comparable. This does not hold true for the spiritual apprehension of the bread and wine, for the inner relationship. When both are received not only physically and materially, but also, in the presence and name of Jesus, are received spiritually and intellectually, these objects are by their very nature more than mere objects of physical enjoyment, they are a spiritual communion become objective. This love become objective, this subjectivity which has become an object, becomes once more subjective through the act of eating. Thus in the eating of the bread and wine, when the spirit really comes to life, the objectiveness of the objects vanishes, giving place to the subject. Considered as objects, they are mystical, things both sensuous and supersensuous. The mere positivity of the objects vanishes, this means a return to the subjectivity or ideality which originally constituted them. This retrogression to primitive origins Hegel later discussed systematically as the subjectivity of substantiality. These two basic concepts of Hegel's philosophy of the spirit correspond to the contrast between ideality and positivity expressed in his early theological writings, the abolition of mere positivity by being raised to its subjective ideality. Thus religion is not spiritually real and philosophically comprehended as positive religion, but only in the abolition of its mere positivity. All inflexible positivity is disgraceful, whether in the realm of religious objects and laws or as in the case of Kant of moral laws. In every case Hegel's aim is to transform dead contrasts into living relationships, in order to restore the totality originally present. Thus he sees Jesus as a man who sought to restore man in his totality by combining within himself, the God-man, both the human and the divine. In his treatise, Glauben und Wissen, 1802, directed against Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte, Hegel followed out the program of his theological writings. He attempted to abolish the positive contrast between faith and knowledge by raising both to a unity at once higher and more primitive. If we know nothing of God and can only believe in Him, if reason is incapable of having knowledge of God, then neither genuine faith nor true knowledge can exist, but only the dead contrast, a product of the Enlightenment, between faith and knowledge. In Hegel's opinion, the contemplative philosophy deriving from Kant came to a halt with this inadequate conclusion. Our civilization has brought our age so far beyond the old contrast between reason and faith, between philosophy and positive religion, that this opposition of faith and knowledge has acquired a totally new meaning. It has now been transferred to a position within philosophy itself. Anciently, reason was claimed as the handmaid of faith. Against this claim philosophy has indomitably asserted its absolute autonomy. Now these ideas or modes of expression have vanished. Reason, if the entity which gives itself this name is indeed reason, has achieved a position of such power within positive religion that even an attack by philosophy upon the positive aspects of religion, such as miracles, is considered outnoted and obscure. A further consequence of this power was that Kant's TTEPT2R vivifier the positive form of religion ion by interpreting it in light of his philosophy was doomed to failure, not because this attempt altered the particular meaning of those forms, but because they no longer appeared to deserve this honor for. Thus Hegel criticizes religion, not through a critical distinction between religious faith and philosophical knowledge, but through a criticism directed only against the positive form assumed by religion even within contemplative philosophy. The goal of this criticism is a radical abolition of an improvement upon this positive form through a philosophical transformation of positive Christian religion. The outcome of this absorption of religion into philosophy is Hegel's philosophy of religion. In his lectures, he expressly treats religion and philosophy as one. True philosophy is itself worship. It is frequently heard that every attempt to comprehend the plan of providence is presumptuous. This must be viewed as a consequence of the idea, which has almost become a universal axiom, that man can have no knowledge of God. And if theology itself arrives at this desperate position, refuge must be taken in philosophy if any knowledge of God is to be had. If there is to be no knowledge of God, the only realm which remains to interest the spirit is the realm of the ungodly, the limited, the finite. Of course man must be content with the finite, but it is an even higher necessity that he have a Sabbath in his life, in which he may transcend his workaday affairs, in which he may devote himself to what is truly genuine and come into awareness of it. 5. At the very outset of his lectures on the philosophy of religion, Hegel therefore states that there is something misleading about this expression. It simulates an objective situation, as though religion were the object of philosophy in no other sense than that in which space is the object of geometry. The content, the need, the interest of philosophy is, however, completely identical with that of theology. The object of religion, as of philosophy, is the eternal truth of its own objectivity, God, nothing but God, and the explication of God. In explicating religion, philosophy only explicates itself. In explicating itself, it explicates religion. Like religion, it is definable as an occupation with this object. It is the thinking spirit which permeates this object, the truth. Vitality and enjoyment, truth, and purification of subjective self-consciousness in and through this occupation. 6. The difficulties and reservations which stand in the way of this equation derive, according to Hegel, only from the fact that religion and philosophy are forms of worship, but each in its own particular way, so that it can appear as though they were in fact different things. Their unity, on the contrary, has been sanctioned historically since time immemorial. The Church Fathers, Hegel shows, were Neoplatonists and Aristotelians. Some were even converted to Christianity by their philosophic study. On the other hand, Christian systematic theology could come into being only through the acceptance of philosophy. All of scholastic philosophy was identical with theology. Natural theology was still a proper object of Wolff's philosophy. The problem of the difference between them reduces from a problem of content, which is the same for both, to a problem of form. Hegel distinguishes three forms. The same spiritual content can appear in the form of merely casual, subjective feeling, in the form, already more objective and appropriate, of sensuous imagination, and finally in the philosophical form of thought, which is universal by its very nature. This final form is the form most appropriate to spiritual content. Only in this form is the content, God or the Absolute, truly comprehended. Only here does it attain its proper form. God is essentially in the process of thought. A theology like Schleiermacher's, on the other hand, which takes feeling to be the ground of believing knowledge of God, and merely describes emotions, necessarily remains stranded in the fortuitous realm of empirical events. This is the worst form in which a content can be given. Of course, everything spiritual, all content of consciousness, everything that is the product or object of thought, particularly religion and morality, must also exist in man in the mode of feeling. This is its immediate form. But feeling is not the source from which this content comes to man, it is only the mode and manner in which man discovers it within himself. It is the worst form, a form which he shares with the brutes. When content comes through feeling, everyone is reduced to his own subjective point of view. If someone says that there is religion in his feeling and someone else says that he cannot find a God in his feeling, each is right. If the content of divinity, the revelation of God, the relationship between man and God, God's being in its relationship to man is reduced in high ashanti. M.eefng. It is resticed to the standpoint of md forigual subjectivity, discrition, caprice. In fact, all truth which per se has existence has been done away with. 7. Even as understood through images of the senses, this content does no genuinely attain its proper form, it is only imagined, rather than understood and comprehended. Only in the of religion is the phone of mere feeling and imagination transformed into that of conceptualization. The foolish objections to this necessary transformation of positive religion into philosophy can be reduced to the statement that philosophy discards the phones which belong to the realm of the imagination. Ordinary thought is not aware of this distinction, its understanding of the truth is bound to these limitations, and it assumes, therefore, that the content is itself being taken away. 8 But in reality this translation of religious content into another phone does not mean its destruction, but rather a transformation which is at once an improvement. It is to the greatest advantage of religion that its spiritual content be retranslated in this fashion. The final sentences of Glauhenuendi Wissen are a culmination of this exaltation of religion to the level of philosophical existence. They transform the death of God into a speculative Good Friday. The historico-empirical feeling that God himself is dead, this infinite grief which forms the basis for the religion of the modern era, must be comprehended as a component of the ultimate ideal, namely as a component of absolute freedom. 9 This distinction, and the consequent exaltation of religion out of the form of feeling and imagination into that of the notion, are the means by which Hegel accomplishes his positive justification of the Christian religion, and at the same time his criticism of it. The ambiguity of this distinction forms the background for all post-Hegelian criticism of religion. It even produced the breakdown of the Hegelian school into a left and right wing. The questions which were the bone of contention in the 30s had nothing to do with Hegel's attitude toward the state and toward history, but rather toward religion, whether he viewed God as a person or a process, and immortality as universal or persona 1. 10 Ecclesiastical orthodoxy declared Hegel's translation to be non-Christian because it destroyed the positive content of the faith. The young Hegelians, on the contrary, were offended by Hegel's retention of dogmatic Christianity even in the form of his concept. Rosenkranz thought he could draw the conclusion from this opposition that the truth lay in Hegel's mediating position, and that it was precisely its attitude toward Christianity which gave it a special promise for the future. This turned out to be the case, but in a different way than Rosenkranz supposed. The historical consequence of Hegel's ambiguous translation was an absolute destruction of Christian philosophy and of the Christian religion. 334. 2. Strauss's reduction of Christianity to myth. Strauss's Life of Jesus, published in 1835/2, was a product of the Hegelian philosophy of religion under the influence of Schleiermacher. It marked an application of this philosophy to religion, while Hegel, in contrast, had come to philosophy from theology and his own Life of Jesus. Hegel's thesis formed the midpoint of Strauss's theological thought. What religion in itself knows only in the phone of imagination is raised by philosophy to the phone of concept. The dogma of Christianity indeed contains truth, but the form is inappropriate to the content it expresses. But precisely this fact prevents its immediate translation from its historical setting in the Church into conceptual phone. On the other hand, whoever follows the Hegelian right wing in transcending the brute facts of history to the idea only to retreat from the idea back to the brute facts merely makes a pretense of critical freedom. Together with this rejection of orthodox speculation, Strauss seeks to demonstrate from Hegel's own works that Hegel was himself by no means opposed to criticism of the gospel narrative. Quite the contrary, Hegel's philosophy of religion itself contains such a criticism in its surrender of historical fact to the phone of imagination. 13. The methodological difference between Hegel and Strauss consists in the fact that Hegel elevates religious imagination to the level of a notion, while Strauss reduces it to a freely created myth. The end result of his mythological exegesis 14 of Christian doctrine was, mankind is the incarnate God. This statement is already implicit in Hegel, in that he, too, understands the incarnation not as an isolated historical fact but rather as a manifestation of the absolute, that is to say, the spirit. The reduction of religion to subconscious mythopoeic fantasy supposedly explained faith at the same time it was explaining the miracle stories of the Bible, for faith, to Strauss as to Feuerbach, is essentially a faith in the miraculous, nor is this less true for Kierkegaard. 15. In his last work, Der Alte und der Neue Glaube, 1872, Strauss, influenced by scientific positivism, pushed his conclusions to the limit, giving up Christianity together with Hegelian philosophy. His new faith is an ethics of modern man, tinged with religion. The first question put to the old faith, are we still Christians? Is answered negatively. The second, do we still possess a religion? He answers half affirmatively. The third and fourth, how do we apprehend the world? And how should we order our lives? Are answered in the modern spirit of scientific progress, and with two characteristic supplements, by our great poets and musicians. The new faith consists in a further development of Christianity in the direction of humanism. Having spent his entire unhappy life trying to write a life of Jesus, Strauss concludes, when confronted by this insoluble problem, with skeptical enjoyment of civilization. I6 God is replaced by the cosmos or the universe. Strauss's course of development from theology to philosophy, and thence to positivism, is signalized by the fact that in the first volume of his work he still called himself Doctor of Philosophy and tutor at the Evangelical Seminary, but in the second volume only Doctor of Philosophy, although even in the process of writing the first volume he realized that everything he wanted to do in the realm of theology could only be perilous labor. It is difficult today to have more than a vague idea of the passionate arguments pro and con that swirled about Strauss's theology. This self-dissolution of Protestant theology with the aid of Hegelian philosophy seems far removed from that which is going on today. In his period, however, the old faith and the new faith had the effect, according to contemporary witnesses, of a spark in a powder keg, an effect both enormous and liberating. 3. Feuerbach's reduction of the Christian religion to the nature of man. The same is true of Feuerbach's Wesen des Christentums, 1841. In his Sruti of Feuerbach, F. Engels writes, it is necessary to have experienced personally the liberating effect of this book to have any conception of it. The enthusiasm was universal, we all became disciples overnight. Marx's enthusiastic welcome of the new interpretation as well as the extent of its influence upon him can be read about in Die Heilige Familie i.e. M7. In contrast to the criticism of B. Bauer in Strauss, Feuerbach's essence of Christianity is not a critical destruction of Christian theology and Christianity, but an attempt to preserve the essential part of Christianity, specifically in the form of a religious anthropology. This corresponds to what differentiates Feuerbach from the other two, concerning my relationship to Strauss and Bruno Bauer, together with whom I am continually being named. I should like to point out, that the difference between our works, is already indicated by the difference between their subjects. The object of Bauer's criticism is the gospel narrative, that is, biblical Christianity or rather biblical theology. Strauss concerns himself with Christian doctrine and the life of Jesus, which can also be included under the heading of Christian doctrine, that is to say, dogmatic Christianity or rather dogmatic theology. My concern is with Christianity in general, that is, the Christian religion, and consequently only Christian philosophy or theology. For this reason I draw most of my quotations only from such writers who approached Christianity not merely as a theoretical or dogmatic object, not merely theology, but religion. My chief object is Christianity as a religion, as the immediate essence of man. 18. He is funner removed from Bauer, however, than from Strauss, for only Bauer remained an Hegelian in his role as critic. Strauss and Feuerbach changed from being Hegelians to being humanistic materialists, thereby giving up philosophy as they previously had understood it. Their criticism reduces to a more or less unsystematic anthropology. Feuerbach abolishes the theological essence of religion in favor of its true, anthropological essence, reducing it to precisely that non-spiritual form which Hegel attacked as being mere feeling. This is what Feuerbach sought to restore as its essential form, essential because immediately intelligible to the senses. For him, the transcendence of religion is grounded upon the immanent transcendence of feeling. Feeling is the human essence of religion. Feeling is your inmost power, and yet at the same time a power distinct and independent of you. It is in you and beyond you, it is your most personal nature, which takes hold of you as though foreign to you, in short, your God. How then would you distinguish some other objective essence from this essence within you? How would you transcend your feeling? 19. Feuerbach distinguishes himself accordingly from Hegel's criticism of the theology of feeling. I do not censure Schleiermacher for making religion a matter of feeling, but only because theological prejudice prevented him from drawing the necessary conclusions from his standpoint, for not having the courage to see and to admit that objectively God is himself nothing but the essence of feeling, if, subjectively. Feeling is the central aspect of religion. In this respect I disagree so little with Schleiermacher that he actually serves to confirm the statements I have made on the basis of the nature of feeling. For this very reason Hegel failed to penetrate the peculiar essence of religion. As an abstract thinker, he did not penetrate the essence of feeling. 20. The most universal axiom of Feuerbach's criticism of religion is, anthropology is the secret of theology, that is, the primitive essence of religion is the essence of man. Religion is an objectification of man's primitive essential needs, it has no particular content of its own. Properly understood, the knowledge of God is man's knowledge of himself, but knowledge which is as yet unaware of its own nature. Religion is the first, indirect self-consciousness of man, a detour taken by man on the way to finding himself. Man first transfers his own essence to a point external to himself, before he finds it within himself. Religion, at least the Christian religion, is the conduct of man toward himself, or, more correctly, toward his own essence, but it is conduct toward his own essence as though toward a foreign essence. The divine essence is nothing else than the human essence, or, better stated, the essence of man, isolated from the limitations of the individual, that is, real, corporeal human being, that is, viewed and revered as another, individual essence, distinct from the viewer. Thus all the attributes of the divine essence are attributes of the essence of man. 21. The divine spirit which is perceived or believed is the same as the perceiving spirit, so we read in Hegel. The development of religion therefore consists positively in the fact that man denies more to God and accords more to himself. Protestantism is traveling in this direction, because it is the religious expression of the humanization of God, the God who is man, that is to say, the human God. Christ he alone is the God of Protestantism. No longer, like Catholicism, does Protestantism concern itself with what God is in himself, but only with what he is for man. For this reason it no longer has any speculative or contemplative inclinations, such as belong to Catholicism. It is no longer theology, it is essentially only Christology, that is, religious anthropology. 22. The critical distinction between religion and philosophy, as anthropology, is based exclusively on the character of images. That is to say, religion itself takes the objective images constructed by man as though they were not images, but rather self-sufficient things. Hegelian philosophy, on the other hand, takes them as mere constructs of the imagination, images which as such are without truth. But Feuerbach does not, like Hegel, wish to translate the images into thoughts, thereby philosophically justifying the dogmas of religion, neither does he wish to leave them as untranslated, image-like objects. He seeks instead to view these images as images of the manifestation of the essence of man. Theology is transformed thereby into psychic pathology. All religious ideas are translated back into their foothold in the senses, from which they originally proceeded, the symbolic bread into palpable bread, the symbolic wine into real wine. In all truth I replace the sterile water of baptism with blessing of real water. This simplification of religious ideas to their simplest elements, which are immanent in man, is admittedly trivial, but why should not the truth of religion, like truth in general, be ultimately a complete triviality? While Hegel was still concerned with demonstrating the inner agreement between philosophy and the dogmas of Christianity, Feuerbach seeks to demonstrate both more and less, that philosophy is in itself a religion when both are reduced to anthropological terms. For this reason, modern philosophy, unlike the ancient Catholic philosophy and modern Protestant scholasticism, can no longer succumb to the temptation of proving its agreement with religion via its agreement with Christian dogmatic theology. Instead, begotten of the essence of religion, it has within itself the true essence of religion, in and of itself. As philosophy, it is religion. 23. On the other hand, the historical dissolution of the Christian religion was as sure for Feuerbach as it later was for Nietzsche. It is opposed to the entire situation of the modern world. Christianity is negated even by those who continue to believe firmly in it, who deceive themselves into not seeing that Christianity is no longer determined by the Bible or the symbolic books and church fathers. It is denied in life and in science, in and in industry, because man has appropriated everything human, with the result that Christianity is deprived of all power to oppose. 24. But if in practice, man and work have replaced the Christian and prayer, theoretically the essence of man must replace the divine. Christianity has been reduced to a Sunday affair, it has vanished out of the everyday life of man because it is nothing more than an idée fixe which stands in glaring contrast to our fire and life insurance companies, our railroads and steam engines, our warehouses full of art and gems, our war colleges and business colleges. 25. Feuerbach perceived this contrast in exactly the same way Kierkegaard did, but the latter drew the equally logical, but exactly opposite, conclusion, that science, and natural science in particular, is simply irrelevant to the religious situation. Both agreed in recognizing that the contradiction between Christianity and the scientific, political, and social interests of the world were unreconcilable. But the hypocrisy of a Christianity within the modern world did not have the same enormous significance for Feuerbach as for Nietzsche and Kierkegaard. His attack upon Christendom is much less spirited. It does not resemble a death blow, but rather a well-intentioned effort to keep Christianity within the limits of humanity by means of that critical reduction which made philosophy into religion. I am far from ascribing merely a subordinate significance to anthropology, a significance ascribed to it only so long as a theology stands above and beyond it. By degrading theology to anthropology, I rather exalt anthropology to theology. Therefore do not take the word anthropology in the sense of Hegelian philosophy, or of any previous philosophy whatever, but in an infinitely higher and more universal sense. 29. Hegel still belongs to the Old Testament of philosophy, for his philosophy is still based on the standpoint of theology. His philosophy of religion is the last great attempt ever made to resolve, ambiguously, the conflict between Christianity and paganism, between Christian theology and Greek philosophy. Hegel is the culmination of the ambiguity of the modern age, which equates the negation of Christianity with Christianity. All previous philosophy comes within the period of the decline of Christianity, the negation of Christianity, which sought at the same time to be the establishment of Christianity. Hegelian philosophy disguised the negation of Christianity under the contradiction between idea and thought, that is, it negated Christianity by postulating it. It disguised the negation further behind the contradiction between the beginnings of Christianity and its finished form. A religion is preserved only when it is preserved, in its original meaning. At the outset, religion is fire, energy, truth. To start with, every religion is absolutely rigorous, but in the course of time it becomes dulled, loses its firmness, falls prey to the fate of custom. In order to mediate this practical contradiction between religion and backsliding, recourse is had to tradition or modification. 30. In contrast to the semi-negation, we now have a complete, conscious negation. It marks the beginning of a new age and the necessity for an absolutely non-Christian philosophy, which will be itself religion. But Feuerbeck's very claim that philosophy is itself religion brands his atheism, as Stirner reproached him as a devout atheism. But he did not consider this accusation true. His only aim was to remove the subject of religious predicates, God. He had no designs upon the predicates themselves, when interpreted in their proper human sense. Therefore the only true atheist, that is, atheist in the usual sense, is the man for whom the predicates of the divine essence, such as love, wisdom, righteousness, etc., mean nothing, but not the man for whom only the subject of these predicates means nothing. To deny the subject is by no means the same thing as denying the predicates in themselves. The predicates have their own, independent significance, their content forces man to recognize them, they show themselves to be true immediately through their own existence, they are self-verifying, self-demonstrating. Goodness, righteousness, wisdom are not made chimerical simply because God is a chimera, neither are they made truths by the truth of God. The concept of God is dependent upon the concept of righteousness, of goodness, of wisdom. A God who is not good, not righteous, not wise, is no God at all, but the reverse is not true. 31. Thus Feuerbach was no ordinary atheist, or rather he was, to the extent that atheism is usually precisely what Feuerbach claims to stand for, a retention of the Christian predicates while discarding their subject. The fact that his criticism of religion was accused of religious devotion is typical of the entire confused and paradoxical movement following Hegel. What one man thought to be atheism, his neighbor discovered to be theological, religious, and Christian. Strauss thought Bauer a parson, Feuerbach was considered by Stirner to be a devout atheist, Marx considered Bauer a critic only in the realm of theology. Stirner thought he outdid them all, but together with the Holy Family, Bauer, Stirner was given the appellation Church Father and Saint Max by Marx. In Stirner's nothingness Feuerbach still perceives a divine predicate, and in his individual I the Christian salvation of the individual. 32. Everyone seeks to point out a remnant of Christianity in everyone else, a circumstance which holds true of all criticism of Christianity which is still polemically determined by its opponent. Historically, Feuerbach derived the possibility for this interchange from the separation of the gospel from the Jewish religion of law. In contrast to the positivity of Judaism, Christianity is already a religion of criticism and freedom. In contrast with the Israelite, the Christian is Feuerbach's humanization of theology belongs to the history of Protestantism because he derived the principles of his criticism of religion from Luther. In the 14th chapter of Das Wesen des Christen to Ms. 34 which discusses faith, he quotes a statement made by Luther, "You receive from God to the extent that you believe in Him. If you believe it, it's yours, but if you don't believe it, it's not yours. Just as we believe, so it befalls us. If we take Him for our God, of course He won't be our devil. But if we don't take Him for our God, then of course He won't be our God." Interpreting, Feuerbach continues, "Thus if I believe in a God, I have a God, that is, belief in God is the God of man. For if God is the object and manner of my belief, what more is the essence of God than the essence of belief? In believing in God, man believes in himself, in the divine power of his belief. God is an essence for man, He is essentially our God. 35 And belief in Him is thus a religious expression of the self-certainty of man. The world of faith is a world of unlimited subjectivity. In a special treatise, Wie das Wesen des Glaubens im Sinn Luthers, 1844, Feuerbach actually sought to demonstrate the identity of Luther's concept of faith with the essence of Christianity. The essential point of Luther's concept of God is the denial of Catholic positivity. Positively, it is the assertion that Christ exists only in so far as He exists for us, that He is only real as the object of our faith. If God sat all alone in heaven, Feuerbach quotes from Luther, like a bump on a log, He would not be God. He continues, God is a word whose meaning is only seen in man. In faith, God is the thou of man. In this fashion, Feuerbach proceeds from Luther's internal or existential understanding of faith to an anchoring of the Lutheran correlation between what is God's and what is man's to the particular end which is man, and to the thesis that God presupposes man because the theological essence of religion is also its anthropological essence. 56. In principle, Feuerbach's interpretation is already implicit in Hegel, who also sees the liberating event of the Reformation as being Luther's victorious conclusion that man's destiny must come to pass within man himself, even though he still considered its content as being something given from without, by revelation. 37. In Protestantismus und die Romantik, 1839-40, Ruge formulated the danger which, of necessity, followed. The principle of Romanticism consists in the fact that, in the Protestant process of self-appropriation, the subject retains only what is properly its own, the I, which carries out the appropriation. Thus it comes to a halt at the stage of negating what is universal and objective. Feuerbach's criticism of religion could not be, nor did it attempt to be, conclusive, but merely something preliminary, whose consequences nevertheless would follow immediately. Its basic conceptions, he thought, would remain valid, but not in the way they are here spoken, the only way they could be spoken under the conditions presently obtaining. For Ruge's replacement of Christianity by humanity. In his criticism of religion, Ruge starts from Hegel and covers much the same ground as that covered by Feuerbach. In Hegel, according to Ruge, we see a man struggling with the faith he has been brought up in, first justifying it, and then discarding it. He emphasizes that in Christianity the absolute spirit is known after human fashion, but forgets his own insight in giving philosophical existence to Christian dogmatic theology and the God of the Jews. 3. The only proper procedure was pioneered by Feuerbach, in his demonstration that theology is nothing else than anthropology. Humanistic religion 39 alone solves all the riddles of the past, culminating the development from Hellenism to Christianity. Popery and Lutheran dogmatics destroy the idea of Christianity. The religiosity of the Reformation, the ethical enthusiasm of the Revolution, the serious-mindedness of the Enlightenment, philosophy, and socialism, on the other hand, are real extensions of the Christian principle of humanity. 40. This principle is immanent and universal, whereas Christ remained transcendent and unique. The ultimate goal of religious development is the replacement of Christianity by humanity. Ruge's popular system der Religion unserer Zeit is meant as a derivation of the religion of humanism from the historical religions. In its style, as in its content, it is a precursor of Strauss's New Faith. But even in this humanistic attenuation, Ruge's program is a direct consequence of Hegel's spiritualization of Christian ideas by raising them to the level of notions. Not only the political journalism of the left, but even such a scholarly old Hegelian as Rosenkranz, 10 years after Ruge's work, expressed the view that the Christianity spiritualized by Hegel was about to reach its consummation in modern humanity and civilization. 41. The history of the bourgeois Christian world. 5. Bauer's destruction of theology and Christianity. 343. The striking and significant personality of Bruno Bauer was the intellectual center of the Berlin Free Spirits. 42. At first, even Marx and Stirner were under the influence of his radical criticism. He was an ascetic and stoic. His last works came into being in a cell which he had made out of a stall in the country near Berlin. He was known as the Hermit of Reichsdorf. His theological work, which cannot be evaluated here, at once expired under public judgment. Even Overbeck felt compelled to defend himself against it. A. Schweitzer made the following summary of his impression of Bauer's achievement: we do not recognize as great those men who ironed out problems, but those who discovered them. Bauer's criticism of the gospel narrative is worth a dozen good lives of Jesus, because as we are only beginning to recognize now, a half-century later, it is the most brilliant and most complete repertory of the difficulties in the life of Jesus that exists. Unfortunately, the superior, all too superior, attitude in which he developed the problems made his thought ineffectual for the theology of his day. He filled up behind him the passageway he had driven into the mountain, so that a whole generation was kept busy rediscovering the veins which he had already hit upon. They had no idea that the abnormality of his solutions was grounded in the intensity with which he had grasped the questions, and that he had become blind to history because he had been too good an observer. And so his contemporaries thought him a dreamer. But in his dreams ultimately there lies hidden a deep insight. It had never dawned on anyone else in this grandiose manner that the history of primitive and early Christianity was not the simple consequence of the message of Jesus, that it was more than a doctrine put into practice, much more, that the life of the world's soul entered into union with the life of that personality as its body. The citizens of the Roman Imperium lay in its death throes. Noon after Paul grasped so powerfully the mysticism of the suprapersonal Soma e Christou. Bauer translated it into history, and made the Roman Imperium the body of Christ. 43. Bauer completed his early studies in Berlin under Martinek, the first editor of Hegel's Reichsphilosophy. 44. Schleiermacher and Hegel, in philosophy and theology. His literary career began with the criticism of Strauss's Leben Jesu. As editor of a journal for speculative theology, he was at first a representative of Hegelian orthodoxy. His critical attitude toward Hegel is first announced in two works which appeared anonymously: Die Posende Jungstengerich über Hegel den Atheisten und die Antichristen. Ein Ultimatum, 1841, and Hegel's Lehre von der Religion und die Kunst, 1842, which he wrote in collaboration with Ruge. Bauer's criticism of Christian theology is characterized completely by the manner in which he takes his departure from Hegel. More radically than Strauss and Feuerbach, he quarrels with Hegel's philosophy of religion. He conceals the result ironically, making it all the more powerful. In the guise of an orthodox pietist, he shows, from the standpoint of faith, with many quotations from the Bible and from Hegel, that it was not just the radical young Hegelians who were atheists. Their father was one already, under the cloak of a philosophical justification of dogmatic theology. Oh, the poor and wretched souls who let themselves be taken in when it was whispered to them that the object of religion as well as philosophy is the eternal truth in their own objectivity, God, and nothing but God and the explication of God. The poor souls who heard with joy that religion and philosophy coincide, who thought they could preserve their God when they heard and accepted that religion is the self-consciousness of the Absolute Spirit. These poor souls have ears and hear not, eyes and see not. For what is plainer than the fact that Hegel's explanation of religion affects its destruction, although the Christian framework of the destruction makes it seem as though he, too, were talking of the one living God who was before the world was, and who in Christ revealed his love to man. Hegel's passionless intellect is acquainted solely with the universal of the world's soul, which becomes conscious of itself in man. Ingenuous pupils like Strauss saw this as pantheism, but it is thoroughgoing atheism, which replaces God with self-consciousness. Hegel indeed speaks of this substance as a subject, but he does not mean an individual, particular subject that created heaven and earth. Quite the contrary, he requires a whole hierarchy of spirits, innumerable subjects, in order that in the course of time this substance can finally become conscious of itself. In Hegel 1:45 the conclusion of his train of thought is not substance, but self-consciousness, having as its essence the universality of substance. To this irreligious self-consciousness Hegel ascribes the attributes of the divine. But the credulous could not see through his devilish cunning, and have failed to recognize that Hegel is a revolutionary, a greater revolutionary than all his pupils put together. He carries out a radical dissolution of all conditions of substantiality. 46 The deception is compounded. Bauer seeks to point out to the devout by Hegel's polemic against Schleiermacher's theology of feeling. In reality, Hegel's criticism of feeling was not in the least directed against subjectivity as such, but only an inadequate form of it. For Hegel, religion is not less a product of spiritual self-consciousness than are art and science. Therefore Bauer warns the well-disposed against Hegel's magical reconciliation of the thinking spirit with religion. How many have been bewitched by this magic word, which was all the rage a few years ago? Diverted from the true God and brought into atheism. What humbug! According to Hegel, the reconciliation of reason with religion consists in realizing that there is no God and that the I is only contemplating itself in religion, while it supposes that it is contemplating a living, personal God. Realized self-consciousness is a tour de force whereby the I views its double in a mirror and finally, having thought of the image for thousands of years as God, discovers that the image in the mirror is itself. The wrath and punitive righteousness of God are accordingly nothing more than the I making a fist and threatening himself in the mirror. Similarly, the grace and mercy of God are nothing more than the I extending its hand to its mirror image. Religion considers this mirror image to be God. Philosophy destroys the illusion and shows man that there is no one behind the mirror, and therefore that it is only the reflection of the I toward which the I has directed its actions. 47. Bauer's next work was Hegel's Lehre von der Religion und der Kunst. In part, it is identical with the Posen, but much of it dares to go even further. In it he rouses the devout with all the stylistic and technical means at his command, italics, boldface, and pointing fingers, reinforcing the irony of his attack upon Hegel with a warning against his own theological writings. Philosophy and religion cannot be combined. On the contrary, faith must banish the arrogance of the notion if it is not itself to be banished by the latter. The difference between Voltaire's attack upon the Bible and Hegel's dissolution of religion is only apparent. Basically they are both doing and saying the same thing, the Frenchman with wit, the German with pedantic seriousness. Hegel, indeed, surpassed his prototype, because he puts forth his blasphemies with calm deliberation, giving them a sustained force through philosophical arguments. He is imperturbable, because he no longer has any feeling for faith. Voltaire still feels the first passion of hate, and rages when he attacks the men who are intimate with God. Hegel, on the other hand, disposes of the matter in complete tranquility by means of a philosophical category. His transgression costs him no more effort than drinking a glass of water. 48. In Voltaire's school Hegel also learned that the Jews are a people disunited and rejected. The mythology of the Greeks seems to him much more human, more free, and more beautiful than the Bible. Hegel's thoughts on the New Testament correspond to what he has to say about the Old Testament, and Jehovah, who being one seeks to be all, in his view does not achieve the spiritual universality which lies beyond limitation. Together with Oriental religion, Hegel contemns the Christian revelation, because it has not yet advanced to the atheistic self-sufficiency of the subject. He even ventures to assert that culpability is the glory of noble characters, because he is thinking of the heroes of Greece rather than the Christian saints. In place of martyrdom, he glorifies atheistic tragedy, whose major conflict is by no means Christian, the conflict between members of a family or state. According to Hegel, the Orientals were unaware that the spirit of man is free per se. This may be, but they did well enough for all that. According to Hegel, all the devout are Orientals, Syrians, and Galileans, but they are still quite right in not wanting to be free in this atheistic sense. We do not want to be at one with ourselves, but at one with God. 49. The spirit must yearn, hope, mourn, and lament, but Hegel says, Hi Rotus, Hi Saltus, that is, he wants to dance Rigfif here in this world. Hegel most clearly reveals his hatred of Christianity in his Aesthetics in general. His attack on sacred history is from the direction of aesthetics, where he bluntly admits that he will not bend his knee before Christ and Mary. He despises all humble adoration, he seeks constantly to spread self-consciousness, and make the whole world his possession. Self-consciousness and reason are everything to him, he negates everything else as being an alien power, not yet liberated and become a notion. To him, the freedom to be at one with oneself is the means and the end of history. For the Christian, however, there can be only one historical power, the power of God, only one end, the glory of the Lord, and therefore only one means to this end, Christ, the one mediator between God and man. What will Hegel's mediation do about this unique, truly liberating mediator? In order to exclude him, Hegel must explain the Holy Scripture mythologically. At bottom he is even more radical than Strauss, for Strauss only assumes that individual myths are contained in the New Testament, while according to Hegel the whole thing is mythological simply because it is religion presented in religious terminology and images. 5. Nor is that enough. In the Greek myths and epics he finds a work of creative individuality which freely makes tradition its own, but in the narrative of the Gospels a restricted development of a preordained tradition, a purely external creativity. But if mythology is the art which gives the divine human form and man his free humanity, in another respect sacred history is not mythological, because its scope is limited to the deeds of God and the bondage of mankind. For this reason, according to Hegel, the biblical historians could never form a work of art, because the worthlessness and depravity of man and the uniformity of the activity of the one gave them no possibility for any spiritual movement involving real collisions and their free human resolution. Where the one is all, and the others all slaves, all possibility of history and the historical point of view is radically excluded. 51. On the other hand, sacred history must not be understood symbolically, because what is divine must retain its strict individuality. Jehovah experiences the fate of man, including death. This is symbolic only to the extent that all natural and human phenomena are made significant in the Bible, not for their own sakes, but because of their relationship to the Lord. From Hegel's standpoint, the sacred narrative of the Bible is a hybrid of Oriental and Occidental ideas, a cloudy mixture of symbolism and mythology. If it should be asked whether the story is to be understood mythologically in the trivial sense meant by Strauss 52 because the narrative does not always correspond to the pretended course of events, the master would only laugh at the wretched framing of the question. He, the great juggler with the two-edged sword, Hebrew 4:12, of the Word of God, which he appears to swallow so that it will no longer frighten anyone. In this fashion, Bauer reads his own destruction of theology into his exposition of Hegel, in order to demonstrate that it is the only legitimate consequence of his philosophy of religion. He himself points out to the devout that he is a much more dangerous pupil of Hegel than is Strauss. Strauss made many concessions to the biblical narrative by making a distinction between pure myth and historical myth, seeing a basis of actual fact in the latter. In his madness, Bauer goes much further. He asserts that the Gospels themselves are an artificial product of theology. 53 Strauss discusses the question whether the Gospel narratives are legendary. Bauer searches in them for traces of deliberate reflection and theological pragmatism. On account of the weakness of his principle, and since he still acknowledges the presence of much historical data in the Gospels, Strauss is finally compelled to ask whether the miracle described in the narrative is possible. Bauer, on the other hand, never asks this question, and believes he can do without it, because he breaks up the narratives by showing them to be a product of reflection. He is so positive of this that he even recognizes the presence of more miraculous elements in the Gospels than does Strauss. These literary miracles are his favorite topic, because he can dismiss them easily as mere creations of unthinking pragmatism. At that time, Bauer was planning a journal for the study of atheism and the mortality of the finite subject. 55. To him, even Strauss seemed a Henk Stenberg, i.e., an orthodox reactionary, within the realm of criticism. He, on the contrary, was that atheist and anti-Christian as whom he describes his teacher to the devout. He makes ironic use of the image of the theologian from Ecclesiasticus 14:22-24 to describe himself. Like him, he goes after her, pries in at her window, hearkens at her doors, lodges near her house, and sets his children under her shelter, in order finally to overthrow the innermost sanctuary and compromise the entire edifice of theological wisdom as though it were an ordinary dwelling. He even declares that theological exposition of the Bible must be Jesuitical, because the expositor presupposes the eternal truth of Scripture, but also has his own educational background and human nature, which presume postulates which must be supported in the face of the former, although they contradict the biblical postulates. Besides his modern education, the theologian has apologetic interests. He must harmonize the old-fashioned Bible with his modern barbarian education, something that is possible only when both are falsified. Bauer's ideas had no effect upon contemporary theology and philosophy. Even in the case of Overbeck, it is questionable whether Bauer's analysis of the theological consciousness was an immediate influence upon his attitude toward theology. Only for one critical moment did Bauer's radicalism exert any influence upon his immediate contemporaries. After Bauer's overly violent criticism of his Leben Jesu, Strauss withdrew completely from association with him. At first, Feuerbach was thought to be the author of the Poson, but he rejected Bauer's work because it seemed to him to support Hegel, whereas Ruger recommended it to him as the most complete break with Hegelianism. 56. From the very beginning, a gulf separated Feuerbach from the Berlin Sophists, but Ruger compared Bauer's critical accomplishment with that of Voltaire and Rousseau. He declared Bauer to be a messiah of atheism and the Robespierre of theology. 57. But even he soon began to have reservations, for Bauer's strength only appeared in denial, because he failed to understand the social or political nature of human existence. Historically and politically, his system of frivolity led nowhere. Later, in the Anecdota, Ruger attempted to define Bauer's negativity more precisely. Bauer had indeed succeeded in making clear his own inconsistency by banishing Hegel's atheistic consistency, but without being able to give a firm foundation to this new turn. It is not enough to point out that the progress of today already existed in the past. What is new must stand on its own feet, for all exegesis of something new on the basis of what is old is a distortion. It is the error of Hegelian ambiguity and its double meaning, the error of the philosophy, which reads itself into the historical Christian worldview, thereby misunderstanding both that particular stage of spiritual progress and itself. 58. Bauer's Poson is actually a logical consequence of Feuerbach, but one which appears to take a backward step for the sake of polemic. Ruger's final verdict, which dates from 1846, is basically identical with that of Marx and Stirner. Bauer is the ultimate theologian, a total heretic who pursues theology with theological fanaticism, and for precisely this reason is not free of the faith against which he fights. 59. Bauer's direct criticism of the Christian religion is contained in Ant des Christentum, in Erinnerungen das Jahrhundert und ein Beitrag zur Kreis der Nunzenten, 1843.60. Its basic thesis, that Christianity developed out of the decline of freedom in the Roman world, looks backward to Hegel's early works and forward to Nietzsche's Genealogie der Moral. He no longer seeks to humanize the essence of Christianity, but to demonstrate its inhumanity, its paradoxical contrast to all that is natural to man. 6. For him, Christianity simply is the misfortune of the world. It made its appearance when the ancient world could no longer hold itself together, exalted this misfortune to the essence of man, and made suffering his sure fate. But man is by natura free, he can and must prove his freedom, even in the face of death. He is himself his own lawgiver, even when he makes himself believe that he must make himself subject to an external law. God is man estranged from man, but no longer in the same sense as Feuerbach. For Feuerbach, this estrangement meant only a reversible objectification of the essence of man in the image of religion. For Bauer, it is a complete loss of the self, which can only be reversed by total dechristianization. For this reason, complete liberation from religion is more than a mere liberation, it represents a complete and final break, a deliberate and conscious freedom from all religion. Not the least expression of this freedom is that even criticism of religion brings itself to an end. The French Revolution failed, among other reasons, in letting itself be driven to employing the police power against religion and the church, a power which the privileged classes had formerly employed against their opponents. But things are different now, self-consciousness has achieved assurance of its freedom, and, at the crucial moment, will even allow to those who are not free the freedom of remaining so. Freedom is not forced upon them. With freedom the world will be overcome. After the crisis, history will no longer be religious, will no longer be Christian, but toward those who stand at the outskirts of the civilized world, desiring to retain their gods, it will exercise the generosity of scorn. After Tarentum had been taken, Fabius soldiers asked him what should be done with the plundered starns of the gods. He answered, "Let the Tarentinians keep their angry gods. Let the Christians keep their angry gods." 62. 6. Marx's explanation of Christianity as a perverted word. The criticism of religion which we have been studying took a new rourn with Marx, and came to an end with Stirner. In Die Heile, Family, oder Kritik der Kritik, gegen B. Bauer und Konsorten, 1844-45, written in collaboration with Engels, Marx roarns against Bauer, with whom he had previously worked. In this polemic he ranges himself completely on the side of Feuerbach's realistic humanism, on the grounds that Feuerbach's communism of I and thou has caught a glimpse of man as he really is, even though it has not yet recognized him in practice as a social generic being. Bauer's antithesis between self-consciousness and mass seems to him, on the contrary, to be a piece of bad Hegelianism built upon Feuerbach. For the self-consciousness on whose basis Bauer criticizes the mass is no longer the total and absolute subject of Hegelian philosophy, but a finite, anthropological subjectivity which claims absolute significance. In Marx's eyes, Bauer remains a theologian and an Hegelian, whose discussion of the Jewish question was critical only so long as this question was theological, but became non-critical as soon as it began to become political. Judged by the standards of social and political reality, Bauer's absolute self-consciousness, like Stirner's unique individual, is an ideological absolutization of the principle of bourgeois society, whose determining class is the individualistic middle class, and whose real principle is egoism. What Marx attacks in Bauer, and even more forcibly in Stirner, is therefore the socio-political postulates and consequences of self-consciousness. These are apparent in Bauer's antithesis, for his opposition to the mass is determinative for his self-consciousness, just as the crowd is determinative for Kierkegaard's self-being. 63. Absolute criticism speaks of truths which are a priori self-validating. In its critical naivete, it invents an absolute a priori and an abstract, unchangeable mass. In the eyes of absolute criticism, there is as little difference between the a priori of the mass of the 16th century and the a priori of the mass of the 19th century as there is between these masses themselves. Because the truth, like history, is an ethereal subject, divorced from the material mass, it does not address itself to empirical man, but to the innermost soul. It does not impose itself upon the gross body of man, but infiltrates throughout all his idealistic intestinal tract. On the one side stands the mass, the passive, spiritless, non-historical, material element of history, on the other stands the spirit, criticism, Bruno and Co., the active element from which all historical action proceeds. The act of transforming society is reduced to the intellectual activity of critical criticism. 64. With polemic directed specifically against Bauer's last judgment upon Hegel, Marx concludes his criticism of Bauer with a critical last judgment in the style of the Posen, and with an historical epilogue. As we found out later, it was not the World, but the critical journal which perished. According to Marx, Bauer's self-sufficient, merely critical criticism had only one real accomplishment: it made plain through empirical application the idealistic nature of Hegelian self-consciousness. For the criticism of religion, more important than the polemic against Bauer is Marx's disagreement with Feuerbach's reduction of theology to anthropology. For Marx, this is only the preliminary to a further criticism of the conditions of human life themselves. From this point of view, he considered Feuerbach's criticism of religion an incontestable outcome. For Germany, criticism of religion essentially has been brought to a close, and the criticism of religion is the prerequisite for all criticism, reads the first sentence of the introduction to the criticism of Hegel's philosophy of right. In spite of this, Marx's advance to criticism of the political world is not content simply to accept the criticism of religion which has already been accomplished. In this progress toward criticism of the earthly world, he also gains a new standpoint for criticism of the heavenly world of religion. Religion becomes a component of the theory of ideology. 65. but religion can show itself to be an ideology only when the world as such has become secular. But under precisely these circumstances there is need for a criticism of the existing world as such, that is, a distinction between how it is and how it should be. The man who has found only the reflection of himself in the fantastic reality of heaven will no longer be inclined to find only the semblance of himself, a non-human, where he seeks and must seek his true reality. 66. On the other hand, the existence of a world which transcends this world is comprehensible only on the basis of the real deficiencies of this real world. If one assumes, with Feuerbach, that the religious world is only a shell surrounding the earthly kernel of the human world, one must ask, why is this kernel surrounded by an alien shell? How does there come to be any superstructure of a religious, ideological world? With this question Marx not only goes beyond Feuerbach's criticism of religion, but also goes back before it. According to him, all criticism of religion which does not ask this question is uncritical. For it is in actual fact much easier to find analytically the earthly kernel of religious cloud castles than to reverse the process and, examining particular, real, i.e., socio-historical, conditions of life, develop their religious forms. The latter is the only materialistic, and therefore the only scientific method, in contrast to the abstract materialism of natural science, which excludes the historical process from consideration. 67. Thus while Feuerbach's only concern was to uncover the so-called earthly kernel of religion, the important thing to Marx is to proceed in the other direction, analyzing historically the conditions of life on earth and discovering what needs and contradictions within the secular circumstances make possible and demand religion. The goal is to explain why the secular basis comes into conflict with itself, giving rise to a world which differs from this earthly world. This Feuerbach was unable to explain, for he was still convinced that it is the essence of man, something essential in man, which expresses itself in religion, albeit indirectly. Marx had to be able to answer this question, which was no question at all to Feuerbach, if indeed this world was to be basic in every instance, and religion non-essential. This leads to the following criticism. Feuerbach takes as his point of departure the fact of religious self-estrangement, the bifurcation of the world into religious and secular aspects. His work consists in resolving the religious world into its secular basis. But the fact that the secular basis comes into conflict with itself and defines for itself an independent kingdom in the clouds can only be explained on the basis of the internal divisions and contradictions of this secular basis. Thus it is necessary to understand the contradictions of this world in itself as well as to revolutionize it. Thus, for example, once the earthly family has been discovered to be the secret behind the Holy Family, the former must itself be abolished both in theory and in practice. 68. As a consequence, Marx goes beyond Feuerbach's statement that man makes religion, but not conversely, he continues, and further, religion is the self-consciousness of that man who has either not yet gained his true self, or already lost it. His true self, that means his self in its secular social environment. For this reason, Marx does not see religion as a mere objectification of human existence, but as a reification in the sense of self-estrangement. Religion is a perversion of the world. 69. A perversion which remains necessary so long as the social aspect of human nature does not achieve true reality. Thus the struggle against religion of the beyond is indirectly a struggle against the world of here and now, a world so fashioned that it demands to be supplemented and transfigured by religion. And conversely, religious misery, i.e., misery in the religious sense, is both the expression of real misery and protest against it. Religion is the soul of a heartless world, the spirit of unspiritual circumstances, and the illusory sun which moves about man as long as he does not move about himself. Therefore the abolition of the illusory salvation of religion is positively the promotion of earthly happiness. 70. By means of the will to happiness, Marxist socialism leads to an atrophy of religion, but it does not allow itself to be sucked into the adventure of a political war against religion. 71. Thus the positive element of Marx's criticism of religion does not consist in the humanization of religion, Strauss and Feuerbach, nor in its mere repudiation, Bauer, but in the critical demand that the circumstances be abolished which lead to the birth of religion. These circumstances belong to the universal social realm. Once the beyond of truth has vanished, it is the task of history to establish the truth of the here and now. Once the sacred image of human self-estrangement has been unmasked, criticism must unmask the same self-estrangement in its unholy, profane, economic, and social image, and revolution must transform it. This alone can transform what has up to now been a criticism of religion and theology into a criticism of right and of politics, that is, of the human commonwealth or polis. The meaning of atheism is similarly transformed. It ceases to be a theological position and becomes really atheistic, that is, it dissolves in a temporal shaping of earthly existence. The Marxist atheist does not believe in any God, he believes in man. His battle is no longer against gods, but against idols. In Das Kapital, Marx showed that one of these idols of the modern capitalistic world is the fetish nature of merchandise, the mercantile form assumed by all modern commodities. The fetish of merchandise demonstrates the predominance of things over the men who produce them, the degree in which creative man is dependent upon his own creatures. It is this predominance which must be destroyed, not any power which religion has over man. Just as in religion man is dominated by the product of his own mind, so in the capitalistic system of production he is dominated by the product of his own hand. Modern man no longer exercises immediate control over the world of his own creation, it encounters him with a kind of autocracy, because the work of his own hands has been lost to him because of the private nature of the means of production in our economic system. The work of his own head and his own hands has grown over his head and out of his hands. And more, the modern world of man, which has become completely earthly, is once more creating myths. Up to now, it was supposed that the growth of the Christian myth under the Roman Empire was possible only because printing had not yet been invented. Just the reverse is true. The daily newspaper and the telegraph, which disperses its inventions in a moment over the entire surface of the earth, fabricate more myths, in one day than formerly could be constructed in a year 72. Therefore, more is necessary than a mere theoretical reduction of theology to self-consciousness or anthropology. What is needed is an ever-renewed criticism of the human condition itself. 7. Stirner's systematic destruction of the divine and the human. In his review of Bauer's Posen, Stirner remarks that Hegel's pupils have done nothing really new. Shamelessly enough, they had merely drawn aside the transparent veil in which the master had occasionally wrapped his statements. 73. Stirner considered Bauer's work to be such an unveiling, its radicalism was not anything unique, but a universal characteristic of the Germans. The Germans are the first and foremost exponents of the historical vocation of radicalism, they alone are radical, and they alone justly so. There are no others so relentless and ruthless. Not only do they bring about the collapse of the existing world so that they may themselves stand fast, they also bring about the collapse of themselves. When Germans demolish, a god must fall, a world must pass away. To the Germans, destruction is creation, the pulverization of the temporal is eternity. 74. In this fashion Bauer destroys the Hegelian world spirit, the Christian God, the Church, and theology. He is free and intelligent in a fashion impossible for the religious man. Stirner seeks to outdo Hegel's pupils by discovering once more something religious, something that transcends man, in that to which Feuerbach, Bauer, and Marx reduce the essence of religion, in man, in self-consciousness, in human nature. He seeks an idée fixe which will transcend the real, individual human being represented by each unique I. The positive portion of his book discusses the I and its uniqueness. It has as its epigraph, "At the beginning of the modern age stands the God-man. At its end, will only the God in the God-man pass away, and can the God-man really die if only the God in him dies?" This question was neither asked nor answered during the time that the work of the Enlightenment, the vanquishing of God, was being brought to a victorious conclusion, in our own time. It was not noticed that man had killed God only himself to become the sole God in heaven. The beyond above us has been done away with, the great undertaking of the men of the Enlightenment has been completed. But the beyond within us has become a new heaven. God has been forced to make room, not for us, but for man. How can you believe that the God-man has died until not only the God, but also the man has died? God has been vanquished by the religious criticism of Strauss, Feuerbach, and Bauer, but man remains to be vanquished, because God has always determined what man should be. But what concerns me is neither the divine nor the human, nothing at all universal, but only what is uniquely mine, because I am always an individual with my particular property. I may be a Christian or a Jew, a German or a Russian, have the consciousness of being a citizen or a worker, or even merely a human being, as I am more than all of this, because only I can appropriate it for myself. 75 In Hegel's philosophical theology, the incarnation of God means the unity existing between human and divine nature. Feuerbach reduces the essence of God to man, the highest essence. For Marx, Christianity is a perversion of the world. Finally, Stirner recognizes that the mankind which has been exalted to the status of highest essence is the ultimate attenuation of the God-man. The God has died, but not the man. Strauss, Feuerbach, Bauer, and Marx all took as their basis the critical distinction between theology and anthropology. Stirner transforms this into a more inclusive distinction between universal definitions of the essence of man, both theological and anthropological, and the ability of the individual. The essential distinction is not whether this or that is essential to man, but whether a man relies on nothing but himself. Understandably, there can be meaningful argument over what is to be accorded the honor of being the highest essence only when even the most bitter opponents concede each other the major point, that there is a highest essence, deserving of cultic service. Suppose that a man were merely to smile sympathetically at the whole controversy over a highest essence, as a Christian smiles at the verbal duel between Shiites and Sunnites. He would consider the hypothesis of a highest essence to be invalid, and on this basis the whole argument would be a pointless game. It makes no difference at all to him whether the one God or the three in one, the Lutheran God or the HRE Supreme, or even no God at all, but only man, is considered to be the highest essence. He denies the very existence of a highest essence, for in his eyes these servants of a highest essence are all religious men, the ranting atheist no less than the most devout Christian. 76. Feuerbach still grasped at the entire content of Christianity, with the strength of despair, not to discard it, no, rather to seize it for himself, to exert one last effort to drag it from its heaven and keep it forever. Is this not a gesture of complete desperation, a gesture of life and death, and is it not at the same time the Christian yearning for the beyond? The hero's purpose is not to enter the beyond, but to draw the beyond to himself and force it to become the here and now. And has not all the world cried out ever since, that the important thing is the here and now, that heaven must come down to earth and be experienced here? 77. This reduction to non-religious man has been completed in political, social, and humanistic liberalism, but for Stimmer this goal, once attained, is only the starting point for the process of overcoming the distinction between what man essentially should be and what in fact he is. For the ancient world, he says, the world was truth; for the Christian, spirit was truth, and this spiritualized world is brought to an end in the left-wing Hegelians, with their faith in the spirit of mankind. But for the future world, as Nietzsche says, nothing is true, everything is painable, because in this world the only truth is what the individual can appropriate for himself without becoming estranged from himself. From this point of view, that of the I, human truth is nothing more and nothing less than what the individual can in fact be. This also determines Stirner's attitude toward the Christian religion. He does not attack it, neither does he defend it, but rather leaves it to the individual to decide to what extent he can appropriate such an entity and utilize it for himself. In his reply to Stirner's attack 78, Feuerbach attempted to show that it is impossible to be a human being and say anything at all about human beings without making distinctions, between essential and non-essential, necessary and accidental, potential and real. For man is never a perfectly simple being, but always one with internal distinctions. The religious difference between God and man goes back to distinctions which occur within man himself. In the very process of comparing ourselves with others, we also make distinctions within ourselves. At all times man is transcending himself. Within himself. Every moment of life has something transcendentally human, therefore men always want to be and to have more than they are and possess. And thus there is also an essential distinction between the various things that I possess. There is that which is mine and which can be gone without myself being gone, and there is that which is mine and which cannot be gone without myself being gone also. In his reply, Stirner sought to explain 79 that his complete egoist is not an individual determined by content, nor an absolute principle, but rather, considered in its content, an absolute cliché, properly understood, the end of all clichés. The egoist is a formal definition of the potentialities of unique, individual appropriation, both of the self and of the world. From this point of view, the distinction between what is essential and what is non-essential to a person, who makes each his own in a different fashion, is itself no longer essential. It can appear to be an essential distinction only so long as man remains fixed to the universal ideal of man. This is the only criterion by which the existing distinctions between various things that are mine can be distinguished as essential or non-essential. For example, Feuerbach considers that love for a sweetheart is eo ipso superior to love for a courtesan, as well as more human, on the grounds that a man can satisfy his full and complete essence only with a sweetheart. He is not proceeding, Stirner says, from the particular potentialities for appropriation open to the individual, but from a preconceived ideal, that of true love, of the essence of love, on the basis of which one woman is to be distinguished from another, as courtesan or sweetheart. But in respect to his uniqueness, as this particular man with this particular woman, a man can belong totally to himself, can satisfy himself, as much or as little with a so-called courtesan as with a so-called sweetheart. What at any given moment can really become my own cannot be distinguished in advance on the basis of a universal ideal, it is only shown by actual appropriation. But whatever can really belong to a man belongs to him neither essentially nor accidentally, but uniquely, and therefore by nature. By thus denying the substantiality of all self-differentiation, Stirner eliminated not only the theological distinction between what is human and what is divine, but also the anthropological distinction between what I am intrinsically and what I am accidentally. For his own part, he presupposes as an ideal only the absolute cliché of the I. The history of the bourgeois Christian world. 8. Kierkegaard's paradoxical concept of faith and his attack upon existing Christendom. Stirner's cliché of the unique individual and Kierkegaard's concept of the individual both illustrate the same question, asked in religious and profane terms. The problem of their common radicalism is the nihilism which arises from extreme isolation. For Stirner, it is the careless nihilism of I entrust my cause to nothing, namely, to nothing other than myself. For Kierkegaard, it is the melancholy nihilism of irony and boredom, of anxiety and despair. 8.0. Kierkegaard's analyses of these phenomena have all the same function, to make man dependent entirely on himself, thereby confronting him with nothingness, and in this fashion to force him to take a stand, to make a decision, either to despair, actively through suicide and passively through madness, or to dare to make the leap of faith. In this Sato Mortale, man comes to stand, not before nothingness, but before God, who created being out of nothingness. Stirner, on the other hand, declares himself to be the nothingness which is itself creative. In one passage in Either or 8L, Kierkegaard says that today, I-843, there are more than a few to be found who, with an unbridled passion of abstraction, unclothe themselves to the point of complete nakedness in order to become normal human beings. This passage could refer to such a man as Stirner. It is doubtful, nevertheless, whether Kierkegaard was acquainted with Stirner's book. Nor does he mention Bauer in his works. In spite of this, it is very improbable that Kierkegaard should have known nothing of him and of his circle, the more so since the left-wing Hegelians, during Kierkegaard's stay in Berlin, were carrying on their controversy with Schelling, which was also Kierkegaard's concern at that time. We have concrete evidence only of his relationship with Feuerbach. Kierkegaard realized fully that Feuerbach's dissolution of theology was a logical consequence of Hegel's inclusion of Christianity in the history of the world spirit. He cites Feuerbach's statement, in Das Wesen des Christentums, that anthropology is the secret of philosophy. The occasion is a polemic against Hegel's transformation of Christianity's existential proclamation into a metaphysical doctrine 83, and he ranges himself on the side of Feuerbach. Like Feuerbach, he is persuaded that Hegel's equation of the divine and the human is the contradiction of the modern age, an age which cleverly reconciles lack of faith with faith, and Christianity with paganism. Modern speculative philosophy seems almost to have performed the feat of having gone so far beyond Christianity, or so far in its understanding of Christianity, that it has just about returned to paganism. That no one prefers paganism to Christianity is not surprising at all, but to discover that paganism is the supreme expression of Christianity is an injustice, both to Christianity, which is made something other than it was, and to paganism, which is not made into anything that it was. Speculation has achieved a complete understanding of Christianity, and at the same time declared itself to be the supreme manifestation of Christianity. In the process, it made the remarkable discovery that there is no beyond, that above and beyond are the dialectical narrow-mindedness of a finite intellect. 84. Kierkegaard's relationship to Feuerbach is characterized not only by their common opposition to Hegel, but also by a kind of sympathy Kierkegaard had toward Feuerbach's attack upon existing Christianity. Born, Heine, Feuerbach, and similar writers are most interesting subjects for an experimenter. They often are very well informed about religious matters, that is, they are absolutely sure that they want nothing to do with religion. They show up thereby to advantage in comparison with the systematizers, who have no understanding of religious matters, but are always unhappily engaged in trying to explain them. 85. On the other hand, the true nature of Christianity can be perceived no less clearly from an absolutely anti-Christian standpoint than from an absolutely Christian standpoint. To demonstrate this thesis, Kierkegaard invokes Pascal and Feuerbach. Thus I have understood religion experimentally. That I have also understood it correctly I perceive from the fact that two experts who start from contrary principles have an identical conception of the relationship of religion to suffering. Feuerbach, who embraces the principle of health, says that the religious life, particularly the Christian life, is a continuous story of suffering. It is necessary only to observe the life of Pascal, that is enough. Pascal says exactly the same thing. Suffering is the natural state of the Christian, just as well-being is the natural state of sensual man. 86. The journals express the matter in fundamental terms. Writers like Feuerbach, who comprise a final phonation of freethinkers, can be quite beneficial to Christianity. Basically they are defending it against the Christians of today, who know the history of the Bourseil's Christian world 361. Longer know that it is not humanitarianism and progress, but a perversion of the world. Et ob hoste concilium, concludes a reference to Feuerbach's significance for an understanding of Christianity in a world which calls itself Christian, but is a negation of Christianity. 87. More important than Kierkegaard's tactical evaluation of Feuerbach is the return of both of them to Luther's criticism of Catholic positivity, from the standpoint of individual appropriation. Just as Feuerbach invokes Luther for his dissolution of the Christian faith, so Kierkegaard derived from Luther his concepts of training and recapitulation. Take away the appropriation of what is Christian, and what is left to Luther's credit. But open him up, and feel throbbing in every line the strong pulse of appropriation. Did not the papacy possess objectivity and objective definitions and objective objects to spare? What was missing? Appropriation, inwardness. 88. From Luther's pro me and pro nobis, Feuerbach argues that the essence of faith is man trusting in himself, Kierkegaard translates them as appropriation and subjectivity. Just as Feuerbach sees Protestantism as the religious mode of the humanization of God, says Kierkegaard, so the danger of Protestantism is that it will become a Christianity in the interests of mankind, a reaction of humanism against Christianity. This is apt to happen as soon as it seeks to exist for itself, and become a norm instead of a corrective. 89. Kierkegaard wants to avoid this danger, while he himself pushes the principle of appropriation to its extreme limit. He is compelled therefore to develop the Christian ideality as a paradox, that is, within the extreme tension of a relationship with God in which the particular mode of appropriation retains the disproportion of his alien object. 90. In this paradoxical relationship between the divine and the human, the accent lies on appropriation on the part of subjective inwardness. God is truth, but this truth is present only to the faith of a man who has his existence before God. When a concrete individual lacks faith, then neither does God exist, nor is God present, albeit God, eternally understood, is eternal. 91. Thus Kierkegaard takes Hegel's statement that God is essentially present only in the process of thought, because the spirit perceived is the same as the spirit which perceives, and transforms it by means of Feuerbach's axiom of the anthropological essence of Christian truth, arriving at the existential thesis that God is present only in and to the subjectivity of a particular individual relationship with God. With this basic concept of existential theology, Kierkegaard destroyed the objectivity of historical Christianity. His criticism of a Christianity which has become secularized in church and state, theology and philosophy, is a criticism of a Christianity which has become positive and therefore estranged. His criterion is the inwardness of individual appropriation through an existing subjectivity. With this thesis of the subjectivity of truth subjective to the point of complete negation of all objective existence, and at the same time true in a completely independent sense, Kierkegaard stands exactly on the borderline of that correlation between God and man which Feuerbach fixed upon man. 92. Historically considered, therefore, Feuerbach's reduction of the Christian religion to the feeling of sensual man is merely the prelude to Kierkegaard's existential experiment, through which he seeks to abolish historical distance by means of internal contemporaneity, and recover primitive Christianity, at the end of its process of decay, by means of particular individual existence. 93. His spiritual power exalts religious feeling to an anti-rational passion. 94. To objective vision, Christianity is a residential in facto posita, its truth then is questioned, but purely objectively. The modest subject is too objective not to take up an external position, or even automatically to assume that it is itself among the believers. This objective understanding of truth can mean, I historical truth, 2 philosophical truth. Viewed as historical truth, truth must be discovered through a critical examination of various accounts, etc., in short, in the same fashion as any other historical truth is discovered. If philosophical truth is in question, then the question concerns the relationship between a theory which has been posited historically and recognized to be valid and eternal truth. Thus the subject, inquiring, speculating, and apprehending, is seeking after truth, but not after subjective truth, the truth of personal appropriation. This subject, which investigates, is interested, but not to an infinitely personal degree, not with passion. 95. In spite of this emphasis upon passion, the decisive contrast between Hegel and Kierkegaard is not in the polemic attitude taken by impassioned subjectivity toward objective reason, but rather in the concept of the relationship between history and Christianity. To Kierkegaard, the relationship between eternal truth and poses of history was a dilemma which he sought to resolve by the Hegel paradox. Hegel located the absolute of Christianity in universal history, so that there could never be any disparity between the two. Kierkegaard, on the contrary, considers the contradiction involved in basing eternal salvation upon historical knowledge, therefore he must favor the subjectivity of individual appropriation of Christianity in opposition to its historical spread, erecting a concept of history which ignores the objective power of history and perverts the sense of history. This history, subjectivized for the purpose of appropriation, leads to two concepts of historicity, the existential ontological of Heidegger, and the existential philosophical of Jaspers. Kierkegaard's appropriation has the task of removing 1800 years as though they had never existed, of becoming inwardly contemporaneous with primitive Christianity. But this is possible only if the Christianity which has existed for centuries ceases to become a universal historical reality and becomes an individual possibility, a kind of postulate. In this fashion, of course, God becomes a postulate, but not in the popular idle sense of this word. It rather becomes clear that the only way in which an existential human being can come into a relationship with God is for dialectical antithesis to bring passion to the point of despair, so that God may be grasped under the category of despair, faith. Thus the postulate is by no means arbitrary, it is self-defense. Thus God is not a postulate, but rather, the existential human being postulates God a necessity. 96. It is not possible to come into possession of the independent, objective truth of Christianity, absolute in the literal sense. The nodal point of its absoluteness rests in absolute relationship to it. In the moment of decision, the objective existence of Christianity throughout 1800 years is, as an argument in favor, worth precisely nothing, but as a deterrent against, it is superb. For if truth resides in appropriation, the objective validity of Christianity merely shows that it is indifferent to the subject, to me as a person. In the framework of such a definition of truth, how can any distinction be made between madness and truth, if both can evidence the same inwardness? 97. An impassioned anti-Christian would be no more and no less true than an impassioned Christian, so, too, every other impassioned existential involvement would, as such, have its own truth. 9b. Kierkegaard took note of this dilemma, but gave voice to it only in passing. He assures his thesis through the restriction that a distinction must be made between the impassioned inwardness of infinity and merely finite inwardness. But can inwardness as such be judged by this criterion? The infinity of Christian inwardness is not self-validating, on the basis of its own subjectivity, it is validated by its object, the infinity of God. But if this is the case, the inwardness of real infinity, that is, impassioned relationship to God, can be distinguished from a relationship to something finite, which, as an impassioned relationship would be as madness, only by reference to God. Such distinction runs counter to individual passion, which is always finite. If, on the other hand, impassioned existence were really the ultimate, and objectivity merely evanescent, then of necessity there would also vanish the possibility of any distinction between finite and infinite inwardness, and thus between madness and truth. In fact, Kierkegaard drew this conclusion by locating truth in the realm of inwardness. When one inquires objectively after truth, one reflects objectively upon truth as an object to which the inquirer stands in a relationship. It is not the relationship upon which one reflects, but rather the fact that it is the truth, that which is true, to which he stands in a relationship. If that toward which he stands in a relationship is only the truth, that which is true, the subject is within this truth. When one inquires objectively after truth, one reflects subjectively upon the relationship of the individual. If only the how of this relationship is true, then the individual is within truth, even if it stands in relationship to an untruth. 99. The question of God's existence remains indifferent if the only matter of importance is that the individual stand in relationship to something, that his relationship is in truth, i.e., subjectively a relationship to God. Thus the path to truth is itself truth. 100. The maximum objectivity attainable along this path is objective uncertainty. Whether his own relationship to God is objectively, i.e., from God's point of view, a true relationship, no man can ever be assured. For a human being whose existence is in faith, the highest truth is precisely this objective uncertainty in his individual appropriation. According to Kierkegaard, therefore, a man can pray to God in truth even though he is actually worshipping a pagan idol. Conversely, a man can pray to an idol in truth even though he is in a Christian house of God, worshipping the true Christian God. Truth is the inward how, not the external what. But Christian subjectivity is concerned, not with any object at all, but with true Christianity. This must be so if truth is not to be madness. For this reason, the truth of faith consists in more than mere subjective appropriation. This appropriation must also hold fast to objective uncertainty as such. Thus the objectivity of faith is not grounded in itself, as a deterrent, it is constitutive for the truth of individual appropriation. Both together make faith a paradox. If the subjectivity of inwardness is truth, then truth, objectively defined, is a paradox. The fact that truth, objectively, is a paradox shows in tum that subjectivity is truth, for objectivity repels, and this repelling, or its expression, is the tension and dynamometer of inwardness lol. Thus subjectivity is the true path to truth, which is in itself eternal, but necessarily paradoxical to an existential human being. It attracts only by repelling. A consequence of the subjectivity of Christian truth is the form in which it is conveyed. When I realized this, it became clear to me at once that, if I were to convey anything of this, my presentation must remain in indirect form. If inwardness is truth, then a conclusion is mere booty with which a man should not load anyone else down. To convey a conclusion is unnatural intercourse between man and man. Each man is spirit, and truth is precisely the independent act of appropriation which prevents a conclusion low to. The truth of Christianity is an existential miracle or a paradox, a man who is also God. Therefore, in truth, this truth can be conveyed only paradoxically, not directly. It must be conveyed in such a fashion that the recipient is brought into his own relationship of appropriation toward what is conveyed, but not to the one who conveys it to him. The truth of Christian maeutics rests upon the subjectivity of the existential human being. Its origin and goal is a truth which is transmittable only indirectly, because it must be appropriated independently. The process of conveying it reduces to a mere attention-getting, so that appropriation is made possible for everyone as an individual. To attract attention, without authority, to what is religious, what is Christian, that is the definition of all my literary activity, considered as a whole. Kierkegaard recognized that the same contradiction lies in the indirectness of the process of conveying as in the existentialization of a nevertheless postulated truth. Lo 3 he has this indirectness conclude indirectness, a whim sing to truth. The conveyance of what is Christian must ultimately conclude with an act of witness. Maeutics cannot be the ultimate form. From the Christian point of view, truth does not reside in the subject, as Socrates conceived, it is a revelation which must be proclaimed. Maeutics has its place in Christianity precisely because most people live under the impression that they are Christians. But since Christianity is Christianity, the maeutician must become a witness. 104. Kierkegaard himself did not appear as a witness to the truth, although it was his deepest inclination to have himself martyred for the truth. But this was penitent only to an apostle, not to a genius. 105. His own Christian vocation was therefore to be a religious writer, living on the borderline between poetry and religion. The religious discourses he published under his own name he viewed not as senens, but as Christian discourses in edifying style. 106. Therefore his attack upon existing Christianity should not be seen as a consequence of his literary vocation, but as an eruption of his desire to become a witness. In a striking attack, he denied the representatives of the Danish Church the right to be considered witnesses to the truth without representing Christian truth with apostolic authority. Kierkegaard made his appearance only in the name of human honesty. I will risk my life for this honesty. On the other hand, I am not saying that I am risking anything for Christianity. Suppose for a moment, suppose that I should literally sacrifice my life, it would not be a sacrifice for Christianity, but only for my desire for honesty. 107. Like his attack upon Pastor Adler/OS, this attack remains extremely ambiguous. It was launched from a position within Christianity, a position which he represented throughout the attack as being true, even though he did so without authority, as he never tires of declaring. Kierkegaard had already conceived this ambiguous attack in his inquisitorial polemic against Adler, in deliberate contrast to other, less offensive possible attacks, such as that of Feuerbach. In the total sense, to be a critic like Feuerbach was a bit stupid. Such angry men attack Christianity, but they place themselves outside it, and for precisely that reason do no damage. No, the angry man must see to it that he has a different plan of attack, that, like a mole, he may appear suddenly in the midst of Christianity. Assume that, instead of attacking Christianity, Feuerbach had gone about his business more cunningly, assume that he had made his plan in demonic silence, and had then appeared and proclaimed that he had received a revelation, and assume now that, as a criminal can stick to his lie, he had held to this unflinchingly, while at the same time cleverly spying out all the weakness of orthodoxy, which he was far from attacking, but rather sought only to hold up to the light with a certain candid naivete. Assume that he had done this so cleverly that no one had seen through his cunning, he would then have brought the most extreme embarrassment upon orthodoxy. In the interest of the existing order, orthodoxy fights to preserve the illusion that we are all Christians, that the land is Christian, and that our congregations are made up of Christians. A man takes up a position outside of Christianity and attacks it. If he were to win, the congregation would have to pull itself out of its comfortable routine. Would have to confront the decision to give up Christianity. Low 9. And however strange it may appear, Kierkegaard recognized that he could participate in an impassioned rebellion against Christianity, but not in official compromise. This evaluation of Feuerbach reflects the questionable nature of Kierkegaard's own attack, which admittedly did not invoke a personal revelation, but was deceitful in apparently attacking existing Christianity from without, while able to do so only because it had taken a position within Christianity, on the borderline between anger and apology. Kierkegaard's own Christianity must be questioned on the basis of this attack upon existing Christianity. It is as ambiguous as the consideration of whether a man in pain should take aspirin or have faith. 1L1 The phenomenon which led Kierkegaard to decide in favor of the Christian interpretation of suffering was his innate melancholy, which he knew to be an unhappy affliction, brought about by a disproportion between the psychic and the somatic, which come into dialectical contact along a common border. I have therefore asked my doctor whether this disproportion in my constitution between the physical and the psychic might be cured, so that I might realize the universal. He expressed his doubts. I asked him whether he thought that the spirit was capable of transforming or transfiguring such a basic misproportion through the will. He expressed his doubts. He would not even advise me to exert all my will power, of which he had some notion, since I might tear the whole asunder. From that very moment I made my choice. That sad disproportion, together with all the suffering it occasions, which doubtless would have driven to suicide the majority of those who would have had spirit enough to comprehend all the misery of suffering, I have viewed as my thorn in the flesh, my limitation, my cross. With this thorn in my foot, I leap higher than anyone whose feet are whole. 1L2. This relationship of tension between soul and body gave Kierkegaard's spirit the enormous power with which he transcended his own nature. His Christianity was an escape from despair, exactly as Christianity was a desperate expedient when it came into the world, and will forever remain such for every individual who really accepts it. 113. The extent to which Kierkegaard's decision was a problem to him is shown by the following statement: if my melancholy has somehow led me astray, it must be in making me view as sin and guilt what was perhaps only wretched suffering and temptation. This is the most terrible of mistakes, the signal for maddening torture, but even if I have gone too far, it has served me in good stead. 114. Nietzsche's criticism of Christianity began at precisely this problematical point of choice and decision, with moralistic Christian value interpretation of suffering. 9. Nietzsche's criticism of Christian morality and civilization. According to Nietzsche, sin and guilt are not phenomena proper to human existence as such, they are only what they signify. Their only existence is in the consciousness of sin and guilt, their being is a state of mind, and as such, an interpretation of being which can be either true or erroneous. There exist various causalities of suffering, dependent upon the conscious attitudes in which man is accustomed to view himself. The Christian interprets his suffering on the basis of sin, that is, he searches for an intelligible basis for his discomfort. Reasons make things easier, and if a man knows the why of his life, he can put up with any how. Following such an explanation of suffering, Christianity has produced a world of sin out of a world without any feelings of sin. It has made the sick man a guilty sinner. The appearance of the Christian God has produced the maximum of guilt feelings upon earth. Assuming that by now we are moving to the contrary direction, one might conclude from the irreversible decrease in faith in the Christian God that there were already a considerable decrease in human consciousness of sin. Indeed, the conclusion is inescapable that the complete and final victory of atheism should free mankind from all these feelings of being guilty vis-a-vis their origin, their causa prima. Atheism and a kind of second innocence go together. 115. Nietzsche reverses once more the revaluation of the pagan world brought about by Christianity, viewing the consciousness of sin as the most important event in the history of the sick soul and the most disastrous trick of religious interpretation. In contrast, he sought to recover the innocence of existence. His goal was once more to unite eccentric human existence with the natural cosmos of ever-recurring life, beyond good and evil. But the Dionysian view of life could be developed only in the polemic form of a criticism of Christianity, whose morality he declared to be against nature. In order to give this criticism an historical foundation, he made the paradoxical attempt to recapture antiquity at the extremity of modernism. The anti-Christian purpose of his veneration of the Greeks is a consequence of his early study of classical philology. It is already implicit in the rough draft of Wir Philologen. If the Antichrist is viewed in the context of Nietzsche's total development, it is far from being a primitive Skandalen, still less is it a rediscovery of primitive Christianity. 116. It is the culmination of a line of criticism which began with the Unzeitgemäße Betrachtungen. In this final attack, Nietzsche is much more deeply involved than in the earlier work because, in his isolation, he had worked himself further and further into a role in which he was forced to overextend himself. Nietzsche's personal Christianity was shaped by his pietistic environment. In his informative studies on Nietzsche, E. Potage 117 has argued persuasively for the decisive influence exerted by Nietzsche's mother on his later attitude toward Christianity. The essays and poems written by Nietzsche as a young man show that from the very beginning his religiosity had something second-hand and forced about it. The Christianity which he first encountered within his family was too weak to do more than arouse antipathy and suspicion within him, a distrust which became intensified when directed later against Wagner's Parsifal Christianity. It was the homeopathy of Christianity, its modest moralism, which he originally questioned and attacked. To him, Christianity was no longer an active faith, overcoming and yet ruling the world, it was only Christian civilization and morality. He formulated his criticism as a five-fold no. The second of which includes all the others: my recognition and isolation of the traditional ideal, the Christian ideal, even where it has been degraded by the dogmatic phone of Christianity. The danger of the Christian ideal rests in its sense of values, in what can do without abstract expression, my struggle against latent Christianity, example in music, in socialism. 118. He saw the Christian religion as an ebbing tide after an enormous inundation. All the possibility of Christian life, the most serious and the most idle, the most frivolous and the most considered, have been tried out. It is time to discover something new if we are not to go through the whole cycle once more. Obviously it is difficult to escape the whirlpool once it has spun us around for a few thousand years. Eve.n ridicule, cynicism, and enmity toward Christianity have lost the vitality. It is like an ice sheet during a thaw, everywhere the ice is broken, dirty, dull, full of puddles, treacherous. It seems to me that the only appropriate response is a careful, considered withdrawal. I honor religion thereby, though it is a dying religion. Christianity will very shortly be ripe for a critical history, an autopsy. 1L9. To Nietzsche's mind, the death of God was a datum whose significance lay less in the fact itself than in its nihilistic consequences. The essential elements of his criticism of this Christianity without God are already contained in the introductory sentences of an essay written in I-862, which otherwise fits completely into the mold of the traditional humanization of the essence of Christianity. 120 The way in which Nietzsche's interest in Strauss manifested itself is also characteristic of his attitude toward Christianity. What attracts and occasions his criticism is not the Christianity of the Church and of theology, but its secular metamorphoses, the amusing mendacity represented by primitive Christianity within the modern world. With melancholy caution I wander through the madhouse world of centuries, now called Christianity, the Christian faith, the Christian Church. I hesitate to blame mankind for its psychoses. But my sentiment changes suddenly and breaks forth as soon as I come to the modem era, to our age. Our age knows. What yesterday was merely sick, today is unseemly. It is unseemly today to be a Christian. Here my revulsion begins. I look about, there is not a hint left of what formerly was called truth. We can no longer stand to hear the mouth of a priest even mention the word truth. Anyone with even the least claim to integrity today must know that with every sentence a theologian, a priest, a pope speaks, he not only errs, he lies. It is no longer possible for him to lie innocently or in ignorance. Everyone knows this, and yet everything stays the same. What has become of our last feelings of decency, of self-respect, when even our statesmen, otherwise a very unprejudiced sort and thoroughly anti-Christian, still call themselves Christians and go to communion? Whom then does Christianity deny? What is meant by the world? Being a soldier, a judge, a patriot, defending oneself, keeping one's word, seeking one's own advantage, being proud. Every action of every moment, every instinct, every estimation which is acted upon today is anti-Christian. What a monster of perfidy modern man must be not to be ashamed of being called a Christian. 121 Like Feuerbach and Kierkegaard, Nietzsche attacked Hegel as the last great representative of the separation between our secular world and the Christian faith. Two things reach their culmination in him: the tendency toward a radical criticism of theology, which derives from Lessing, and at the same time the romantic desire to conserve it. Hegel was therefore the roadblock par excellence in the way of straightforward atheism, in accordance with the grandiose attempt which he made to persuade us of the divine nature of existence with the aid of our sixth sense, the sense of history. 122 In contrast to this roadblock in the way of straightforward atheism, Nietzsche considered his task to be the production of a kind of crisis and ultimate decision in the problem of atheism. 123. He believed that the atheism of the future was prefigured in Schopenhauer's pessimism. With increasing urgency and fullness of detail he developed it as the problem of the self-vanquishing of European nihilism. This tendency toward absolutely honest atheism also typifies Nietzsche's criticism of German philosophy as being half theology. Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, but also Feuerbach and Strauss, are all, according to Nietzsche, still theologians, priestlings, and church fathers. The Germans immediately understand what I mean when I say that philosophy has been contaminated by theological blood. The Protestant pastor is the grandfather of German philosophy, Protestantism its peccatum original. It is only necessary to say the words Tübingen school to understand what German philosophy is at heart: insidious theology. 124. The reverse side of Nietzsche's insight into the Protestantism of German philosophy was his quick eye for the philosophical atheism of Protestant theology. It had taken to itself the scientific atheism of philosophy, but only halfway, so that it remained half theology and half philosophy. Thus the decline of Protestantism, theoretically and historically, it is not a whole. Because of the actual preponderance of Catholicism. Bismarck understood that Protestantism no longer works. 125. As children of Protestant preachers, says Nietzsche, describing himself also, too many German philosophers and scholars have heeded their fathers, and consequently no longer believe in God, and so German philosophy may be considered a perpetuation of Protestantism. Nietzsche also viewed his own immoralism as a perpetuation of the Protestant tradition of Christianity. He, too, is a final fruit from the tree of Christian morality. Of itself this tradition honestly compels a denial of morality. The philosophical suicide of Christ and morality is totally self-willed. First, in the Reformation, Christianity perished as Catholic dogma, now it is perishing as morality, and we stand at the threshold of this event. But one final question of veracity remains: what is the meaning of all will to truth? 126. For the present, the ultimate framework within which the question of truth can truly be asked is absolutely honest atheism. Everywhere else where the spirit today goes about its work rigorously, powerfully, and without counterfeiting, it has no use for any ideal. The popular term for this abstinence is atheism. The one exception is its will to truth. But this will, this remnant of idealism, is the ideal itself in its most rigorous intellectual formulation, completely esoteric, bare of all decoration, not so much a remnant as a core. Thus absolutely honest atheism is not opposed to this ideal. It is only one of the last phases of its development, one of its ultimate forms and internal consistencies. It is the awesome catastrophe of 2000 years of training for truth, which finally prohibits the lie of belief in God. 127. There can be no doubt, the growing self-consciousness of the will to truth is bringing the downfall of morality, that great play in 100 acts which is in store for the next 2 centuries of Europe, the most terrible, most dubious, and perhaps also the most promising of all plays. In this breakdown of previously accepted values, man is forced into unexplored and undiscovered territory, no longer possessed of any land where he can be at home. Our apparent civilization has no permanence, because it is erected upon conditions and conceptions which have already almost vanished. How could we be at home in this today? We are ill-disposed toward all ideals which might furnish a home, even in this delicate time of transition. As far as their realities are concerned, we expect no penance of them. The ice which still bears our weight today is already very thin, the south wind is blowing, we ourselves, we homeless ones, assist in breaking the ice and other all too thin realities. We conserve nothing, neither do we seek to return to any past. We are not at all liberal, we do not work for progress, we do not even need to stop our ears against the economic sirens of the future. We modern men are too motley a bunch by race and descent, and are therefore little subject to the temptation to participate in Teil history of Teil bourgeois. Worlden. Mendacious glorification of our own race. In a word, we are good Europeans, the overabundant and over-obligated heirs of thousands of years of the European spirit. As such, we have also outgrown Christianity. 128. How little Nietzsche had outgrown Christianity is shown not only by his Antichrist, but also by its counterpart, the theory of eternal recurrence. It is an avowed substitute for religion, no less than Kierkegaard's Christian paradox. It is an escape from despair, an attempt to leave nothing and arrive at something. 129. 10. Lagarde's political criticism of ecclesiastical Christianity. Contemporaneously with Nietzsche, Lagarde and Overbeck were carrying on a criticism of Christianity which was less striking but no less penetrating. Lagarde, with an eye to politics, and Overbeck, with reference to theology. In 1873, Nietzsche's first Unzeitgemasse Betrachtung appeared. In the same year, Lagarde published his theologico-political pamphlet Über das Verhältnis der deutschen Staatstheologie, Kirche und Religion. Its outline dates back to 1859. Like all of Lagarde's Deutsche Schriften, this treatise is distinguished by its penetration into the internal connection between theology and politics. His rejection of existing Christianity is as scholarly as it is absolute. Its radicalism surpasses that of Strauss, whose study of the life of Jesus, the product of an honorable demand for knowledge, was expressly recognized by Lagarde. 130. Lagarde's criticism denies that either of the branches of Christendom possess any portion whatever of evangelical Christianity. but it is directed primarily against German Protestantism, whose historical instability is grounded on its very nature as a mere reformation of Catholic dogma. All the statements made by Catholic dogma about God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit, that is, everything that is most repugnant to the modern mind, remained untouched by the Reformation. The quarrel between the Protestants and the Church concerned solely the way in which the salvation of the human race from sin and its consequences, which had been accomplished in Jesus Christ, could be appropriated, and certain institutions which rendered more difficult the appropriation of this salvation in the way the Reformers considered correct, and which the Protestant side therefore felt compelled to do away with. 181. Even the conscience claimed by Protestantism has meaning only within the context of the historical situation of the Catholic Church. Luther's attack on particular points presupposes the existence of the whole. When Protestantism finally was given complete recognition at the Peace of Westphalia in I-648, it lost the last remnants of its inner strength, which it had possessed only by virtue of its opposition to the dominant Church. It was given solemn permission to live, thereby losing its last pretext for life. What today is called Protestantism is neither evangelical nor reforming, it is merely a faded revenant. The liberation which it is popularly supposed to have produced is not a product of its excellence, but of its internal solubility. On the other hand, the process of decomposition to which it fell prey resulted in the liberation of Protestant Germany from all the obstacles in the way of its natural development, which were contained in the Catholic system and those portions of it preserved by Protestantism. The political reshaping of Germany was not a consequence of the Reformation. It is ascribable solely to the circumstance that in Brandenburg and Prussia the Hohenzollern set up a state which could stand on its own feet, whose exigent existence, its need somehow to exist of necessity, went beyond its own borders. 133. By the same token, our classicists are not in the least Protestant, if we mean thereby the doctrines of the Reformation. A high priority attaches to the abolition of the Protestant clergy, because they have no sense for what is spiritual. Nietzsche says, for what is holy. The clergy are merely a theologically tinged projection of political velleities. By the abolition of celibacy and the denial of the priesthood, Protestantism made it impossible for sensitive souls and the sons of good families to become clergy and live in service of the Church. The basic trouble with the Church is that it accepted for itself the basic principle of Judaism. 138. It took as the goal of its religious life something that had already taken place in the past instead of something which continues to take place in the present. In its more primitive form, the Church with an admirably correct instinct rectified this evil through the sacrifice of the Mass, in which the historical fact is continually repeated. The sacrifice of the Mass is the strength of Catholicism. The Mass alone makes Christianity, I do not say, the Gospel, a religion, and only a religion, not a surrogate for religion, can absorb the human heart. The eternal spirit of man is not content with something that has taken place. Immersion in the past is not religion but sentimentality. Consciousness of the imminent temporal life of eternal phones vanishes as the memory, growing every year weaker, of primeval unrepeated events is exalted to the status of a religion. Our religion then becomes an opinion, a judgment, a belief, an idea, rather than a way of life. Until we give up this deadly point of view, no improvement in our condition is possible. We need the presence of God and the divine, not their past. Therefore Christianity is no longer a live option for us, neither Protestantism, nor, because of the unacceptability of its doctrine of the Mass, Catholicism, can provide this presence for us. 137. Both churches are a distortion of the gospel. Vis-a-vis the state, all the religious communities of today are at the point of death. The sooner they are let alone, the sooner they will die out, for their life, of whatever sort, is artificial, preserved only by the attention devoted to them and their own mutual antagonism. 138. In a later treatise, written in 1878, Lagarde prophesied that the future would show that all of Protestant history after the Reformation is not a development of Christianity, but rather an attempt to create something new, to the extent that it was not based, on the one hand, on the universal principle of inertia and decay, or, on the other, upon the nationalistic drive of the Germanic peoples, freed from the oppression of the Roman Church. Protestantism is no more primitive Christianity than is Jesuitism. The future course of both is clear. Jesuitism must seek to remake the Church whose business it conducts, and which has been destroyed by German nationalism, into a universal Catholic Church rather than a Roman Catholic Church. The Germanic peoples, on the other hand, must relate religion to their nationalism, for Protestantism has become what it is only through the Germanic temperament of those who joined it, and hostility to Rome is the natural position of those who fight, not as Christians, but as Germans. Universal religion in the singular and national religions in the plural, those are the programs of the two opponents. 139. Lagarde supplements his historical criticism of the Christian churches and their theology with his outline of a religion of the future. The movement which is called upon to found a national religion has a twofold task. It is to utilize the ethical and religious views of Christianity, in particular of the Catholic Church, and to make use of the national idiosyncrasies of the German people. In order to make the dogmas of the Church religiously practical, they must be purified of all Jewish poison. On the other hand, the dogmas contained in the fluid phone of the sacraments must be retained, because in the sacraments divine power mysteriously effects salvation under the veil of earthly things. 140. But thought will have to be taken for a corporeal locus for the sacraments, within which they can work effectively. This body, says Lagarde, will come into being of its own accord if the Spirit is not prevented from doing its work. Temporarily, the important thing is to prepare the way by removing obstacles. He gives more definite expression to the negative side of the Germanic temperament which is to be realized in the national church of the future. It is essentially anti-Jewish, but not anti-Christian, so long as the pure gospel is taken as the doctrine of Christ. Pure Germanicism cannot be found among the educated classes of the present day. The Germany which is officially recognized is as ungenan as the classical literature taught in the schools, which is either cosmopolitan or modeled on Greek or Roman examples. In contrast to Hegel's scholastic education, Germany is characterized truly by Grimm's Genin mythology, independence of spirit, love for solitude, and the uniqueness of the individual. Whoever knows the signature of the new German Empire, will know when he reads this, with tears in his eyes, how genuine this empire is. 141. What is good is not a German concept, but rather what is genuine. But who can penetrate the profusion of civilization to reach the primitive level, since the life of the individual is more and more under the control of bureaucracy, and despotism masquerades as freedom? The Genany which Lagarde longed to see has never existed, it is an ideal both vain and powerful. If it is to be approached, all illusions must be destroyed, all Judeo-Celtic theorems about Germany must be left behind. The indispensable conditions for the existence of religion are honesty and veracity. If, therefore, Germany is to have a religion, all the alien rags in which Germany is wrapped must be put aside. They have done even more than individual self-deception to make Germany a liar to its own inmost soul. Palestine and Belgium, 1518 and 1789 and 1848 simply do not concern us. We have finally become strong enough to hold the door of the house against aliens, let us also discard everything alien which we have within the house. When that has been done, the real work can begin. 142. But this work demands an heroic deed, in the age of paper money, stock market manipulation, party-controlled newspapers, and universal education. And the question is whether it is still possible in 1878 to carry out what should have been done in 878. Lagarde describes the religion of the future as German piety. As a guide for it, he calls for another kind of theology besides the one which already exists, a theology which will deal with the universal history of religion. It will provide an understanding of religion as it gives a history of religions. H3. Its goal is to discover a national religion, which can be neither Catholic nor Protestant, but exclusively German, a life of intimate relationship with the Almighty Creator and Redeemer, majestic dominion over everything not divine. We should not be humans, but children of God, not liberal, but free, not conservative, but German, not credulous, but devout, not Christians, but evangelicals, the divine, living incarnate in each of us, and all of us united in one growing circle. 144. This national German religion corresponds to the divinely willed essence of the German nation. In its own time, Lagarde's criticism of Christianity had only a small sphere of influence. It subsequently became operative in the religious program of the Third Reich, which likewise sought to erase 1,000 years of German history and reduce Christianity to a specifically German piety. 11. Overbeck's historical analysis of primitive and passing Christianity. Because of his connection with the historical CN&CLSM of F. C. Bauer, Overbeck counted himself a member of the Tübingen school, although only allegorically. With regard to the course of development of German criticism of religion from Hegel to Nietzsche, the following attitudes can be isolated from his works. Toward Nietzsche, whose first Unzeitgesetzbetrachtung appeared at the same time as Overbeck's Christlichkeit der Theologie, 1873, toward Lagarde and Strauss, toward B. Bauer and Kierkegaard, and, indirectly, toward Hegel. The first chapter of Die Christlichkeit der Theologie discusses the general relationship between theology and Christianity. In contrast to Hegel, it attempts to show that not only modern theology, but the science of theology from the very beginning, has been opposed to the primitive meaning of the Christian faith. Primitive Christianity was a faithful expectation of the end of the world and the return of Christ. As such, it had an unambiguous antipathy toward all scientific knowledge. This antagonism between faith and knowledge cannot be reconciled after the manner of Hegel, it is absolutely irreconcilable. Thus all theological activity, to the extent that it brings faith and knowledge into contact, is irreligious. No theology can ever arise unless there are other interests present besides the religious. 145. The destiny of Christianity certainly gives no occasion to conceive any more conciliatory relationship between faith and knowledge. A religion which lived in expectation of the parousia, so long as it remained true to itself, could not seek to develop a systematic theology and a church. The fact that this took place so rapidly is based not in Christianity itself, but in its emergence into the world of pagan culture, which it was unable to destroy and in which it therefore sought support, although until the time of the Reformation it never lost sight of its enmity toward the world and the state. The battle between faith and knowledge was fought in the very infancy of Christianity, when Gnosticism destroyed all the assumptions of the infant faith, and transformed it into a metaphysics. But the defeat of Gnosticism meant only a new covenant with the worldly wisdom represented most powerfully by Alexandrianism. The simple faith in redemption through Christ might have withdrawn within itself all the more energetically. Instead, a Christian theology was set up as true gnosis beside the gnosis, which had been declared false. In this theology, particularly through the newly determined Christian canon, at least a certain portion of the Christian tradition was protected by faith against the attacks of knowledge, but it was considered imperative to rise from the level of faith to that of knowledge. A sure proof of the antagonism between knowledge and the purely religious interests of faith is the fact that even in this moderate form scientific knowledge gained a foothold in the Church only by force. It secured its position only under the keenest scrutiny, and was always in danger of coming under accusation each time heresy reared its head. In fact, it remained the hotbed of unceasing conflicts with the faith of the community. The very beginning is typical of the whole course of development, as represented at the turn of the 3rd century first by Clement of Alexandria and then by Origen. 146. The original contrast between the Christian faith and theological knowledge later became clear with the vanishing of the illusion that dominated the Middle Ages, that theology is the positive apologetic aspect of the Christian faith. From the moment that Protestant theology borrowed the methods of historical and philosophical criticism from the secular sciences, theology was doomed to become the gravedigger of Christianity. Whoever engages in theology for any purpose beyond that of theology itself must recognize that it is part and parcel of the secularization of Christianity, a luxury which it allows itself but which, like all luxuries, can be had only for a price. 147 The only real task of theology is to make Christianity problematical as a religion, whether the theology is critical or apologetic and liberal. Critical and historical study can indeed destroy religion, but not reconstruct it. Nothing was further from Overbeck's mind than Hegel's exaltation of the Christian religion to the level of conceptual existence. His basic distinction between the history of the origin of Christianity and the history of its decay means that, with reference to the development of Christianity, Overbeck is unalterably opposed to Hegel's progressive and optimistic schema. To him, as to Lagarde, Protestantism does not mean the consummation of Christianity, but the beginning of its dissolution. The productivity of the Christian Church comes to an end with the Reformation, which has in itself no religious meaning, but is defined totally in terms of protest against the Catholic Church. It is an absurd consequence of disdain for the otherworldly nature of Christianity to conclude that the first 1500 years of the Christian faith are a disguising of its real nature. But this is precisely the conclusion of Hegel's schema, which sees Christianity as engaged in a progressive realization, that is, secularization. In Overbeck's opinion, Pascal was the last real Christian in the modern world. He assigns Luther to the same category as Nietzsche and Denifl. Overbeck's attitude toward those like Vinet, Lagarde, and Kierkegaard, who turn against the existing order in the name of Christianity, is as negative as his attitude toward Hegel. By denying theology the right to speak for Christianity, he denied himself the same right. Thus I confront the situation quite differently than, for example, does Kierkegaard, who attacked Christianity although he spoke for it. I refuse to attack it even though I myself stand aside and speak as a theologian, even though that is just what I would rather not be. Kierkegaard speaks under the paradoxical pretense of being a reformer of Christianity. I would not consider doing so, but neither would I consider reforming theology, which I claim as my vocation. I acknowledge its worthlessness in itself, and am not inclined to deny its present state of dilapidation. I am opposed to its basic principles. For the moment, I would have no reservations about letting Christianity completely alone. 149. He recognized the vulnerable spot in Kierkegaard's attitude toward Christianity. The manner of his attack is insincere, rhetorical, and paradoxical. He merely affects the disguise of an assailant. It appears as though Kierkegaard were relying solely on himself and letting fly his attack upon Christianity, but he does so only after he has taken up a firm position within Christianity. He has no excuse for attacking Christianity, in a sense, even less excuse than those whom he attacks. An inferior representative of Christianity is always better qualified to criticize it than one who is irreproachable, even if only in his own eyes. 150. Overbeck's attitude toward B. Bauer can be seen in his review of Bauer's Christus und die Iseren. 151. In 4 long sections he analyzes the incredible theories which Bauer has once more, after 35 years, laid before the public without the slightest qualification. This represents a steadfastness which would be impressive if total lack of scientific support did not make it untenable. He concludes by stating that despite all criticism of Bauer's thesis that Christianity and Stoicism derived from one and the same source, Bauer's position is not far from the truth. The total failure of his work is therefore all the more regrettable. The extent to which Greco-Roman paganism contributed to the growth of the Church has been greatly underestimated. A goodly number of paradoxes are necessary to untangle the early history of the Church. These paradoxes must be put forward, but they must be given a tone which makes it possible gradually to reach the point of well-founded conviction, instead of remaining at the stage of mere extravagance. Apart from these reservations, theologians should not be dissuaded from reading the book. It is an arbitrary assemblage of material that Bauer has given us, but it is nevertheless material which should give us frequent occasion for fruitful reflection. The parallelism between Stoicism and Christianity can be pursued 1,000 times more productively, more sensitively, and more profoundly than Bauer has done. This would give rise to observations and problems of which Bauer had not the slightest hint. When these critical remarks are compared with Overbeck's own thoughts on the relationship between Christianity and the ancient world, more weight is given to the basically favorable conclusion of this criticism, so severe in detail. Overbeck himself never ceased to stress the classical nature of Christianity, denying that it was an absolute innovation. He contrasted both the ancient world and Christianity to the modern world. 152 He asserted indirectly the family relationship between Christianity and the ancient world through the thesis that our understanding of Christianity has diminished proportionately as the ancient world has vanished from our lives. 153 In Die Christlichkeit der Theologie, he states that Christianity is the form in which the ancient world has been embalmed for preservation down to our own time. Because Christianity is itself a part of the ancient world, a modern Christianity is a contradiction in terms. The ties connecting Overbeck's theological position with Bauer's are even closer than he himself realized. It was Bauer who had anticipated Overbeck's discovery of the necessary Jesuitism of the theological mind, high for the antithesis between the Bible and contemporary culture. Overbeck several times defended the critical theology of Strauss against the presumptions and illusions of apologetic and liberal theology. Strauss's declaration that secular culture and Christianity are irreconcilable is irrefutable. It does not depend on the apparent cosmopolitanism and actual parochialism of the culture which Strauss in his old age supported as the new faith. Strauss was also right in his recognition of the fateful significance inherent in the idea of a life of Jesus. But it is erroneous to suppose that a truly critical theology must lead to a negation of Christianity. Without supporting Christianity, such a theology can protect it against all the theologies which think they are supporting it by accommodating it to the world. Indifferent to its peculiar point of view, they turn it into a dead, desiccated orthodoxy which removes it from the world, or reduce it to the secular level, where it vanishes. Critical theology can prevent such theologies from peddling an unreal thing to the world under the name of Christianity, a thing from which the very soul has been removed, the negation of the world. 155 Strauss fails to recognize the excessive humanity of Christianity. He seeks to put Christianity completely out of mind, with all his talk of human feeling, national feeling, and littleness, he forgets that we are human. 156 If we compare what Strauss has to say about the state and about war, about penal authority and about the working class, with the appropriate Christian parallels, for example, from Augustine, there is no doubt that we shall find the latter incomparably more profound and at the same time more human, and therefore more true. Christianity has dealt conclusively with the kind of culture represented by Strauss. If Christianity is to be overcome, it must be by a culture higher, not lower, than that which Christianity overcame. In a few sober sentences, this criticism of Strauss's Bekenntnis says everything that Nietzsche in his Unzeitgemäße Betrachtung said with the exuberance of youth, and without a fair assessment of Strauss's historical achievement. Through his early work, Strauss did the science of theology a considerable service. But it is wrong to suppose that Christianity consists of a series of dogmas and myths which must be either accepted or rejected, in whole or in part. Its heart and soul is faith in Christ and his return, and the end of the world as it now exists. As is true of the apologetic and liberal theologians whom we have studied in this respect, Strauss thinks that he has finished with Christianity when he has destroyed critically a series of its basic dogmas, particularly the Church's conception of its early history. But he schemes over the ascetic outlook of Christianity with 2 or 3 disparaging and very marginal remarks. 157. Christianity is by nature eschatological, and therefore ascetic. Only the man who is well aware of this can achieve a proper standpoint from which to evaluate the way of life which Strauss suggests after Christianity has been done away with. Overbeck took issue with Lagarde's work as soon as it was published. Both possess the same disinterested scholarly attitude. That of Lagarde is permeated by a desire for rhetorical effect, while Overbeck is characterized by a calm sobriety that is almost superhuman. He neither wanted to nor could educate the Germans, but he wanted to be clear in his own mind with reference to theology and Christianity. Overbeck discusses Lagarde's suggestion that the existing theological faculties be reduced to denominational seminaries, and be replaced at the universities by a theology whose task is to teach the history of religion in order to prepare the way for a German religion. Overbeck objects that such a purely historical view of the history of religions is not a theology at all, and should therefore fall within the discipline of philosophy. If Lagarde wants his new theology to occupy an independent position, he can support it only on the basis of its practical task, which it shares with denominational theology. But this is just what is dubious, whether a task of this kind can really be found for Lagarde's theology. He himself points to one by saying that the new theology should be the guide leading to a German religion. But theologies have always followed after their religions, and they have been further behind, the more energetic and undisputed were the original forces behind these religions. It is unexampled that they should precede a religion, and hardly to be expected that something of the sort might yet take place. 168. In reality, Lagarde's theology will not prepare the way for a new religion. The hopelessness of its ultimate goal and the overwhelming power of history in all scholarly pursuits of the present will cause it very rapidly to lose sight of its goal and immerse itself in the historical material, a prediction which has proven true for all denominational theology wherever the content of what has been called dogmatics has in fact been only comparative religion with a Protestant flavor. 30 years after writing Die Christlichkeit der Theologie, in the preface to the second edition, Overbeck discusses his relationship to Nietzsche. He says there that Nietzsche's influence was the most powerful he had encountered in the course of his life. Nietzsche himself is an extraordinary man, extraordinary even in bearing misfortune. There is no better proof of Nietzsche's extraordinary quality than the friendship of so circumspect and reserved a man as Overbeck. Overbeck states that he cannot actually say that even in Basel he learned wisdom from Nietzsche, neither can he say that he, who was 7 years older, followed him unconditionally on his voyage of exploration, letting himself be deflected from his own course. But his friendship toward Nietzsche was very much present when he penned his abdication from the fraternity of theologians. This parallels Nietzsche's dedication of his first Unzeitgemasse Betrachtung to Overbeck. Even in later years, Overbeck followed Nietzsche's voyage of exploration to the end with loyal attentiveness, unperturbed by the aspects of it that must have been terrifying and even repugnant to him. His posthumous notes and his correspondence with Nietzsche bear witness to the fact that, if he did not join in Nietzsche's attack upon Christianity, he at least went along with it in his own way, by furnishing his friend with occasional scholarly references for the criticism of Christianity. Nietzsche's attempt to overcome God and nihilism failed, but Overbeck never recognized this fact as an argument against the attempt. Despair had seized Nietzsche on his journey, so that he deserted his ship. This happened long before his madness erupted. No one has ever arrived at the goal of voyage that I have in mind. Nietzsche's failure was no greater than that of all the rest. What forsook him was Phonune, which has smiled more favorably upon others I know, who have been more Phonunate. He failed, but his failure was such that he is. 384 From Hegel to Nietzsche. No better and no worse an argument against the voyage he undertook than are castaways against sailing the sea. A man who has reached his haven will be the last to deny his shipwrecked precursor the name of an equal. With reference to Nietzsche, the same is true of the more fortunate seafarers, who at least have managed to stay afloat in their craft on their aimless journey. 9. The question Overbeck asked with reference to Christianity did not concern Christian morality. Unlike Nietzsche, he saw its ascetic character as a superior phone of human life. His question concerned the relationship between primitive Christianity, which renounced the world, and the history of the world. The most interesting aspect of Christianity is its impotence, the fact that it cannot rule the world because the wisdom of its life is a wisdom of death. 160. If a serious historical study is made of Christianity, the only conclusion can be that it has undergone a decline from its non-historical origin, although the decline is inextricably entangled with progress throughout the course of history. Like transitoriness, penance is a basic concept of all historiography. Similarly, all historical manifestation of life must be either old or young. In spite of Kierkegaard's demand for contemporaneity, 2,000 years of Christianity cannot simply be erased, least of all by a theology which is itself completely penetrated by the historical mode of thought. Christianity has had a long life. It can no longer occupy the same position it occupied at the beginning, after all the events that then lay before it, and now lie behind it. 161. Christianity existed originally as gospel, denying all history and presupposing an hyper-historical world. Neither Christ himself nor the faith which he founded have had historical existence under the name of Christianity. 162. But this prehistoric embryo has lived its life in the history of a church, which is bound to the world. The world would not be convinced that God loves man. When it lost its faith in the parousia, primitive Christianity lost its faith in its own youth. This contrast between the eschatology of primitive Christianity and the future-oriented mood of the present is fundamental. It is, perhaps, the basic reason behind the gulf separating Christianity from the present. Our present age works to prepare the future. Nothing is further removed from it than belief in an imminent end of the world. Now that Christianity has grown old in the sense of becoming decrepit, its age is no longer an argument for its permanence, but only its most dubious aspect. The eternal existence of Christianity can be defended only sub specie aeternitatis, that is, from a point of view which has no concept of historical time. The eternity of Christianity can never be guaranteed by history. Purely historically, all we have is proof that Christianity is worn out. To the serious historical viewpoint, its age is a deadly argument. Christianity cannot control the course of history, which everywhere reaches out to its limits. Therefore history is an abyss in which Christianity has been catapulted quite against its will. 166. Before the time of Constantine, it seemed as though Christianity would outlast civilization. Today the converse is true. Prometheus seems to have been proven right. The fire that he stole from heaven is not what he was supposed to have been given. 167. The final conclusion of Overbeck's historical viewpoint is his contesting of the Christian chronology. His denial of its significance puts him in opposition to Hegel, who was the last person to maintain it seriously. But it does not place him on the side of Nietzsche, whose Ecce Homo claimed to begin the first day of the year 1 with September 30, 1888, according to the false chronology. 168. According to Overbeck, the Christian chronology would have been justified only if Christianity had introduced a new age. But this is not the case, for originally it spoke of a new age only under circumstances that never took place. The existing world must perish and yield to the new. For a moment, this was seriously expected. This expectation has continued to make its appearance, but only fleetingly. It has never become a permanent historical fact. This alone would have been able to furnish the real basis for a significant chronology, corresponding to the facts of reality. It is the world that has prevailed, not the Christian expectation. 169. The possibility of conceiving this moment as a turning point grew out of the earlier existence of an eschatological expectation of the end. This alone gives the Christian chronology a claim to be taken seriously. But in actual fact the old has not passed away, the new has not arrived. It remains one of the major problems of the history of Christianity how it came to terms with this disappointment of its original expectation. Overbeck attempts to answer this question by transforming the primitive Christian expectation of the return of Christ into an ascetic theory and practice of life, which is in fact a metamorphosis of the primitive Christian faith in the return of Christ. It is based upon the continued expectation of this return, and therefore continues to view the world as ripe for destruction. It moves the faithful to withdraw from the world in order to be ready for the appearance of Christ, which threatens to come at any moment. The expectation of Christ's return became untenable in its primitive form. It was transformed into the idea of death, which as early as Irenaeus, is said always to accompany the Christian. It became the memento mori, the Carthusian formula which gives a more profound summation of the ultimate wisdom of Christianity than does the modern formula, let nothing intrude between man and his primary source. This seems to contain a hackneyed expression of negation, until one remembers that, in the eyes of Christianity, it is the world itself which intrudes. 170 When Christianity was granted official recognition by the state, the ideal of martyrdom was lost. It was replaced by the martyrdom quotidianum of monasticism. From the 4th century to the Reformation, everything great and vital in the Church proceeded from the cloister. But Catholic theology long ago lost the pureness of vision necessary for a proper evaluation of the significance of monasticism. Protestant theology never had it. The inner nucleus of Overbeck's own theological existence is a conduct of life and wisdom of death which are ascetic in a broader sense. The ultimate purpose of his theology was to demonstrate scientifically that modern Christianity was the finest Christianism il 71. For him, too, the wisdom of death replaced the expectation of the future. For us men, death is the most vexing of riddles, but far from being the key to its own solution. Precisely because death makes the riddles of the world most vexing to us, it should be the last thing in the world to serve to make life difficult for us. Let us rather respect death as the most unambiguous symbol of our community, in the silence which he inescapably imposes upon us all as our common lot. 172. To the Christian view of death he preferred that of Montaigne and Spinoza, because it is less affected. A memento mori can easily be conceived which would benefit life by the light of day by its ability to banish deception and disperse the shadows which lie upon life and distort it. But death, chosen by one's own free will, seemed to him to lie at the limit of what can be discussed rationally among men. Overbeck did not reject it. His reflections may sound unchristian, but when he was concerned with having the proper attitude in thinking about death, the first thing that occurred to him was a reference to the resignation of the 39th Psalm. Overbeck did not decide against Christianity or in favor of secular education or culture. 173. Any man who esteems the either or for its own sake, confusing what is radical with what is extreme, will achieve only uncertainty in his attitude toward the world and toward Christianity. And within this apparent external ambiguity there lies hidden a more unequivocal radicalism than in Nietzsche's dogmatic attack. Nietzsche's antagonism can be reversed, just as Dionysus can become the crucified. Overbeck was fully aware that religious problems must be placed upon a completely new foundation, even at the cost of what has up to now been called religion. L14. The religious development of man down to the present day represents a disastrous aberration. It must be brought to an end, at least so long as the solution to the religious confusion of our time is sought in the area of the Bible and the theological conflict which rages about the Bible, and we do not make up our minds to find that solution completely apart from the Bible. This will not happen until we humans recognize that we go forward only by losing our foothold from time to time. We live our lives under conditions which do not permit us to evade this experiment. Furthermore, the Bible itself should help us to see this. Its own narrative provides us with the supreme example of this phenomenon. The transition from the Old Testament to the New does not differ from such a loss of foothold. Its success was complete, but correspondingly slow and laborious. 115. This loss of foothold Overbeck took as his own position between culture and Christianity. To perform his function he lacked the necessary criticism of theology and Christianity, the spur of a genuine hatred for Christians or religion, but he also lacked the absolute affirmation of the secular world which makes the atheism of Strauss, Feuerbach, and Bauer so superficial. This twofold lack is Overbeck's human and scholarly advantage. It distinguishes him from all the other assailants and apologists, like Nietzsche and Kierkegaard. His caution with regard to Christianity consisted in avoiding the twofold danger of a sterile routine relationship or an unconsidered battle of extermination. Either course must be avoided. Christianity must be given an end more worthy and less pernicious. 116. He numbered himself among the unbelievers by subordinating theology to philosophy and disputing its right to be called Christian. But he was conscious that the courage and tenacity to do so grow best out of a view of life such as that of Christianity, which increased the demand for honesty probably at least as much as it reduced its actual appearance among men. L11. Even in his early writings he rejected the over-hasty ruthlessness with which Strauss broke the fetters of the old faith, the more so because the present gave no cause to think poorly of the Christian. view of life or to consider itself superior. It is rather of inestimable value that at least the name of Christian hover over this whole calamitous period as a kind of categorical imperative, condemning it. And so it is comprehensible that Overbeck's judgment upon Christianity, particularly German Christianity 179, which condemned it to death, expressed neither satisfaction nor regret, it simply described the process as a matter of record. His historical position is based on the fact that without Christianity, European civilization would not be what it is, nor would Christianity, without its connection with that civilization. Overbeck belongs more, not less, to the history of their union and conflict than do those who think to solve the problem of Christianity by means of a simple decision. The truly decisive contrast to their mere decisiveness is a critical analysis which gives neither a simple yes nor a simple no. The unique and significant aspect of Overbeck's elucidation of the relationship between Christianity and culture is the fact that it does not give any solution. All solutions would come into conflict with his basic axiom. Overbeck's merit consists in having demonstrated the impossibility of any solution, at least of any solution which man as he is today could contrive by his own Fons 182. Even his admiration for Nietzsche was not based on the latter's apodictic statements, but on the way in which he preserved his courage to face the problem, an attitude inconceivable apart from the skepticism which goes hand in hand with historical knowledge. On the other hand, Nietzsche prized Overbeck's gentle firmness and balance. Whoever will take the trouble to pursue Overbeck's train of thought will perceive in the labyrinth of his sentences, so full of reservations, the straight and daring line of an absolutely honest mind. He elucidated the problem which Christianity presents for us. In the typical figures of the 19th century, he made clear the abyss separating us from Christianity. 184 Since Hegel, and particularly through the work of Marx and Kierkegaard, the Christianity of this bourgeois Christian world has come to an end. This does not mean that a faith which once conquered the world perishes with its last secular manifestations. For how should the Christian pilgrimage in hoc seculo ever become homeless in the land where it has never been at home?